Cagada que eu fiz.
Championships after
Pessoal,
winning the Hartford Regionals, and he's still in contention today to win the
Boa
World
noite.
Championships. So definitely a person
Pessoal,
to keep
estamos de
an eye out
volta
for.
com a transmissão
Crescent
mais
Angels as well, though.
bombástica
We were
aqui.
talking about him earlier, got third place at Worlds last
Pessoal,
year and still in
boa
contention.
noite. Hoje o Adam prometeu não, tá? Tive que ficar sozinho aí no final da live, né? Pegar mel com lectospirose, vai tomar banho, gostinho. Já chegou fazendo graça, né, palhaço? Bora. Pessoal, vamos... Eu falei pra vocês, vamos tentar dar uma priorizada em quem fez live BR ontem, né? Teve o Zard, tá? A gente foi dormir, teve o Zard e teve o Gabriel. Me passa uma minutagem aí do Zard pra gente começar a ver, Ada.
A do Zard foi 6 horas e 13 minutos.
13?
13.
6 horas e 13 minutos.
Ué. Que estranho.
Olha lá. Tá o Zard, beleza? Já vou mandar o códigozão que tá aí. Então era o Zard versus o Yodocho. O japonês, né? O Naruto.
Estilo.
If you're looking to get your own Lickitung or your own Metagym,
Amanhã.
or if you just need a ton of XL candies to level up your Lickitung.
Gostei do time do Zard, tá? Ele não levou o Dragonair, mas levou o Dragonite.
Ah, tá. Eu entendi porque a minutagem tá errada, porque tu tá vendo o... Mas o áudio do Rehan.
Ah, tá. Não, mas tá mais ou menos, né? Salve, Raft aí, mano.
Sim.
Tati, vambora. Bora até de madrugada, hoje vamos, hein? Eita, era um japonês mesmo.
Esse é a versão oriental do Alburn que eu te falei. Não importa o que ele vai fazendo, o que ele tá fazendo. A cara dele é sempre de essa aí, meio ódio, meio...
Jardzão, acostumado com campeonatos, né? Boa noite, salve Raft, boa noite, Ada. A gente pensou que os brasileiros iam detonar ontem, né? Foi bem assim não, mano.
Só nos resta, infelizmente.
Tiveram muita dificuldade mesmo. Então a gente não é decepcionado. Ah não, é decepcionado mesmo. Eu fiquei decepcionado. Pensei que a gente ia ter mais sobrevida. Na hora que eu fui dormir, acordei, a live do Canan ainda tava online, tá ligado? Eu fiquei na live do Canan. Só que aí eu fui ver a tabela, meu amigo, um banho sem BR. BRs foram triturados.
Sim, tipo, foram... Cara... Eu não vou falar porque eu não quero ser cancelado.
É cancelado, tá ligado?
E que, tipo, coisa... Tipo, eu tava botando muita fé em todos,
também,
tipo...
Cara.
Eu tinha torcida pelo Áureo, que era a minha principal torcida. Tinha. Mas, cara...
É que a gente esperava mais, entendeu? Porque a gente, como torcedor, esperava mais. Entendeu? Eu esperava que os BR ia detonar, cara. Ia provar pra todo mundo que é bom mesmo, que é o lag que às vezes atrapalha e pronto, tá ligado? Mas infelizmente não deu certo, tá ligado?
Foi bem triste isso, foi muito triste. Mas, ano que vem teremos João Vitor, eu creio.
Mano, imagina
E quem
os
sabe
caras
eu,
usam seu galê na Ultra, mano. Ah, pelo amor de Deus. Oi, cara, pelo amor de Deus. Vambora. Primeira partida do Zardzão. Um líquido horroroso. Deu safe de knockdown. Tomou... Nossa, que foi muito ruim.
Não, pior que, tipo, esse é o objetivo dele. Se tu vê, ele queria tirar o estilo do Dragonite.
Ah, entendi. Todos perderam, Flávio. Menos o Iová. Gabriel Iová.
Gabriel Iová.
Código aqui, pessoal.
Põe na minha.
Ai, eu tô... Tá com PG.
Você está, Rafa. Você está.
Asa PG. E os dois Warren.
Shine?
Cara, essa jogada foi muito boa, tá? Dragonite com energia, quem que vai segurar? Fala,
Alta Shield.
Aí vai sair com garra aqui, não vai?
Uhum.
Ele tem que pôr o Charizard, ó. Quem pôr o Charizard aqui? Sabe, mano, muito. Oh, mas eu tô na frente do Zard aqui, pelo amor de Deus. Rzão. Opa, um belo catch do Zard, hein?
Tu vai ver que essa batalha foi muito legal. Essa batalha foi legal aí.
Nossa, pistolinha, velho!
Uhum.
É o primeiro de pistolinha que eu vejo, hein, no Mundial.
Tu vai ver outro ainda.
Ui.
Pingola.
Tá dando, né, o ping. Shieldou?
Aham.
Meu Deus, que
Ele tá
ele vai
certo.
arrumar, cara? Opa.
Ele tá certo. Tipo, na real, não. Na real, nisso ele errou. Porque se o cara desse Moonblast, ele não chegava em outro golpe no Dragonite.
Trocou. Cara. Ai, meu Deus, segura o coração. Segura.
Essa batalha vai ser. Tu vai ver.
Meu Deus, cara, ele vai dar Farm Jones. Meu Deus. Que isso, cara?
Cara, no detalhe.
O detalhe do detalhe, velho. Nem ele acreditava, cara. Foi dormir, meu filho? Por que você não dormiu comigo? Cara, que batalha da top, velho.
Esse boa noite, cara. Esqueci de falar com o chat.
Pô, vai ter resgate de código lá de novo? Será?
Não sei, acho que não. Quer dizer, acho que tipo, vai ter resgate de código, mas tipo, o código vai ser meio que inválido quando você põe no celular.
Quantos brasileiros vocês acreditaram que iriam pro segundo? Eu pensei que no mínimo uns 4, cara. Eu acreditava nos 4. Oi, filho.
Mas, ó, falar, alguns brasileiros não mereceram perder, não. Porque a maioria, porque alguns deles perderam no, tipo, no anti-fair play.
Pô, mas esse negócio aqui travou muito, hein?
Uhum. Tu viu a partida da Paulacha?
Olha como é que o Zard tá tremendo, velho. Tá vendo?
Uhum.
O cara tá tipo nada, tá ligado? Não tá nada acontecendo, mano.
Mas eu te falei, cara, eu te falei que, cara, ele é o Alburn do Oriente, cara. Ele não tem expressão facial. A vida desse cara é triste, não tem alegria, é só amargura. Não tem como abaixar a autoestima dele. Ele já tá no fundo do poço.
Tá nem aí, velho.
Pois é. Se ele perder isso aí, não vai mudar nada pra ele. Ele sabe disso.
Pô, eu ficaria abaladíssimo se perdesse a primeira, mano. Na moral. Mas o back não... Ah, tava ruim, mano.
Cara, te falar, a minha aposta pra esse Mundial é o Albani.
Cara aí, o Albani?
Não, o Albani. O outro. O Albani original.
Patrick?
Não, o Albani.
Quem que é esse Albani? Eu não...
Eu te falei que não tem expressão facial.
Ah, tá.
Exactly. Second ice punch will be enough to knock out. We have seen this play out several times, and these trainers know these matchups. Chiodo absolutely wants to.
Cara, ele ganhou o jogo nesse estilo. Caramba, ele ganhou o jogo nesse estilo. Fala pra sua mãe ver o que a Maria cota aqui. Ô, amor, vê o que a Maria quer aí. Pelo amor de Deus, Maria é chata pra caramba.
Cara, eu teria visto mais de Dragonite, te juro. Não de peixe.
Aí faz sentido o peixe. Olha o tanto de farm que ele saiu, valeu muito a pena.
Mas olha pra que ele saiu, cara.
Aqui dá 2 surfar e troca, né?
Sim, mas ele... Ó, tem ruim.
Não achei ruim isso.
Não, mas ele ganhou nisso.
Vai ter um Lictang, né? O Lictang é chato pra caramba.
Essa é a questão. Por isso que ele tirou um pouco de vida. Se o Zard tivesse shieldado, ele teria mais chance.
Chegou, cara. Que bosta. Ah, mano, não chegou, mano.
Mas isso não importou muito, não.
Não, se ele der, ele ganha. Ele ia matar?
Não, tipo... Porque, tipo, não importou muito a morte do Dragonite, porque, tipo, não ia chegar de qualquer jeito. Então a play dele, tipo, ele ter dado um garra. Se ele desse um garra, não ia importar também. Isso que foi o F, cara.
É F demais, mano.
Já pensou, Raft, na última final, tem uma lag, que tive que dar remete? Nossa, que vergonha.
Hoje vai ter...
Não, porque, tipo, acho que vai ser, tipo... Vai ser só pra quem não pegou de ontem. E se tu tentar fazer, tu ir pra uma loja, vai dizer como código inválido.
Cara, muito... Cara, se sai aquele ataque, eu acho que ele ganhava. Boa noite, Jota.
Só ele ganhava. Se sai, sim.
Ganhava, pô. O Ampert não chegar no terremoto.
Ele tinha um shield. Mas a questão é chegar no ataque.
Eu acredito no Raft no Mundial Pokémon 2024, tiltando no meio da partida. Eu ia meter a mão na mesa ali e tacar tu pro chão. Falar japonês maldito. Nossa, ainda ia ser acusado de xenofóbico. É xenofóbico mesmo, né? Japonês maldito, seu sem vergonha.
O Raft, tipo, jogando e eu sendo o juiz da partida aí. E secretamente no coach. Já pensou?
Imagina o Raft xingando a Niantic no meio do torneio. A bosta desse jogo, pelo amor de Deus, cara.
Mas você sabe qual é o pior? Pode, porque eu tô nem da Niantic, da Play Pokémon.
É, mano. Jogo de merda. Ô, que é isso, rapaz? Vai lá deitar na minha cama lá. Tá com
eu
sono,
vou.
tá caindo de sono. Aí tá tudo abaixo.
Eu vou botar live no YouTube, pra ver o chat.
Raft só vai pro Mundial de Pokémon no... pra ele gostar. Aí ele gosta dos 2 últimos números. Ah, vira homem, Yunis. Pelo amor de Deus, Yunis. Você é coisinha, hein, mano. É.
Como é que é, Raft? Como é que é?
Vira homem, Yunis. O Yunis foi dormir meia-noite, rapaz. Quem que é ele pra falar comigo? Pelo amor de Deus. Quem é você pra falar comigo também, Ada? Você dormiu no meio da transmissão?
Quem? Ah, Gotizinho, acho que ganhou o Burn que ganhou, eu acho.
Ô, mano, mas difícil, hein, Ada? Ele foi hard cauterado. Nas 3 partidas, mano.
Essa aí foi muito cauterada.
Não, mas nas 3, cara. Ele não ganhou um lead.
Aham.
Pô, aí foi Jeff, mano.
Uhum. É brasileiro, Tamaturgo.
Já vai começar. Nossa, já começou! Vamos parar os Zard aqui, vamos
Já?
lá. Meu Deus, nós tá perdendo a partida. 1 a 0 Aaron. Meu amigo.
Caralho! Tive uma falha.
Nós ficou vendo os Zard, pô.
Eles, Flávio, eles foram pra loser e perderam a loser.
É que no campeonato é assim, você perde uma, vai pra losers. Aí depois você perde outra, você tá eliminado. Só é duas derrotas.
Uhum. E todos já perderam 2 vezes, menos o do Gabriel. Mas o Gabriel ainda tá na loser ainda.
Olha lá, vamos ver o replay. Eita, foi lambida, hein?
Ah, delícia.
Eu ia matar. O Aaron tá. O Aaron que levou a 90s Shadow, né?
Uhum. Ó, multi pelúcia. Gosto.
Everything is so close to the margin, and I feel like the reason Arrow got to that point in the in-game is because of the way he played the lead. It was weird, just this protect shield that for alignment, but the fact that he got so much damage on the meta champ really affected that.
Vamos pro Rage.
O Dodge.
Cara, o safe dele é terrível, hein? A Malbec tá bom, cara. Ele tem Lictang, tá ligado? É que a gente vendo de fora é uma coisa, né? O cara não sabe, né?
Sim. Meu ataque favorito, Felipe, é pancada corporal. Também é um dos golpes mais quebrados do jogo. Tipo, não é quebrado. Ele consegue ser um golpe muito forte sem ser quebrado. Né? Essa é a palavra. Um golpe muito forte sem ser quebrado. Eu queria como jogador, Gostzinho. O Raft eu acho que queria o Mundial como comentarista, né?
É, mano.
Uhum.
Sérgio perdeu todos os BRs, Tony. Todos os BRs.
Menos o Gabriel.
Menos o Gabriel. Gabriel Iová é a chance do Brasil no Japão.
Quero todo mundo torcendo pro Gabriel.
Todo mundo torcendo.
E quem não torcer, eu vou levar pro sofá. E não vai ser pra fazer o teste. Back to the timer. The timer is ticking down. Every time there is a charge attack, it takes 10 seconds off the timer. So not quite back at the timer. It looks like Arrow swapped, and now I think Dodge might try to pivot as well, or just try to.
Aí o cara ganhou já, né, mano?
Get that extra damage similar to what Arrow
did in that game number 1.
Já ganhou. Não tem como perder, não. Nenhuma forma, na real. Na real, tem.
Em condition de derrota já raptiria como Pokébola. Ô, Jota, vai tomar banho, cara. Palhaço.
Salve, Rodrigo Miranda.
Tá fofo nada, Rodrigo.
Fofinho.
Vai ter um Umbreon. Caramba! Caramba! Que time é esse? Shieldou!
Acabou! Esse gente foi muito ruim.
Nossa! Não sei se foi bom não, deixar morrer, pô.
Pois é.
Vou deixar
foi bom isso não. Ah, tá, que tava com pouca vida. Não lembrava disso.
Ah, não, tá com muita vida. Ah, então foi um
Não, o Lictang.
Não, eu falo... A Altaria tava com bastante vida ainda.
Pois é.
Tem algum BR na competição? Tem um BR, Gabriel e Iová. Acabou, né? Acabou, Gal.
Olha, tinha mais BR, Elmer. Mas, infelizmente, já foram todos eliminados.
1 a 1, hein? O Umbreon tá muito forte, cara.
Eu gosto do Umbreon.
Lembrando que o Umbreon consegue lidar com o Medichan, cara. Mano, não pega esse Pikachu do evento. Salve Jorge. Salve Jorge.
Em cima o Gostem perguntou que time eu levaria pro Mundial. Cara, que time eu levaria pro Mundial, eu não sei. Que tipo, eu não pensei exatamente. Só que eu queria levar muito Dragonite. Aí eu fiquei chateado, eu queria levar Dragonite, eu achei que ia ser inovador, todo mundo tá levando.
Tudo levou. Os melhores times tem
Aceito.
Dragonite. Pô, esse cara ali levou Frosters, velho.
Sim.
A vida deitou de novo.
E ela tava legal.
Tá vivo, meu filho? Ah, Fit, qual é o seu Pokémon favorito do Pokémon GO pra batalhar? Charizard hoje. Charizard Shadow. Melhor Pokémon pra se batalhar hoje é o Charizard. O que pega o Pikachu do evento? É só se fazer missão, não é nada? É missão, não é?
É missão de campo e raid.
Ai, credo, não tem na natureza?
Não. Credo.
Tanto aqui pegou até espinho da Shine e não pegou essa bosta. Cara. Eu levaria um time com Sun Slash de Alola e Auron e Cresselia. Meu Deus, o Sun Slash de Alola tá forte, mas o restante aí eu acho que não vale a pena não.
É, e fora que tipo assim, tu tá levando 2 gelo. 2 gelo nunca é bom. Agora que eu percebi, ele acumula os pelúcios do time dele.
É, pô.
Ah, tu viu com o Áureo pra ele as pelúcias, Raft?
Não, eu nem perguntei, cara. Oh, meu Deus, Aaron!
Meu Deus.
Acabou,
Meu
Gal.
Deus.
Acabou, Gal. Esse aí dá bastante dano, mano.
Dá.
2 gelo é bom num copo de uísque. Aí deve ser bom, né, mano? Nunca bebi. Opa! Ai! É o Pegelson! Pô, foi bom, hein? Foi bom, hein? Tem que pôr o otário aí, né?
Tem, mas ele vai formar... Ah! Entendi. Da forma não.
Não. Mano, o cara não tem medo da Frozen, não.
Na real, eu acho que eu fiz isso aí por causa da Frostless.
A contagem tá em dia, hein?
Slay King, Monkey de canto, Butterfree. Lembra de 6 Pokémon.
Armatura, você tá viajando, na moral, mano. Você tá ficando... Oi, ó o bait!
Eu vou ter pesadelos com isso, Raft, na moral. Vou ter pesadelo com isso.
Bait, ó o bait, cara. Que bait. Então... Ele vai tentar virar. Sabia, mano. Vai baitar de novo esse vagabundo agora. Era o... O Surfire já matava aqui, ó.
Não baitou. Na real, deixava com de vida.
Virou, velho. Oh. Por que ele trocou, cara?
Entendi. Mas esse time foi bunta. Eu entendi. Ele só queria puxar o ombro mesmo. Porque o Liga ia ficar liquitang no ombro.
Não, mas vai ficar liquitang na Altaria, velho. A Altaria ganha com o shield. Acabou, velho. Como consigo o código promocional? Tem que ver a live lá, ó. Lá na Twitch durante meia hora, Nicolas. Aqui acabou, Gal.
Era só ele ter esperado.
É 2 Sky, mata, não mata?
Mata. O chat sim.
O primeiro, tanto
Raft,
faz.
me compra um lanche, Raft.
Também tô querendo, cara. Eu vou falar pra Larissa esquentar a janta pra mim.
Me faz um picnic.
Picnic? Eu não deixo com...
É um picnic. Bibi.
Que isso?
Ah, uma moto. Deve ser iPhone de alguém. Será que eu consigo pegar e dizer que é meu?
Consegue, é só sair lá.
Beleza, eu tô indo lá rapidinho, já volto.
É o WD ganhou, hein, mano. Nice, nice. Tá na final, hein, mano.
Finalista. Tô sentindo de que isso foi Page.
Aliás, foi sim, era só deixar morrer. Acho que ele conseguiria dar um par lá ainda, tá ligado? Ó, tá com a grande liga hoje. Vamos ver a última do Zard. Nossa, hoje tem 35 mil pessoas assistindo Pokémon GO, cara.
Oi?
35 mil pessoas vendo Pokémon GO hoje.
Nossa, nos outros uma miséria.
Coitado do Zard, velho. Foi hard e cauterado pelo Japa, velho. O Japa fez a leitura, meu amigo.
Uhum.
Aqui acabou, gal.
Agora pra ele farmar esse Lictang.
Farma, cara. Se o ataque ficar ruim, se ele não quer ficar horrível. Eu gostei da troca. Eu achei a troca boa.
Vende Altaria.
E nem precisava shieldar isso aí.
Uhum.
Tão tranquilo que tava.
Na verdade precisava sim. Porque tipo, o que ele ia fazer? Swampert no Dragonite pegando Flash?
Da vida quem tava ali, o Hidrocaião já matava.
Não, o problema não é isso. O problema é que ele tinha shield Raft. E o Fast é o pessoa.
Ó, tentou dar um under. Olha, um bom under. Mas aqui acabou,
Infelizmente eu vou ouvir sua bela voz até 23 horas. Do remédio que eu comecei a tomar por causa do... Meu Deus! O Xzinho. Já fez cirurgia do siso? Meu Deus, eu não fiz a minha ainda. Mas que bom, espero que a gente aproveite esse tempo.
Bem, muito. É.
A Fê não foi pro terremoto. Não gostei, pra mim ele jogou mal, não foi pro terremoto.
O cara respeitou, velho.
Respeitar pra quê?
Inners. Qual que é a do Gabriel agora?
Pera aí, deixa eu pegar a minutagem. Deixa eu só ligar a luz que tá aqui, tá escuro.
Cara.
Tá aqui, do VOD normal, a bateria do Gabriel foi às 8 horas e 38.
38?
No VOD normal. 38, no VOD normal. Então, não sei, foi antes.
Já tá 1 a 0. Valeu, Cirão. Obrigado,
Ciro
velho.
Nascimento patrocinou com R$5 no superchat. Boa noite, Rafti e Adam.
Valeu, Cirão.
Boa
Obrigado,
noite,
hein,
Ciro.
mano. Tamo junto.
Raft, essa é outra batalha, Raft. É.
É o coisa?
Não. Esse aí é o X. Raft, esse aí é o esse daí, Gordion, é o Hobby. Tá aí. Cara, essa a batalha deles é chata porque o tempo entre as duas batalhas é muito longo.
Cara, Nine Days de charme.
Aham.
Cara, olha o que faz. Né? Bolinha de novo.
Eu imagino o Ghostzinho, meu pai também fez.
Nossa, isso aqui vai demorar pra raio. Dá uma adiantada aqui que eu não aguento não, né?
Uma batalha deles é quase acabar pelo tempo. Acho que é a última.
Cara, é muito chato essa batalha.
Uhum.
Ué, mano, eu não gostei desse sketch ruim,
Não,
mano.
tu vai entender. Se ele soubesse que era se soubesse que era Medicham, ele teria posto 9 aí, se ele soubesse. Mas ó, não sabia, né? É triste.
Mas farmou muito, hein?
Uhum. Não, Ciro, isso aí é rerun, isso aí é de ontem.
Ontem, Ciro. Não, o cara foi esperto mesmo de ter tirado o stun físico, hein, mano.
Credo. Você já falou Raft.
Oi?
Existem seres na cal que eu não quero ter contato.
Ué, mano. Mas ele tirou fora.
E que a Deoxys tá debufada. Nunca que ela fala esse Stunfisk.
Ele tentou trocar, ele não foi, viu?
Uhum. Acho que o tempo que demorou pra próxima partida foi eles tentando fazer rematch. Me conta pelo Instagram, Ghostzinho. Eu já te aceitei lá. Inclusive já somos amigos. No Instagram. Cara, se ele... Tu vai ver uma coisa que me deixa transtornado. Se ele tivesse feito o catch, ele ganhava. E dava pra fazer o catch porque o cara deu insta.
A deck aí pediu rematch mesmo. Porque realmente não saiu o ataque, não deu pra trocar ali.
Você vai demorar, pode ir passando. Pingola. 4.
É que tá bem. Não, Lorde, é o de ontem.
Só estamos reagindo.
Só tá reagindo às duas partidas do VR.
Galopeira.
Ai! Ai, papai, que isso?
Delícia.
Aí, brilhou o Pikachu, mano.
Esse aí é meu, né, Raft?
É seu.
Obrigado, amigo. Você é um amigo.
Tá,
Só o Gabriel Vá.
só o
O Lorde é só o Gabriel Vá. LBL.
Mano, ele vai dar Farm Johnson de lambida.
Ai, delícia. Eu já vi essa batalha. A última foi a batalha que eu mais gostei, mas foi mais demorada.
Cadê o cara levar? A Deox, cara.
Uhum.
Olha,
Eu gosto de Deox. Tem um Carlos Chito, Gabriel e Ovó.
Nossa! Ele chega em 2?
Chega. Essa parte vai ficar transtornada.
Ô, louco! Ele contou, né?
Olha só.
Ah, vai
Olha
tomar
aí.
banho, mano.
É
Aí
isso.
não.
Mas eu acho que ele vence essa ainda.
Ah, mano, mas,
Acho que ele, acho que essa ele venceu.
você tem um papelzinho ali, né? Você pode usar o papelzinho, não pode?
Boa noite, Zilda Moreira.
Gente, sem energia aí, meu amigo.
Isso te mata.
Não, eu falo primeiro. Ué, deu pau aqui, cara.
Deu pau.
Eu acho que todos foram desclassificados, Lordiano. Eu acho.
Não. Elas estão na final, entre aspas, do Losers. Mas a final é bem entre aspas mesmo.
Tem.
Uhum. O time do Steno é muito tanque. Todos os Pokémon que ele levou aguentam muita porrada.
É repre.
Já começou lá no regional a partida?
Começou. Original, gente. Vamos pro original.
As duas, Lorde Anjo.
É ao vivo, hein, gente? Ao vivaço. A Vrip versus Rick Freron. Olha lá o nome do cara.
Acho que é Avery.
Ai, pegou! Ele é o Peguelson, toma!
Nossa, ele deu uma muito charge muito ruim. Chegamos numa boa hora.
Nossa, na hora de decisão.
Aham.
Morreu não. Morreu!
No Scarf deu-se.
Belo cat. Um belo cat.
Ele é pegador. Eu quero que a Paulacha e a Andrews percam. A tristeza do Lorde Anjo é minha alegria.
Mas tava muito pra ele a partida.
Uhum. Boa noite, Elite. Se ele tivesse farmado um pouquinho.
Ah não, ele tá de neve em pó.
Que?
Tá de neve em pó. Por isso que ele farmou quase nada pra tentar farmar tudo.
Ah não.
Talk about a tough lead matchup, right? Shadow alone says into altar. It doesn't get worse than that when you're facing against Rick Flareon's team, but
não entendi essa jogada. O cara queria farmar, Carlos Tito. O cara queria farmar, mano. Tava do ataque pra sair.
that Swamper, but actually it turned out it was Atari that took out the Shadow Lone Sandslash.
And I like to point out the fact that that swap was not when Ice Punch was available for Rick Flareon. He waited until he was closer to that higher cannon, a little nervous, to then swap into the Altaria just...
Se você não se deu causa que eu te contei no Insta, me pergunta que eu explico melhor. Belezinha.
It's a shame we haven't seen him on stage yet because this is
Deus me livre. Não, não, Lit. Eu tô sempre em movimento aqui, em casa.
Because Rick Flareon is hard to bring Shadow Lone Sandslash into this matchup, and then you get the best case possible matchup, and you still go down and gain
Catch aí, Yunis. Belo catch.
to actually sit that Shadow Lone Sandslash to try to reverse sweep this series against a fellow trainer from his region.
Vamos lá. Eita, gostei.
Eu vou te contar. A Altaria vence aí. A Altaria vence.
Ó o Beck.
Pois é.
Keep Farrell.
O que tá na vantagem é o Avery, tá na vantagem.
Raft na testa do cara. Pelo amor de Deus. Caiu, rapaz.
Does Rick Flareon just try to go for the Moonblast? I like this play. I like this play much better. And actually, looks like AV comfortable soft losing this match.
Parâmetro, hein?
There's no way you one shot it down.
Não, que ele vai ser lambido. Oh. Ai, que delícia. Ele tá lascado. Ele tá muito lascado. Ele não pode puxar a aí. Ele puxa a aí. Ele sabe que ele perdeu. Ele não para esse Lick Tang.
Não para o Swampert.
Não, pra chegar no Swampert tem que passar pelo Lick Tang. Beito, sem energia. Beito sem energia, não acredito. Não.
Na real, eu acho que não foi bait, não, mano. Quer tirar o Lick Tang de qualquer jeito.
Não tem como tirar o Lick Tang desse jeito, Raft.
Nossa, que dunk é esse, meu querido?
Eu te falei, não tem como passar pelo Lick Tang. Não tem como.
Cara, o time do cara não tinha ninguém ali pro Swampert. O Swampert lida com todo mundo. Acabou. Tá vendo o time do cara? Só a Altaria lida com o Swampert. O resto tudo o Swampert ganha, mano. Vamos.
Sim, ele levou um time, digamos que CAA pra Altaria.
Uau! 2-0, acabou, né?
Acabou. Ah, não, peraí. Talvez a final seja melhor de 5, eu acho. Ah, não, acabou.
Aqui acabou, galera. Tinha parado, que bosta. É aqui, eu acho.
Tem que ir pra última já. A gente viu no começo da última.
Não, pera aí, eu acho que é aqui. Não.
Mas a gente já viu essa parte. Ele pegou na outra da Oxys.
É aqui. Não, é replay. É aqui. Nossa, foi radical alterado.
Olha como ele é pegador.
Pegelson. Tem resposta pro Ambro.
E Rafa, tu pegaria?
Pegelson, eu não
sou... De pedra no Super, no Ambro?
Aí pegaria. Ai, meu Deus, que soninho.
Soninho totoso. Vou trabalhar de novo, Raft? Pode mentir.
Ah, pergunta pra Larissa então, né?
Não, a Larissa é a esposa, a opinião dela é...
E esse cat? Esse cat eu não gostei, não.
Não, esse cat foi meio que na doida, porque não era esse time do golpe pra dar.
Cara, a play aqui era... É isso aí. É farmar que tá preso, deixar 2 ataques. Ué, mas eu não tô vendo erro do Gabs agora, não.
Não, essa partida não é época da jogabilidade. Os dois jogaram muito bem. O confronto dos dois em si foi um confronto muito poderoso, cara. Eu me surpreendi com esse Jane, eu não botava muita fé nele, mas ele é um jogador muito bom, pelo que eu pude ver. Muito bom mesmo.
Gostei do farm, cara. Gostei do farm, mano.
Uhum. Aí eu falo que ele é um jogador bom, o João Vitor me aparece dizendo, ele é random.
É? É o João Vitor.
Isso eu mostrei do random.
Mano, não mata. Não matava.
Eu pensei a mesma coisa, acredita?
Bola.
É verdade, Elite, e já passou eu.
Nossa, os dois de pingola. Aí ferrou, mano.
Pingola Power.
Mano, se o... Tá certo. Se o do Gabs tivesse de faísca, tinha ganhado, hein, mano.
Uhum.
Deixei o dado primeiro, Sten. Fala isso pra vocês. Primeiro, mano.
Não.
Ele tá demais. Gostei disso.
Acho que ele achou que ia ser SMP. Só pra dar um daninho.
Vai ajudar.
Esse cara sou eu.
Does need the support of that shield if it's going to stick around on the field with the Galarian Stunfisk coming in, but no, Shadow Ball does fall short of the knockout and there is a surf.
Caramba, mano, que partida, hein?
Eu tô te falando, cara. Ainda melhora.
Here comes Galarian Stunfisk versus the Umbreon. Snarl comes through. Now the foul play. I think this Umbreon needs maybe 3 foul plays to get the knockout here. It's going to be really, really close. The first one does connect. Snarls don't do a lot of damage, but he's got a second one right away. Here comes the Rock Slide bait.
All right, so one more.
Matava isso ainda, né?
Matava. Você com muito pouca vida.
Caramba, ninguém errou mesmo, não.
Não, agora isso mata.
You're right, foul play couldn't quite cut it. Here comes a rock slide. This will be enough to KO and LND Stainer unable to win.
Olha como termina a batalha.
Caramba, velho. Mano, que batalha foi essa?
Uhum. Foi um confronto muito poderoso, cara. Eu gostei desse Janioa.
Vamos ver como é que tá a classificação?
Bora. Não. Tá, o dado classificado.
Aqui, ó. Vamos lá pra cima, né?
Bora.
Grupo A. Balicha e El Shersdai daqui a pouco.
É o William Vish e é o Chester. O AXN já perdeu. Não venceu do Barrobo Shop.
O Scaf tá aqui, o Scaf tem que escafeder daqui, viu? Minha torcida totalmente.
Os nossos caras que esse cara se lasque, se arrombado. Quem perdeu ali?
Nezebetan perdeu. Batomé inadequência.
Caraca!
Vai ser bom,
essa
hein?
batalha vai ser boa.
Ó, o Chicken Boy aqui, não é aquele japonês doidão lá, do Baixodon?
Ele mesmo, ele perdeu pra Andrews.
Perdeu
Olha,
nada, ele ganhou.
Na verdade ele ganhou.
Ganhou, pô.
Temos uma eliminada, mas só falta a Paulacha ser eliminada. Aí a Paulacha aí, ó. Elimina ela.
Paige ganhou. Vem pra cá.
Tudo perdeu.
O Iron tá aqui. Rubens.
Alburn perdeu!
O Alburn perdeu.
Gente!
Aqui o Freron perdeu. Agora a gente tem Alburn. Ah, mano, já era. Todos os BR perdeu. Não temos mais representantes BR, pessoal. Gabriel Iovar acaba de ser eliminado do BBB, né? Nada aqui.
Que triste. Ah, não gostei não. Exige um rematch. Ele perdeu de quanto que tá na frente?
Oi?
Ele perdeu de quanto? Ah, que triste, velho.
FBR, pessoal. A gente não tem como ser campeão mais. Triste. Então minha torcida vai pôr na sequência pro Patomem, porém os dois vão batalhar, né?
Eu vou ficar pro Alburn, eu confio que ele vai fazer esperação embaixo.
Eu queria que esse japonês ganhasse, cara. O japonês levou o Bastodon e merece. E aí joga bem, porque olha o tanto de gente que ele ganhou aqui depois que ele perdeu. Ó.
Não, eu quero que ele se lasque.
Não, ele tem que usar. Eu, se eu fosse ele, pedia pra trocar e punha o Shine, o Big Shadow, né? Só eu acho isso. Alguém está comigo? Obrigado pelo apoio, pessoal.
O que tu falou?
Perderam na rua das primas também, né, mano? A final já é hoje, não. A final é amanhã. Hoje não é que não vai muito tarde, não. Tem partida pra isso.
Sabe o que eu acho, Raft? Eu acho que quando o Aurus perdeu pelo Japão, era uma premonição. Ele se perdeu no Japão. Ele perdeu no Japão. Piada bosta de hoje. Me manda mensagem pra mais.
It's all connected, Gabby. It's not just random, right?
Really, but honestly, we have some incredible storylines that are developing and connecting here this weekend as we try to figure out who is going to be our second ever world champion in Pokemon Go for the Masters Division. And we have another exciting matchup coming up to bring us closer and closer to that championship battle. So let's go ahead and jump down to the stage where we have
É o Valiant. É o Valiant, bicho.
É. Esse cara é bom, hein, mano. Eu gostei dele ontem. Também não demonstra nada. Muito calmo. Meu, Chesder aí é chileno, mano.
Eu te 10. Ah! É aquele cara que ficou assim, que fica com 5 push, o cara que levou Carbink.
É? Ela... Como é brabo, hein?
Brabíssimo.
This weekend, he's got Azumarill, Noctowl, Lantern, Galarian Stunfisk, and Medicham. So you might say, oh, the odds are kind of stacked against him here. Only 5 Pokemon, but he's...
Sai fora, Júlio, palhaço. Harjef foi e perdeu, Pedro. Todos os BR foram eliminados.
I think the Venusaur could be particularly problematic because you only have your Noctowl as the hard answer. Yes, you have Medicham with Ice Punch, but either of your water types do not want to see the Shadow Venusaur. Galarian Stunfisk needs to land that hard-hitting Earthquake in order to get the knockout. So it's going to be a little bit tricky here, but LJ has managed to navigate this very, very well thus far.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that he does only have 5 Pokemon, but honestly, if you're doing as well as he's doing, having gone 2-0, 2-0, and 2-1 in sets so far in this tournament...
Rafa, aceita a saudade de soda?
Eu aceito, manda pra mim.
Tá, vem aqui pegar.
Eu tô indo aí de fly, manda a coordenada.
Tô te mandando. Muito bom.
With some bulky support from the Lickitung, Lantern, and Medicham. What's been really interesting for me to watch as we play through these games, as we start off this set even, is just how much Lickitung has come back in force.
Peraí,
85% on the field today and yesterday, Medicham, but
Bora, vambora pra batalha. Venossauro, cara.
Lead neutro.
I really like this lead here from Elche because the Galarian Stunfisk does have a lot of neutral play. Even if you get this Shadow Venusaur weak, you can come in with Medicham and knock it down. Now, Valiant Fish is ready for that knockdown. If you look at his back line, he not only has the Lantern, he also has the Galarian Stunfisk. He knows 10 out of 10 times that Pokemon is coming and he's prepared for it.
Boa noite.
Luckily, though, he only sees the Galarian Stunfisk in the lead.
Teria beitado, hein?
Shield to protect the Venusaur from the Earthquake as it builds up to its next charged attack, going a couple of turns extra, throwing that attack with perfect timing. One turn before the Earthquake is available to the Galarian Stunfisk. Elche will not go for a shield here. The Galarian Stunfisk
não morre. Ai.
throw that Earthquake. Valiant Fish has a tough decision to make.
Tá bom, mano, vem farmando.
Maintain switch advantage and use his final shield to block this powerful attack. Will go and fast move down the Galarian Stunfisk. And now Elche does not hesitate to send in the Noctowl, an instant swap for Valiant Fish, and
Acabou.
out on the field to face off.
Honestly, I do see some win conditions here, right? Because if you're Elche, you can land the Psychic here, you can try to defeat the Lantern. You need to exit this matchup, though.
Tem vantagem de shield, eu não sei se faz alguma diferença.
Não.
Nock com o shield não ganha do...
O problema é o Venossauro.
Tudo dá, cara.
Opa!
Opa!
Boa noite, Gostzinho. Boa recuperação pra ti.
Devia ter dado esse counter final, não.
Yeah, the Surfer's going to knock out regardless. We do see the knockdown come back in. Look for a meaty wing attack down on that resisted electric type. Here comes the Galarian Stunfisk.
Mano, dá pra ir ganhar ainda. Sério?
A chance tá muito baixa.
Dá ainda.
Ah, não, não. Não tem como não. Claro, Gostzinho.
We should see the rock slide now connect with this Noctowl, but Elche knows that he can take at least one rock slide from this Pokemon, is not threatened to use that shield just yet.
Elche absorbs the rock slide like you said, Gabby, but here comes the second one right away.
Ah não, ele tem ataque no Venossauro.
Tem como não.
Is that what's going to happen because the switch timer is not quite up yet for Valiant Fish? He can't quite get to it. We're going to see the charge attack priority event right there on the Shadow Ball. Now it's all up to the knockdown to carry Elche the rest of the way.
Just like we saw previously, Noctowl has a higher attack, so its charge attack will fire first, and Venusaur gets to the slow
Falei, não como não.
after one more Vine Whip there.
Acabou.
Should be enough to knock out this Noctowl. Let's just see.
O cara sabia a contagem, né, mano?
Sim, mas no momento que o Valiant botou o Blanturne, acabou.
É, né?
Isso, esse era o objetivo dele. Ele concluiu com maestria.
It's Elche's only answer for the Shadow Venusaur, so he expected it, he anticipated it, he had all the right answers in the back, and then also the switch out to pull the Medicham out from the back line and eliminate that threat because it would have had a great matchup against the Galarian Stunfisk in the back. Really, really well played by Valiant Fish. Again, just proving time and time again why he's been so successful here in Yokohama.
Yeah, but check out this replay. That Venusaur came onto the field with only one turn less of energy required to throw the Sludge Bomb. That was some fantastic energy management from Vish, recognizing that he could swap in that Venusaur, get that one attack through before the Noctowl was anywhere near a charged attack. And then
Esse cara é muito bom, cara.
O Valiant, ele é bom. Todo mundo poderia ter perdido o regional da Oceania.
Exactly right. Valiant Fish has played perfectly here on out. Just incredibly fun to watch. And he showed
Ah, ele pegou um Lick Tang, adoro ele.
Great team reads. He's got all the pieces. He just needs to put them together in order
Olha essa barba cheia, esse cabelo.
LJ has succeeded this far with only 5 Pokemon on his team. That's like playing with one arm tied behind your back. You can only tap with one hand, right? It's really, really tough. And he needs to be proud of what he's accomplished so far. But we're heading into game number 2 here. I
Que foi, Raft?
knocked out to come. The question in my mind is just, where's the Venusaur? If LJ can line up his knockdown against the Venusaur, I think he's got a really solid chance, but all the pieces need to fall in the perfect place for him to even have a shot in this matchup.
Pessoal, deixa o like aí, hein? Na hora que chegar, né?
Pera aí, dislike. Dei dislike aqui, Raft. Pera aí, vou denunciar a live rapidinho.
Nossa, agora.
Nossa, o jogo virou. O jogo virou muito.
Peitar 12 aí ganha.
Não, não ganha não.
Peitar 12 aí não vira?
Não.
Lógico que vira.
Não vira.
Peitar 12 ele vira. Falando pra você, cara, eu conheço a matchup.
Tu me tá te falando.
Presta atenção, ó. Chega junto, entendeu? No bré. Entendeu?
Ah, 5-4, 5-4. Lembrei.
Chega no F Flash junto. Ai! Eu peguei o
Essa partida tá na mão do Dead. Mas ele pode perder ainda.
Acho que perde, não.
Não, ele tem chance de perder.
É só se fizer muita cagada e tem um...
Ele não pode pôr... Tá, isso não sei, não mata. Ah não, Noctal contra Medchamp?
This might be a single move Shadow Charizard. It's just throwing Dragon Claws over and over and over, but now the Medicham is within range. He does pick up the knockout, but I think LJ still is in a very solid position. Still has a protection advantage, comes in with the Glaring Sunfist. Now, finally, straight for the Blast Burn.
Não contou. Ele tinha que dar mais um fast. Bola sombria.
Nossa, farmou pouco, hein? Graças a Deus.
Isso, Shadow Ball.
Farma o resto.
Shadow Ball doing slightly more damage than Sky Attack, even though it's not the same type of attack bonus,
Cara?
it's higher energy output. See the Ice Punch connect here.
Falar que o cara não tá bem. Ó, perfeito.
A ideia jogou muito bem. Jogou muito bem mesmo.
Peitar 2 vira assim, eu falei pro Ada, eu conheço mesmo. If you want to talk about how incredible Elche is playing, you have to take that into account as well. Down one Pokemon.
Meu Deus, o Gartezinho. Esse combo tá bom. Esse combo tá legal.
Quando eu ponho meu código nessa live, Adam, sem Raft sim tá reagindo. Isso aí que ele ganhou o jogo, tá?
Uma paradinha. A paradinha foi ótima. Foi excelente pra ele.
Dragon.
I think was really what shifted the momentum in his favor. And I think he's also just relying on a very consistent core of Pokemon. The Metacham Noctowl Galarian Stunfisk core is, I think, no stranger to the GOBattleLeague in particular. I think a lot of people like to run these three when they're playing on the ladder in-game, as they just have so many outs.
Live da cadeira.
So I think for him, it's really just a matter of what Pokemon do I lead, and then which Pokemon is going to be my safe switch after I see my opponent's lead, and I try and make some assumptions about their team.
Well, so many outs, but also so much synergy and flexibility, right? You have the coverage on the Galarian Stunfisk. The Metacham's bulk is just absolutely outstanding. Most used Pokemon ever in the Championship Series. It appears on just about every single team universally, except for maybe Wadaj at NAIC and his Toxicroak. That might be the one exception that we've seen so far this season, but it's been so incredible to watch. And now the pressure has shifted. You can feel on the stage the momentum.
Pode tá sim, Raí.
Elche, he seems to be in a commanding position here. Valiant Vish taking just a few more seconds to think things over. Do I make the obvious choice in the Shadow Venusaur? Do I try to throw my opponent off?
Ainda tá podendo pegar o código? Ah, eu acho que tá.
It kind of feels like he had
Tá
the
sim.
answer in game 1, but now just question marks.
Yeah, I think you just have to look at the Pokemon your opponent's using and recognize that it is something that is strong and consistent, and go for your own strong and consistent play and just try and...
Mano, eu acho que eu vou pôr outra conta pra farmar. Cachorro, né? Se vender por 10 conto tá valendo, não tá?
O moreninho é o australiano e o outro de camisa vermelha é mexicano.
Tá outro celular aqui. Opa! Gostei. Cara, essa partida vai ser legal, tá?
Vai.
Let's see which of these lanterns wins the charge attack priority event. It looks like Valiant Vish just going to go for the Thunderbolt straight away here and not find out that key information. It will connect. Elche does have the energy stored. He's going to go for one of his own. Anticipating the catch. It doesn't come.
Eu acho que hoje não vai até muito tarde, não. Tem partida pra isso, tá ligado? Senão eles não tem
Justo de
partida.
que eu tô mais disponível. Aff.
Como faz para resgatar esse código? Você tem que assistir 30 minutos da live, ó.
Ah, como colocar? Vai na loja e desce até o fim.
Na loja deve
Que vai
ser.
ter uma barrinha por lá.
Here comes the Thunderbolt from Elche. This one will connect, basically tying up this mirror match. We still had not had a charge attack priority event, so we don't know which one of these Lantern will win. And now,
Opa! Ai!
Ai!
Brings it out, and this is resisted damage.
Não tem o que fazer, não tem. Acabou. Isso aqui acabou.
Que acabou, não!
Agora vai ser Miura de Stunfisk, que é o pior que tinha. Acabou demais, não tem mais o que fazer, acabou.
Opa, do cara, dele ganhou o CMP. Opa! Opa, acabou. Shielda, só Shielda. Shielda chileno. Pelo amor de Deus, chileno. Shielda!
Ele não precisa. Tá, lembra que o cara levou na ilha do relâmpago? Por isso que faz diferença.
Ah, então não foi ruim, não.
Mas agora o Venusaur vai farmar e vai vir o Nock. Pera. Uma luz no fim do túnel. E não, não. Vai lá, vai lá aí. Acabou. Falou.
Você não ganhou, hein, mano.
Uhum. Ó, a Nock. Olha como vem. Olha como... Pera aí. Pera.
Tem um shield ainda.
Não, tem não. Tem como ganhar, não.
Não é isso aí, não.
Ele não vai ajudar aí porque ele lembra que tem um turno ali.
Ai. Aí deu uma paradinha.
This seems like a mistake. Can you spark down? I don't think you can. I think the Lantern's going to get to another surf here from Elche, and he does. Maybe he's trying to
Essa foi uma batalha muito técnica.
Teve como, cara.
Uhum. Os dois jogaram muito. Os dois jogaram muito bem.
Ai, já ganhou já. Meu amigo. Fala dele, 5 Pokémon, mano. 5 Pokémon. O cara tá com 5 Pokémon, mano.
É o poder latino.
Eu torço pra ele, viu?
Também, essa inspiração, cara. Ele está classificado para as finais. Práticas de uma próxima fase do torneio.
Todos os BR foram de base. Alan Toável, seja bem-vindo, meu brother. Quem puder deixar o like aí, pessoal, ajuda demais, tá? Se quiser coins também, é só chamar aí. Daqui a pouquinho eu desocupo aqui, eu tô comprando. E aí, coins mais baratos. O áudio de Alola ficou desnorteado, você viu?
Uhum.
Ah, mas não tinha que fazer, né, mano?
Grande Chiquito.
Tinha que fazer, cara.
Mas ambos jogaram muito bem.
Dá uma olhadinha na tabela.
Se eu fosse o LG Dead, eu meti um Carbink, só de zoeira, só de zoeirinha.
Cheguei agora e o Áureo. Ó o Largo. O Áureo perdeu ontem. E agora e o Áureo, ó o Largo. E o Arnaldo, todos os BRs foram desclassificados. Sem exceção. Todos.
Todos. O que você acha de denunciar o Raft por trabalhar na escravidão? Cara, já me vi processo contra ele. Tá rolando já.
A tomar banho, eu gosto de... Sai fora.
O que foi, Raft? Tá rolando, relaxa. Vai receber um level. Não. Uma batida da polícia lá na tua casa.
Geral?
Toque, toque, toque. 3 toques na porta. Quem é? Polícia Federal. Adoro esse meme.
As esperanças são maiores. As esperanças maiores eram no Mario. Vou perguntar pra você só pra você não perder a
Aquele
piada,
que fica
tá?
no tazo da Mario?
Mario, Jota. Mario. Fala pra nós. Agora vai começar os losers.
Ah, vai começar eu? Beleza, tô indo.
Aqui. Cadê?
Eu tô aqui.
Aqui já foi todas. É, mano. Aqui na Dequência passa. E3. Como é que é?
Vai o Lequaquá.
O Aaron perdeu.
Ele perdeu pro Tonton.
Mas cadê o Q1, velho?
Tá na transmissão daquele bicho lá. Do Dequence.
Lá tá Q3. Nossa, esse cara.
Caraca,
puta que lá merda, mano.
Cara, o Veilia mal acabou de batalhar, vai ter que batalhar de novo agora.
Vai.
Tadinho. Não teve descanso.
Vai ser o Inadequência e pata agora.
O que é um ali? Não é 3 não.
É isso que tá aqui.
Ah, é porque tá muito embaçado aqui. Tá muito embaçado.
Pega desse jeito. Killer dos FF. Melhor fazer bate-volta no Guarujá. Bem mais barato. É nada, mano. Baita experiência dos caras, tá ligado?
É, Isso é Doll Saft.
Tá maluco? Baita experiência dos caras.
Killer Dolls. Também quero Carlos Tito. Bora.
Pagamento não autoriza.
Meu salário é sempre assim, Raft.
players have picked up Pokemon Go as well throughout the duration of this season and also here.
Olha ele veio com uma roupa chique, olha aí, ó, Raft.
Putão ainda ali, hein, mano.
Cara, o Speedtiff é estiloso. E ó, gostei do terninho da moça, esqueci o nome dela. Gostei do terninho dela.
So if you catch one in Pokemon Go, you can then migrate it via Pokemon Home, and then all of a sudden you have multiple Cresselia that you can choose from. Whereas otherwise it can be pretty difficult to catch in game. You have to progress pretty far, and I know sometimes I just want to like do a raid with friends and then use that Pokemon as well because I have those great memories.
Exactly right.
Speaking of great memories, let's take a look at some of the posts on social media that y'all have been sharing this weekend. Shout outs to King and
Olha o King!
This picture is so adorable.
Wow, King says 1 year ago I said I do.
Olha a N, Alan.
It's been an incredible year.
O King é King.
I'm so thankful to Pokemon Go app for bringing us together through a GPL battle that
Tem mais gostzinho?
King, you're doing the right thing, right? Let your missus win. Best loss of my life because it became my
Ela que pediu em casamento, é?
Oh my goodness. I'm actually tearing up.
Homem desse?
That's so sweet.
Empoderadíssima.
Você acha que ia deixar passar?
Eu acho.
Ô, Killer, chama a exclamação coins aí, me chama no privado que já eu respondo pra você. Então tá, Miris, o pessoal tem que deixar o like, né? 150.
If there was an alphabet for the World Championship, A stands for Auburn because he has been absolutely crushing it here. We see Kachina Mom joining in the middle as well, and Ramberto, our San Diego regional champion.
Yeah, so thank you again to all of those out there sharing your posts on social media. If you want to join in on that action, make sure to use #PokemonWorld. Tag your post so we can see.
Só me lembro, tipo, tirar realmente o símbolo do Twitter e botar o X.
I still haven't seen many shiny posts yet this weekend.
It's true.
I don't know if it's because we're in a bit of a different time zone and maybe some people are using Pokemon Sleep instead of Pokemon Go while we're casting, but if you're watching the stream at home and you've caught anything incredible for PvP, or maybe you've caught that shiny Pokemon that you're looking for, or maybe you've made an incredible trade with some friends you've made along the way, please make sure to share that with us. We'd love to feature you.
Well, I know the trainers watching are here for the battles, and we have new trainers ready on stage. Let's go ahead and take a look and see who we are getting.
Quem vai ter agora?
World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. A familiar
Pato.
É o Pato e o Coisa.
Storm on the right. We've got Inadequance versus Patome.
Inadequance was one of our featured trainers earlier.
Vamos lá, galera. Curtam a live. 99 curtidas. Total uma pra chegar em 100.
But also how animated he gets during the battles. It's just such a joy to see him, you know, sort of work through his strategy, you know, celebrate the victories, you know, maybe sort of ponder at what he could play better when he goes down in a set. But overall, just a fantastic trainer. But also his opponent, Pato.
Cara, o Socafofo do Inadequance tá muito forte. Tá muito forte mesmo. Só perde pra mente já. E o resto consegue ganhar até que bem. Ele vai levar esse pato. Essa lesma. Talvez ele possa fazer uma. Eu acho, cara, pelo menos é garantido. Patoman tá indo mais rascada.
Patoman provou ontem pra mim que é um bom jogador, tá?
Não, ele é um excelente jogador. Mas vai ser difícil, porque tipo, o time do Inadequance tá forte e é um jogador forte. Ele vai passar por poucas e boas.
Larissa, se tiver uma água aí, traz pra mim, não tem água aqui.
Traz não, Larissa.
Fazendo favor, amor.
Tem que treinar o Raft pra sobreviver no deserto.
Aham.
Nunca se sabe.
Fala pra ela. Isso.
Pode falar. Vai concordar comigo.
É por isso que ficou caro desse jeito, é. Pô. Dá pra comprar um kit de carne.
season, and here he is just doing incredibly well. To talk about this specific matchup, I'm very curious if we're going to see the
batalha aí vai ser legal.
Vai. Olha, ele vai também investir no Dinossauro Shadow. Também tá forte.
Só não lida com a Altária, né? De novo.
Exatamente.
Aquela outra partida que a gente viu também era a mesma coisa, né?
Isso.
A gente viu do Inadequência e podia levar o Venossauro que ele dá com tudo menos que a Altária.
E ele pegou na Altária. 2 vezes.
É neutro, né, mano?
Uhum. Ele não levou a lesma.
É aí, cara.
O Inadequência não pode deixar ele virar esse jogo. O Inadequência não pode deixar. Não pode. Ele tem que virar isso.
Aí, ô Killer, só me chamar nesse link aí, tá? Shieldou, acabou.
Ainda não. Pera.
Acabou de...
Tem muito jogo ainda, uns 2.
Aí vai farmar tudo, né?
Uhum. Não, não gostei disso. Mas tá bom, ele tá com muita vida, tá com muita energia. Não tá fácil pra ele, não tá fácil pra ele com isso, não. Acabou. Acho que o Pato venceu.
2 garras.
O Pato venceu.
Ó.
O Pato venceu.
Falando que o Pato tá jogando diferente e tá ganhando, mano.
Uhum. Esse Stunfisk não mata aquela otária. Ele não chega em 2 deslizes. Se o Pato quiser, ele pode até brincar e dar um Moonblast aí, se ele quiser.
Mas 2 deslizes não matava, né?
Pois é, por isso que eu falei que se ele quiser, ele pode chegar, ele dá pra um Blast. Se ele quiser. Só pra zoar.
Até bom, hein?
É, quá. Meu Pato Pitico. Gostei que ele abraça o nome, o nick dele. Ele comprou pro Psyduck.
That being said, again, Patoman on fire here. A lot of trainers are looking up to him, expecting him to do great things. Inadequence, though, in a position we haven't seen him very often. He has to fight back here in this matchup. You don't see a lot of celebrations, right? He's dialed in and focused. I think the real problem here, though, was letting this Metachamp get so much energy.
Realmente o farm ali fez a diferença, hein, mano?
Sim. A partir do momento que a Medicham apareceu ali, ele ganhou.
Tem bait, não tem nada, não precisa.
Também acho isso desrespeitoso, Carlos Tito.
Que dia que Pato vai tomar banho.
Não, se o monte de Gong leva de Gong, por que o Pato não pode levar Pato? Queria ter os 7 mares, todo o poder. Não pode não, Mineirinho. não pode trocar de time até o fim do torneio. Olha, Carlos, não é que seria ruim, é que seria péssimo, seria estrondoso, desastroso. A pessoa que levasse GOBattleLeague, certeza que ia perder. Entendeu? Então não é que seja ruim.
Slow the game pace down and just really focus in on alignment and positioning.
I couldn't agree more. We're heading into our next game here. This could be a decisive battle. Patoman 1-0 lead.
Salve, Fabrício Martins.
Ó,
trouxe. Ó, a B, o Patoman tá de ABA pra Lesma.
Even though one's not enough to secure a KO, Altaria is going to really struggle here if Patoman decides to leave it on the field.
And we do see the switch out into the meta champ. Here comes Shadow Charizard with Protect Shields in game number 1. It got Psychic.
Boa noite, Gustavo Escaramuça.
Off of the field. Let's see if the same thing happens. Oh, actually going to use the Protect Shield here on the Ice Punch. I think Inadequate's
E Gustavo?
Cara, tá ruim pro Pato.
Punch, which does have a lower energy cost, trying to throw the second ice punch on the charge attack priority event, but blast burn. This attack does so much damage. Patoman does opt to shield.
Não tem o que fazer, a Lesma leva tudo já.
Farmar mais ainda, né? O garra agora.
Yeah, in this situation you almost don't want a charge attack priority tie here because then you risk
Não tem por que ajudar. Não tem por que ajudar, não pode ajudar.
Tem um antes, é? Nossa, não saiu, hein? Olha lá, você viu a carinha dele? Você viu a carinha dele?
Se eu fosse o juiz...
Acabou.
Tem que fazer nada.
It's going to come down to who can deal more damage and how quickly. I think Sableye will outpace to these foul plays, but the big question is, will it be enough to take down the Lantern before it thunderbolts it down?
Yeah, we see waiting a turn again to avoid the catch. Inadequate goes for the surf. He's not entirely happy with the position he's in, but he needs 2 charge attacks regardless. So I do think
Meu monstro do mar.
Here. Gonna try to pace one. Oh, and the attempted catch. Inadequate doesn't fall for it.
Ele tentou. Valoriza o esforço.
This might actually be enough.
I think that Moonblast's intended target though was going to be the Dunsparce, but the Lantern is able to hold on with just a sliver of health and throw a Thunderbolt.
Olha a carinha dele.
Olha a carinha dele.
Is not going for a knockout, but will roll out down the Altaria for that extra energy.
And there's that classic
Oh, ainda conhece muito expressivo. Muito bom.
Falar.
Ele vai fazer transplante capilar esse assumir cavofóbico. Tô te falando, se ele ganhar esse prêmio, ele vai fazer transplante capilar.
É mesmo?
Eu apoio, eu vou mandar pra ele no inbox sugestão.
Mas tá normal, pô.
Só fez sentir minha que eu tô falando longe do fone. Mas eles confrontos tão bons.
Bom.
Mas a partir do momento que eu vi que o Inadequate levou a Lesma, eu sabia que ele ia ganhar.
Não, levou a lesma e encaixou onde tinha que encaixar, né?
É porque, cara, eu tô te falando, cara, do time do Patoman, o único que vence a Lesma de verdade é a Medichan.
Cara, mas olha isso, resistir aí foi o cúmulo, hein, mano.
Foi tudo embora, Breno. Tudo foi eliminado.
Todos eliminados do BBB.
Ah, daí BBB? Bora fazer jogo da Discord, Raft?
Oi?
Bora fazer jogo da Discord? Eu tenho muitos adjetivos pra tipo, Raft. É bom. Eu vou dizer que eu vou... Qual é aquilo mesmo? Voltei por afinidade.
But the rock slides do deal a ton of damage. And after the GOBattleLeague season shift, when rollout got an increase in damage itself, those two things kind of compile and make Dunsparce
Fazer uma campanha pra passar pro Raft pra Turquia fazer tratamento. Faz aí então.
O Raft vai pegar o dinheiro e vai gastar tudo em comida.
É, mano. Passado nem na fase de grupo. É, mano, mas é difícil, cara. Não é fácil, não. Esperava mais dos BR, mas também a gente tem que compreender que os melhores estão ali, né, mano?
Adolescente contra calvo não é justo.
A vida não é justa.
But here we go, we're going into game number 3. This is still on the winner's
Number
side of the
3.
bracket, so whoever loses this is getting knocked down to the
Terceira
loser
partida,
side.
quarta aposta, Raft. Quem vence? Quarta aposta.
Once again from Inadequates, but this time against Paddleman's
É bom, hein?
This is what Inadequates needed. He needed to line up the normal type Pokemon.
Tá,
here.
hein? Tá meio
Dunsparce has
merda.
a slight lead here in
Tá
this
ruim.
situation.
Eu tô aberto pra
Situations because
Dunsparce.
those licks are double resisted and the newly buffed rollout
Dunsparce
does
ganha aí,
slowly
não ganha?
chip away at the Lickitung.
Ganha? Porque eu não lembro o nome do Lick.
The question is, did Patoman bring Lickitung plus the Altaria, or did he go with the same Light Metacham core that he had in game number 2?
Well, we have a bit of a
O Lick aí dá o quê? 1 de dano?
stream for anybody watching at home.
É, quase isso.
Menos?
Body slam from
Acho que é um mesmo. Não tem como dar menos.
for some little bit of damage, and again, Lickitung just quickly building up to these body slams, as that is its best
Não,
option.
Carlotito, o importante não é competir, não.
Normal type Pokemon,
Tem.
that is Dunsparce.
O importante é calvofobia.
For the drill run here again against the Lickitung. This is again a very close matchup between these two bulky normal type Pokemon, and despite this Lickitung likely being at level 50, the Dunsparce can still.
Tá com as finais aí pra ver quem que vai pras finais lá. Vai ser hoje? Pô, tem partida até de madrugada.
And the question is, what is in the back line for both of these trainers? They've been thinking it over. Do they know
Não é tão
what
safe
is
não, ó.
lurking behind?
Hora demais.
Such a tough call to make here too, as it looks like Inadequate still isn't threatened to go for a
Pra também
shield.
tava dando uma
Oi?
rascada mesmo.
Switch advantage here is going to be so huge in these matchups as these trainers
Eu tentei desentupir aí, mas não foi.
Jogou certo. Ele tava vendo se quer saber se ia haver um catch e deu deslize.
Vai farmar de Medicham.
Comes in with the Medicham here, going to deal some super effective counter damage. One thing Patoman can count on is that Inadequates is not running an ABA team.
Tá ruim pro Inadequates. Tá muito ruim.
We see the Protect Shield here on the Ice Punch. I don't think that Patoman was at the Psychic yet, so that's an interesting Protect Shield. But in comes the Altaria, we see the counter swap.
Que horas do Brasil, cara? Viaja não, menino. Que horas, cara? Classificaram, né? Então é os melhores. Era o azar.
É, porque tipo, eles jogaram bem pra ter a vaga. Todos eles jogaram muito bem pra ter a vaga. Mas infelizmente acontece algumas coisas, tipo, pô, bait no bait, alinhamento, são vários fatores.
Cada coisa tem que dar 2 surfar.
E pensa só, poderia ser o Raft lá. Seria pior ainda. Ia perder pro WO.
Nossa, debufou, cara.
Você já tava ruim antes.
Não deu o ataque pra Tomé. Ele quer farmar. Ficou demais, hein?
Jogou muito.
Tá? Nossa! Aqui acabou. Pra Tomé.
Ele olhou pro Inadequates e falou quá quá.
Opa! Opa!
Que reviravolta. Eu não confiava. Eu não confiava.
O Calvo ganhou, cara. Meu Deus.
Astro transtornado. Não aceito isso, não. Eu só... Contra Calvas eu digo sim.
Ele não
É, a
conseguiu
Gabe Snyder.
chegar, cara.
surprised is I figured Pataman would just try and throw those attacks to just even see if you could get to that point, but I think both those trainers knew how much energy they needed.
Nada de bonde do calvo, não. Tem que ser bonde dos cabeludos.
Pera aí que eu já volto.
Just some incredible adjustments after losing that.
Não me venha com bonde dos calvos, não.
Here we are in game number 1. That Shadow Charizard doing its best to hang on, but unfortunately for inadequates.
Gostei da frase, Gauchito.
Are anticipating the Psychic does opt to use the shield there, but as that was his last shield, it did put him at a bit of a disadvantage.
Eu acho, Breno Souza, que o único país da América do Sul que tá lá, até agora, é do... É no Kiki? Acho que é no Kiki. Acho que é do Chile, que é o cara que tá com 5 Pokémons.
Disguising what his back line is, he's doing everything right. Moonblast connects, a key Thunderbolt sneaks through, and you can tell by the look on his face, he needed that damage, and he was very happy to have it.
Yeah, and just look at the facial expressions as well, as I think, especially during this final moment.
É que não tinha o que estudar mesmo, que tipo, e tinha chegando nos golpes.
Shaking his head in inadequates, you can see the moment when he realizes he won, just that face of victory. What an incredible set from two incredible trainers.
Se ele estudasse o relâmpago da... Na Austrália, ele poderia perder. BR já foi tudo eliminado, essa bala, Júnior. Foi tudo eliminado.
Eliminado,
E sim, a Vitor já pode evoluir.
After the Moonblast debuff, I think if he shields up the Thunderbolt there, shields one Dragon Claw from the Charizard, he can absolutely get to the double Ice Punches there and maybe have a better chance to win the game. It still would have been pretty close because
Esse terninho da Gabi Schneider é muito chique. Adoro esse estilo.
You know, that's again hindsight. You never really know when you're in the moment.
Hindsight is 2020, but Pataman, even though that was his first loss in the tournament, he is still in the running for the title of world champion. I said it.
Qual é o Pokémon que ela tá?
We had somebody win from the loser.
Não consigo ver. Ah, foi Coco.
And honestly, at this point, given how close these games are, I would not be surprised if it happened again. Like every single person who's still in contention for the title at this point in time,
Pokémon.
has the skills to be the world champion.
É a primeira forma do crocodilo. Do passarinho.
No, I agree. I think luck is always a factor. If you look at Dancing Rob, right, he finished, I believe, 4th place at EUIC.
Pode ser.
That's how he qualified.
Tá liberado,
he
Lega.
wasn't a regional champion. He wasn't an international champion. He just had all the right ingredients at the right time.
Não fale isso, Elite Bio.
It doesn't matter what your resume is. A lot of trainers looking at Wadaj.
É, mano, vai mesmo.
And a lot of people's minds he is, but that doesn't mean anything. You have to play the games. One single mistake, one single misstep.
Se houver ditadura careca, o Raft vai ser o vassalo.
Que vassalo?
Estuda. Pesquisa.
O palhaço, eu tô perguntando pra você que eu não sei, eu não quero pesquisar nada não.
Ah, pesquisa? Eu não sou obrigado a te dar a resposta de mão beijada, Raft.
Você não fala difícil não, cara, não fala fácil.
Agora eu vou só falar difícil.
Vai ficar falando sozinho, vou te mutar já.
O vassalo é a pessoa que se subordina ao soberano.
Você que vai ser vassalo. Se os carecas estiverem dominando, eu vou lembrar das suas ofensas.
Quando tiver sobrinho dos careca, Raft, tu vai ser o subalterno do careca.
Ó, top 16 já. Agora é 5 partidas, não é? É, né?
Não, só na final que é 5 partidas.
Machamp, Carlos Tito. Sandslash, Dilgong, Warren. O que mais?
Obstagon.
Tagun.
E mais um.
Yeah, you know, I've also noticed that a lot of trainers have different ways they'll like tap their phones. Oh yeah. And I'm wondering if that's like a competitive thing or if that's a personal thing. I mean,
mas esse não deve ser importante. Se eu não lembro, é importante.
Sometimes if I'm like, you know, doing a raid or something, I'll do 2 fingers like this, you know, just sort of walking. Maybe the walker is what I'll call it.
Yeah, the most unique one I've seen is actually Dunebug.
Yes,
Dunebug 97, he's got what I call the flutter tap. He's like this.
Yeah, I remember watching him play at some of the tournaments earlier on in the season, and I just find it very interesting. And I feel like there's also like a potential storyline there that maybe we could like interview players and ask them like, what's your tapping style?
Yeah, or complete this charge attack mini.
Que sacanagem, o Pikachu de long. Oh, não. natureza.
E o Pikachu de Londres era mais bonito. É, que sem graça esse Pikachu desse Mundial, hein? Que sem graça.
Não, tem uma faixa na cabeça do Japão.
Não, sabe o que eu queria?
Ah.
Queria que o Pikachu tivesse um kimono.
Kimono, ué. Kimono.
Era o mínimo, cara.
Agora o mínimo
Aí
é o
botar essa
máximo
camisa.
dos caras, tá ligado?
Aí já pensou? O próximo Mundial é na Alemanha, o Pikachu é do Hitler.
Não, ué. Tem aquela dança alemã com um chapeuzinho, tá ligado?
Não, mas assim, eu sinto que o próximo Mundial vai ser na
Matomei ainda tem
América.
chance, ele perdeu a primeira. Gabriel foi de VF. Foi inadequência dominando o mundo, hein?
Eu achei inadequado. Ó, Azul tem play. Não pode ver Regis. Nem Regis, nem o Lickitung,
Ah, mas o
né?
Regis dele tá forte, cara. O Regis dele lida com 4. 4 daqui, ó.
Só sei de uma coisa, o Dodge vai levar Sandslash em todas. Com quase certeza. Acho que é Sandslash e Medicham a play dele.
Isso pra ele, cara. Jogar, hein?
I know that at the regional championship series or possibly even the European or the international championship series, excuse me.
É isso mesmo, Jota. Na Alemanha é um Pikachu segurando um caneco.
Caneco de quem? Gosto. Mas eu queria que seja algum lugar na América, o próximo Mundial. Já pensou o próximo Mundial no Brasil? Tem que me levar, né, Rafa? Pra mim lá.
Vou levar. Fácil, patrocinar.
Aí o Pikachu numa moto.
Você tá ligado que esse meu povo vai te cancelar, né, palhaço?
Eu sei!
Ô, louco, Mundial no... Mano, Mundial no Rio de Janeiro. Pikachu numa moto, ó os caras. Ai, meu Deus. Mano, vai ser cancelado, mano. Cancelado
Não,
demais,
quem falou de Rio de Janeiro foi tu.
Ai, meu Deus.
Eu falei, numa moto porque dois caras numa moto. Dois caras numa moto é comum em todo o Brasil. E não podem me deixar, não. Até aqui em Manaus tem.
Você não tá aguentando. Opa, já mamou.
Deu, se fudeu.
Aqui no Rio seria segurando um fuzil. Aí é.
Não, olha o Felipe chamando ele miliciano. Nossa, o quanto o Dodge tá fudido, não tem
Por que
comparação.
ele fez isso? Por que ele fez isso? Por quê?
Bufado.
Por que ele não pôs o Swampert?
Eu acho que ele pensa que Sandslash é o final. Sandslash é o último. Ele acha. Foi um Sandslash. Vai se lascar, Luiz. Quem falou do Rio de Janeiro foi o Raft. Também não lembro que achou numa moto. Eu não dei nacionalidade.
Eu sim, Luiz. Cancela, Luiz. Cancela.
Quer que eu volte a live? Meu Deus, Carlos Tito. Meu Deus. O chat vai ser cancelado também. O chat também vai. No Brasil vai ser campeonato de Hip Rocket.
Nossa, cara, ele chegou, mano.
Cara, o Dodge tá muito fodido. Tu não tem noção.
Tem, pô? Então, se fosse
Ah,
no
não,
Acre, o
Guilherme.
Pikachu montaria o dinossauro.
Não, pior, o Guilherme, olha o Guilherme.
Seria o Pikachu fantasiado de Quacaval. O que é Quacaval?
Aquele pato que eu te mostrei nas iniciais.
Ah, tá.
Que...
Falei que ficou ruim pra ele. Opa!
Pô, nossa. Mas nem vai ter diferença. Por que não deu terremoto? Só pra zoar.
Que isso, Fernando? Cara, assim não, mano.
Ah, não. Era pra ter terremoto, cara. Tem que mostrar de respeito.
And 2 Pokemon to back him up as well. Very, very dominant win. Once the Registeel came out,
Gostei do Rave, P.
there wasn't really a way out of that tricky situation. Also, I wanted to give an update here. Wadaj did play Azumarill on his team back in Toronto, Canada, earlier on in the season, where he finished 3rd. So close to qualifying for the Worlds, but as we saw, he came back with a vengeance.
É, aqui deu ruim pro Rage.
O Dodge.
Felt like it gave AV Rip some great momentum going through the tournament. I think going through this set. I think the other thing that was worth keeping an eye out for.
Bem-vindo no Necron.
Bem-vindo no Necron.
Onde coloca o código da recompensa? Você vai no... Abre a loja e vai... Lá embaixo vai ter um lugar pra digitar o código, aí você digita.
I think that Wadaj has to be very careful about how he approaches game number 2 for that reason. Shadow Swampert is such an excellent closing Pokemon. As long as you can get it the energy it needs, it feels like it can KO anything with 2 Hydro Cannons.
As Duo Butters loves to say, best closer in Open Great League is the Shadow Swampert. And as you look at Wadaj's team, there is no pure grass type. You only have a bit of coverage here or there.
E aí, chat, pra quem vocês estão sendo no Mundial? Eu tô sendo pra quem? Mas no Mundial todo, né? Pra essa partida aqui não.
Nossa, acabou agora, hein? Não é tão ruim
Sim,
também,
Tigre,
né?
pro de F. Ele vai dar isso aí pro meditinho dele. Pois é.
Counters on that Registeel. This Psychic with that attack drop just does not threaten significant damage to AV Rip.
Debuffou.
Meu Deus, Pikachu belga. Mas nunca teria, nossa, nunca teria um Mundial na Bélgica. País esquecido. Mas não é uma crítica com os belgas, que gosta da Bélgica.
É
Chocolate
crítica,
belga
sim.
é muito bom.
O Farm Johnson, nossa, tá muito ruim isso aqui.
Uhum.
Eu acho que acabou pra ele.
Uma já foi Dan Silva, uma já foi eliminada, só tem mais uma. Eu queria a vitória da Bird. A Bird é minha pastora, nada me faltará.
Já faz stream?
Não, infelizmente. Cara, as partidas não deixam, eu acho. Eu acho que ela é realmente muito religiosa.
Cara, mas no 2 Shield, a Altaria farm isso aí, mano.
Farma, mas ele vai cobrar shield. Acho que ele vai shieldar pelo menos uma aí. Ó, tá certo. Se debuffar, ele consegue ganhar. Mas debuffar.
Debuffou?
Debuffou. Debuffou.
Nossa, que CMP linda, mano.
Contagem do Dodge tá perfeita.
Tudo... E tem isso aí só pra fazer, cara. Só shieldar o Swampert não faz nada.
Double attack drop to switch out into the Lantern to reset the debuff. Full spark down. You can't get out of your AV Rip. You're trapped. You come in with the Swampert. Here comes.
Ele tá esperando, pô.
Perfect timing by Dodge to get the charge tech ready, and the pressure does not stop.
Caramba, o cara jogou, hein, mano.
Jogou muito. Ele soube virar muito bem essa partida. Dá pra dar mais 2 de farm, né? Ele sabe perder essa só de gracinha.
É, lá não tinha como. O cara deu terremoto. Aí você
fez.
aprendeu com o Raft, hein?
Eu achei esse Avery simpático, o Raft. Gostei dele.
Tem um espaço lá, ó, Raí.
Não, da iPhone. Agora que eu lembrei que ele também é do iPhone. O pessoal da iPhone é tudo bugado.
Ah, mas você é rico. Você vai dar conta. Você tem iPhone. Tem iPhone é rico, não é?
Eu concordo. E, iPhone é igual rico.
Cara, eu vou logar outra conta aqui.
Pega na minha Raft. Quero Pikachu.
Yeah, both trainers doubled down, but Wadaj had the ace up his sleeve, and that was patience. He was able to work his way through these matchups, not get too far ahead of himself, keep both of his protect shields, and that chip damage onto the Registeel.
Já todo mundo perdeu Davi no Nascimento. Não joga mais não.
Right here, this switch in right here to get all these sparks was so absolutely key because it continued to apply pressure. AV Rip noticed it in the moment. He said, "My goodness, here comes the surf. I have to protect myself, but after that, I've got nothing left."
There is nothing left except one more game for these two trainers as we determine who will be moving on. This is actually our first top 16 matchup of the day, I believe. So talk about getting down to the wire. Winner moves on to top 8 of the tournament. Loser, unfortunately, will be knocked down to the loser side of the bracket. I almost said lock on down there, which could happen, I guess, but maybe not in the way that that these trainers would expect. But I'm really excited to see what kind of adjustments we're gonna get from both Wadaj and his opponent in this upcoming match, as it felt like they followed very similar strategies.
As coisas estão muito ruins, mas na moral.
Core dynamo here is Altaria in Registeel. That's what we've seen this whole game revolve around in games 1 and game 2. Game 3 though, we've got a different look on the field. We've got Medicham versus the Altaria in the lead.
Que?
Vou parar o jogo.
Remete isso, remete.
Remete.
Raft, vai lá e para tudo com o jogo.
Olha lá, já parou.
Vai lá e para tudo.
Ele tá parando, tá tudo parando.
Tadinho do Avery.
É uma
vergonha enorme.
Foda é isso, né? Tava tudo pra ele, né, mano? Olha.
É ágil pra não ser usar Shadow Claw.
Lickitung will continue to build up these attacks. It looks like this lantern is absolutely loaded on energy.
Se ele for esperto, ele não shielda. Mas ele shieldou. Triste pro nosso herói.
Será que ele vai tentar ganhar ainda?
Acho que não precisa.
Só que tá tudo alinhado, hein, mano.
Uhum. Tadinho dele, sinceramente.
Yeah, great awareness by AV Rip there, like you said, Gabby. Wadaj trying to pull a fast one on him, but he doesn't fall for it. Instead, opting for his own Altaria. It's got a ton of energy. He doesn't go straight for the move blast. He only has one charge.
Vai ser rematch, não vai?
Eu acho que tem que ser rematch.
Sometimes it's just as simple as a Dragon Breath down.
Mas dá pra ele ganhar, acho que dá pra ele ganhar ainda. Mas é uma chance muito baixa. Mas dá.
Aí, pô, ganhar.
Pois é, a chance baixa, mas dá. Ele vai ter que ser muito sangue frio. Ele tem que dar... É, não podia dar isso não. Ele tinha que ter farmado um pouquinho mais.
Two charge attacks regardless. Probably going to go for the surf and then kind of eyeball it, kind of gauge if he can go double surf or if he needs a thunderbolt. I think the thunderbolt is necessary. There's still a swap and a catch available to AV Rip here, but he's not going to have time to do it. What Dodge gathered so much.
Eu exijo rematch. Eu exijo.
I was going to say Wadaj threw that Thunderbolt as well, straight on alignment. I think very comfortable knowing that he needed to throw that damage, swapping in the Medicham to counter.
Ela aí já falou, rematch.
And Wadaj moves on to the top 8 of the Pokemon World Championship Series this year.
Não vai dar rematch?
Não.
What else can you say?
I mean, after that game 1, it looked like Wadaj was definitely in trouble. He had his Altaria versus the Red, still could not find a way.
É um cara que não clicou mesmo, mano.
Absolutely trapped him in that matchup. Game 2, Wadaj
Que bugado.
the same way and found a way through that matchup, found a way out of that steel trap and was able to
rematch.
And then game 3, it didn't even look close. I mean, Wadaj was just in control the entire time.
He was, and what's absolutely terrifying.
Vou torcer pelo Avril. Avril. Como tá o challenge agora? Vou dar uma olhada?
Vou dar uma olhada.
Minha garganta vai inflamar, mal olhado.
Ai, ai. Vamos lá, vamos dar uma olhada na tabela, como tá. Agora o Inadequência vai pegar aqui o Domi. A Tomé já perdeu, velho. Olha lá o japonês. Ah,
meu Deus.
Fala do japonês, Ada. Fala. Fala. Eu quero que você fala.
Tá.
Fala.
Tô contra ele. Arrombado, vai ser não. Vai perder o Mundial.
Cara, ele vai ganhar o Mundial, mano. Eu tô torcendo.
Não aceito. Não aceito.
Baixa o dono na
Olha
final.
em cima, rapidinho. Ah, é. Não, pera aí. Cara, tinha que aparecer o...
Calma, é que eu voltei no grupo A.
Não, que achei que ia aparecer a segunda parte agora.
O Cavo passou esse palhaço.
Pera aí, o Vade não terminou ainda a partida desde aquela hora.
Tava desde aquela hora?
Desde aquela hora. Vai remete, tá tendo muita remete também. Tildo.
O Wade jogou aqui, mas jogou...
Pois é porque é outra chave, Raft. Vê se na live deram outro challenge. Outro bracket.
É não, é esse aqui. Mas por que o...
Porque já é outra chave, Raft, já. Né? É que agora já tá juntando tudo as chaves lá.
Ah, tá. Então é isso.
Pois é, tem que achar outro bracket.
Fase final aqui então, né? Fase 1. Cadê a fase final?
Pois é, fase final tá aí não.
And what's your name? I'm Fletcher. And Dad here, what's your name?
I'm Patrick.
Very nice to meet you all. And where have you come from?
Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
Wow, that's a long way. And I heard
Pois é, vem na live se deram outro bracket, Raft.
Here so far.
Probably like all the people playing games, you know, like there's so much like
Qual que é a exclamação que põe aqui?
What is your favorite?
Exclamação bracket.
probably
isso.
TCG, but
É BRACKET.
What about you? What's your favorite Pokemon game?
EKET?
PKET.
Are you guys ever going to compete in TCG, do you think?
yeah, we're here competing.
You're competing now.
Vai ser o mesmo.
Pretty good, yeah.
É, mano, não abriu não.
How's it going for you?
I'm doing great.
Awesome. Are you guys going to win?
I hope so.
Yeah?
Maybe.
All right. What is your deck like?
Então deixa eu ver lá. Enquanto isso, ver se já voltar a partida.
A fun, powerful deck that does a lot of damage. Yeah.
And how about yours?
A deck that always works.
Always works? Always wins?
Almost.
Wow.
Não vendo nem aquele esse cara.
99.9.
I won't ask you to tell us because then all the pro
Fase
players are
final
going to start
aqui.
stealing your strategies and things. We don't want that. Thank you
Não,
all
Já?
for spending the time
não,
chatting with me. I hope you have a great time traveling in Japan and here. Best of luck in the tournament. We'll keep an eye out for that and we'll be back with more from the Pokemon World Championship.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. This is Caleb Pang. Let's take a look at all the action that
Entendi
went
essa
down
batalha
at the
do
2023 Pokemon North America International Championships in Columbus, Ohio. NAIC brought together trainers from across all regions
Apareceu o bracket final, não é?
championship invites, travel awards, and the coveted title of becoming the North America
Ai, que
International
triste.
Champion.
Aqui, ó.
Medicham
O Ei
continued
já
its
fez
dominance
outra
as the
partida,
highest
tá
usage
ligado?
Pokemon, finding a
Pois é, a
spot
partida
in
contra o
the top
outro cara que venceu.
16 teams. However, it was
Foi
Shadow
contra o outro
Charizard
cara
that
que
stole the
venceu.
show, burning through most of its competition.
Aqui, ó. O Aguri
Aí, ó,
tá...
aí, ó, VIP, ele batalhou contra o Dodge, cara.
Não, mas onde tá isso?
Foi-
Tá vendo?
Pois é, era pra estar por aí.
Na live do canal já.
Resulting in an 0-3 set, triggering a bracket reset. However, in the final set, the momentum seesawed back and forth, building up to a decisive Game 5. With both Charizard knocked out early in the game, Dodge had his back against the wall, but relied on his
Não, ele tá
debuff to
procurando
narrowly
igual
defeat
nós.
Rise in the final seconds of the match.
Taking this man's game and is your
Tá procurando igual nós, mano.
international champion.
Dodge made
Oh,
history as
Deus.
the first Pokemon Go trainer to win 2 tournaments in the same season. As we head to World Championships, how will the best trainers in the world respond to the resurgence of Charizard? Be sure to tune in and check out
O Wade aí tava forte, hein, mano.
Pokemon.com/compete so you don't miss a minute of the action.
Perderam logo pra passear mais, né, mano? Fácil.
Ah, então o áudio vai passear aqui é uma beleza, né? Porque o áudio comprou até dia 19.
É, mano, o Áureo vai turistar, meu Deus, 8 dias de turismo.
Pretty excited to be compete at the World Championship.
Incredible. Could you tell us a little bit about what team you brought here?
Careca Kelvin Mamar falou que os brasileiros jogam amanhã. Vai tomar banho, cara.
Double steal strategy, and I'm actually liking it pretty a lot, because of it's pretty obvious that I'm gonna try and run like a double steal or
Olha que
double
cara
fire,
estranhão
but
também,
then,
sem sentimento.
like you can
Pra
surprise
jogar
your
Pokémon
opponent
Go
just
você
by not
não pode ter
running that,
sentimento, não é?
and then just
Pode,
try
não
and
pode
run
mesmo, não.
some steal
É lá, cara.
depending on what I think,
Eu falei que todo mundo
the
que joga
best
Pokémon de
skill,
forma
forced to use,
os mais fodões já tem o espírito morto. A alma já saiu do corpo faz tempo.
É, pô.
Ó o João Vitor. É só uma casca.
É, mano.
Antigamente ele era menino feliz. Hoje ele é feito de desespero profundo.
What type of Pokemon and situations you found yourself in that you found was a big surprise to you here today?
So, like, I think Altaria is working really well this weekend.
A surpresa pra mim é esse cara aí, mano. Japonês.
Esqueci o nick dele.
O japonês tá doutrinando, mano.
Qual? O Jocos?
Jocrin, é, mano.
Arrombado vai perder. Eu sou contra as horas de bastidão.
É assim não, cara.
Eu sou contra as horas de bastidão. Quem usa bastidão merece tapa no pé do ouvido. Inclusive, Racho, tu quer um tapa no pé do ouvido?
Então vamos ver outra live. Eita, live de mira.
Eu me recuso.
Olha que lindo lugar, cara.
Bora ver live de Sudoku?
We are in the top 16 now for our trainers to find out who will be our 2 heading to grand finals on Championship Sunday.
And we just saw a lot from the winner's side. Now we're going to be moving on into the loser's side of that bracket. And first up, Auburn, a player that you're very familiar with, but I think other trainers might not be as familiar with because I believe he was a one and done. One of the few trainers that just participated in one.
Olha lá o brochinho da Great League, ficou legal.
Exactly. So he only, he got second place in Charlotte, losing to Richie, who was also at World Championships this weekend, and then never competed another one again. If you play the GOBattleLeague leaderboards, though, you'll see his name quite a bit on that. So some of the trainers might be familiar with his game style in that blind 3 format, but in Show 6 might be more of a dark horse pick. He did lose to Rubik's Master 1-2 in the winner's bracket earlier today in that top 32. He was undefeated going into that, though, 6-0, and now fighting his way back up into that grand final spot. And again, just like Dancing Rob last year, some of these trainers get knocked down to a loose bracket, and they have to fight through a gauntlet to get back to that grand finals position. But it is possible, and with these trainers remaining, these top 16 trainers remaining, I think any of them could take it.
Speaking of the bracket, let's see where we're at right now to get a picture of what our top 8 winners are going to be looking like on this side. And it's going to be, I can't believe, how do you get this far with only 5 Pokemon for Elshay? That's extremely impressive versus Inadequates, who's been playing amazing. And then Wadaj was on into the winner's semi. So he was the favorite in my eyes going in, but now he's literally the favorite. He's literally the furthest in the tournament out of anyone.
Olha lá a fase final lá agora.
Ô, já?
Olha lá, ó.
I just heard this will be our next matchup. Luminous versus its Accent.
Yeah, that's going to be a star-studded matchup for sure. And in the losers,
Ai, a Paulusha passou. Ela versus Scafa agora, velho. Tomara que ela ganhe, mano.
Ah, agora contra o Scafa? Ganha.
Ela tem que ganhar, mano.
É mais que obrigação dela, cara.
Not your typical loser side of the bracket. There are some amazing trainers down there that have been incredibly impressive in the World Championship so far. But like I just mentioned, I believe our next matchup will be its Accent. Maybe one of the most dominant or consistent players in Pokemon Go Championship Series history.
Já volto.
Season North American International Champion and went 7 straight tournaments top cutting, including last season's World Championships.
Yeah, took a little break at NAIC this year from that top cut position, but is back in form here at World Championship in Yokohama, and he is hungry for that World Championship title. I believe he said it too. You know, he's done a lot in his short Pokemon Go PvP career, but has already accomplished so much, getting #1 in the GOBattleLeague leaderboard multiple times, winning tournaments, winning the international championship in North America. He just wants that World Championship left on his resume, and he is coming here and trying to do it.
Versus Luminous, I believe the only trainer from the Japan region remaining in the winner's side of the bracket, and actually brought a way more meta team than you've seen from the teams that qualified for the World Championships. You saw a ton of Shadow Dragonite, even Chestnut, a lot of spicy picks, but this time just trying to pick the really consistent picks, which I think is the best case scenario once you're on this winner's side of the bracket, because you definitely want to have as many positive matchups as you can and much adaptability, especially when you get into best-of-5 series. You want as much adaptability as possible, but of course, those wild cards like Dunsparce from Inadequates or Charizard that is sprinkled.
Fala, Zord, conseguiu dormir pra ir pro trabalho? Consegui, mano? Fui? Eu fui, Adorador. Você não me chamou nada, né, Adorador? Fiquei esperando o dia inteiro você me chamar pra gente conversar, mas não me chamou, não. Palhaço.
Luminous clearly won that one and is in this top 16 portion right now. These trainers are getting ready for their battles, but before we get into that, let's take a look at your favorite segment, Butters.
Oh no.
The pronunciation segments. The champion of that, I should say, is you so far.
I'm ready. I'm like with Dodge right now. I'm on fire with this pronunciation. So let's get okay.
Oh, let's go.
Woo, okay.
We're on the world stage, right? So day number 2 is going to be harder than day number 1.
I'm pretty sure this is going to start with Necro. I feel like it's Necrozma.
O animal que fala por quê? Não sei.
I'm gonna go with that too. This is a tough one.
Aliás,
First 5 letters sound easy, but then you got the ZMA. I'm not sure about that one. I'm gonna go with Necrozma as well.
Yes! I'm on fire!
Let's go. Okay.
2-0 with Dodge. Alright, next one.
Okay.
Don't mess this one up.
This is a trap right here. This is literally a trap. So Caleb, you enter first.
I'm going Nidoking. If it's not Nidoking, I've re-questioning everything in my life.
Yeah, I've been calling this Nidoking for the entire duration of Pokemon, so if it's not Nidoking, I'm also gonna feel sad. So let's see it. Nidoking.
Oh, we actually got that one wrong. Wow.
Caralho, é foda, né, adorador?
Knee like a kneecap.
Well, good to know.
Boa noite, cheguei agora pelo visto VS Foro de Americano. Foi, todo mundo.
Eu tava falando horrores e eu tava mutado. Eu sabia que era Nidoking.
Eumarga.
Ah, Emolgo. Ah, você não acertei não, você não sabia, nem pensei nisso.
Pronunciation is not a science. It's like undercharging. It's pretty hard to do. Oh, go first, please.
I'm going Dragalge.
Dragalge is what I'm going.
Será que é Dragalge?
Dragalge, but it's Dragalge for sure. I think you're right.
Será que é Dragalge? Ah, não, é Dragalge. Ah, tá. Esse vai ser a passei longe. Essa passei muito longe, na moral.
Yeah, Nidoking. Okay.
So it's probably Nidoqueen too.
Nidoqueen, yeah. Well, if Nidoqueen ever gets to poison jab after gets a poison fang after 5 poison jabs, then we might be saying that name a lot more once again. But okay.
Beleza, adorador. Beleza, mano.
I've really turned it around. I was like with Dodge early in the season. Well, no, he wasn't going like 05 in the season. So who went 05 early and then turned it around and qualified? That's like what I'm doing right now. But what these trainers are doing right now is trying to get to the finale, to get the championship Sunday, and we have one more.
É, mas é fase final mesmo já.
We have It's Axon versus Luminous coming up right now.
Não, cara, já faz final, quer saber cadê o challenge dele? Ah, tá aí.
Ah, mas não tem.
Yeah, I mean, after looking at
Droga.
NAIC, some people might have been like, is Axon has
Amadorismo.
spark, right? I mean, that was like the most we've seen Axon struggle in any tournament, but no, he is back in.
O japonês foi pra cima mesmo, hein, mano, né?
É o japonês e o sem melanina.
In this winners bracket, taking a look at Axon's team real quick, it is the knocked out, the Shadow Lone,
Sandrinho joga muito, hein?
Purified Sableye, Lantern, Metachamp, and Shadow
Joga. Só perde hard pra Medichan.
Sabe que o do tem muita resposta pra Medichan, né? Sableye e Nock. Sandrinho, Sableye e Nock é uma boa pedida? Eu acho que é, hein?
Na boa.
Safe.
Mas só fica, acho que fica só um pouco complicado pra um turno.
Ué, o Sableye de safe fica bom, mano.
Fica meio que a BA pra Lanturne, ele perderia um shield.
Hard answers to them, and it just ends up a lot more neutral and healthier than the last iteration of the meta, where it was a lot of Lantern facing knocked out or facing a Trevenant, where it just the momentum went back and forth. But now you can really come back and scrape and just fight on the edges to get a battle back, even if you are down.
Yeah, that is a symptom of Trevenant being out of the meta, right? Trevenant, a huge core breaker for Lantern and Metachamp, but with that grass type out, there's very few people that even bring grass. I think Valiant Bish is one of the few trainers left that has even a grass Pokemon on a team. It just becomes such a liability with all these steel and flying type Pokemon, plus just grass in general, just not the most, not the best defensive typing for a lot of matchups. So a lot of people rely on.
Você acha aí que tem mais chance de ganhar? Eu acho que tá muito parelho.
Acho que tá muito parelho, cara. Depende muito da estratégia.
O Swampert ali não joga, tá?
Peraí.
Nossa!
Joga, o Swampert joga.
Nossa, que radical.
Cara, essa aí acho que já foi de F pro AXZ.
Acho muito.
Você vou ter que ensinar playvidas. Ó, bom.
switch advantage. You do not want that knocked out on a Lantern, especially a Spark Lantern. I'm actually surprised Luminous went straight for the power whip. Maybe
É o VA, pelo amor de Deus.
But Axen trying his best to get switch advantage back because he really wants to avoid that knocked out Lantern matchup.
And it's interesting because Thunderbolt actually is a little more energy efficient, but I think its Axen is recognizing that it takes 3 surfs to knock out a Lickitung, and double Thunderbolt doesn't do it, so you might as well just go for the 3 surfs. And this is going to be the 3rd surf that would knock out if he
It's a NX tá jogando que sabe. Que sabe que não sabe. Tá jogando muito.
Tem que jogar mesmo pra tentar virar, ué. É, mas o Versailles, ele tá farmando muito.
Aham. Cara.
Nossa! Agora eu shieldava.
Shielda muito, caralho.
Nossa, mano.
Me perdoe pelo que eu vou falar, mas esse AXN é o pirocudo. Na moral.
Isso, cara. Ele virou.
Não, na moral.
Ele chamou todos os certos, cara.
Cara, eu sou fã desse homem, cara. Sou muito fã desse homem. Caralho. Melanina pra quê? Isso. Pera, esse comentário foi racista? Acho que não.
Foi cucu, hein, mas tá bom, né, mano? Deus, cara, um jogo sem shields agora. Acabou. É pull knock. Vai tomar? Vai tomar 2, talvez, mas é isso que tem que ser, cara. Raft traduz o Luminous.
Cheira na vara.
É o nome dos ataques ali. O Takashi não sai!
Tá, ele agora deu o toma no cu. É o nome do golpe.
Raft,
se tu não sabe ler japonês, não me critique.
Eu taca raio no cara agora. Tá bom, mano. Não tá. O cara jogou pra caramba, ainda tem.
Tem que perder ainda. Mas acho que ele tem energia no knock. Se tiver energia no knock, ele vence. Tem. Dá golpe. Ah, não, peraí. Pode esperar. Não, cara.
Que linda.
O NX tá jogando muito, cara. Tá jogando muito, cara.
Mata. Ah, mata sim. Mano, eu não acredito que ele perdeu, cara.
Pera.
Não matou! Cara, isso que é jogo de alto nível, cara. Esse cara jogou e tirou leite de pedra, cara.
Cara,
até bugou, velho. Meu Deus, cara, olha isso, mano.
Esse foi o melhor jogo que eu vi até agora, cara. Melhor jogo que eu vi até agora.
Caralho, esse cara é um brabo mesmo, mano. Você tá doido,
melhor
mano.
Jogo que eu vi até agora. Jogão
cara.
Demais.
O cara é o Cobrelson, o cara é meu amigo.
Não,
caramba,
na moral.
velho, merece, hein?
Nossa,
olha lá,
muito.
chamou
muito.
Um. Toma.
Nossa, jogou muito mesmo.
Muito. Olha isso, cara. Olha isso, mano. Eu acertei que não matava, mas eu fiquei com dúvida. Aí eu falei que matava, mas eu sabia que não matava.
Cara, o que ele jogou não tá escrito, cara. Nossa, cara, nossa. Ai.
Cara, jogou.
Cara, esse jogador foi espetacular, cara. Espetacular. Não tem o que falar.
É do jogo só.
Lantern is the second most popular Pokemon in the World Championships, and he is on the winner's side of the bracket, so he is very
Cara,
comfortable
jogão, mano.
playing
Jogão.
against it, even though he doesn't have a true
Muito,
answer.
cara.
He's very familiar of how to deal with it with his team composition.
Yeah, not only not having a true answer for that Lantern, also leading a knockdown into Spark Lantern, one of the worst matchups you can possibly be in Great League, but that just shows how strong of a trainer Axen is. Let's see if Luminous can adjust for game number 2, and it is going to be the Lantern versus Shadow Lone Sandslash.
Tem ponto, Renato Ribeiro. Você tem bom ponto.
Having two strong checks for this Lone Sandslash in the back. However, Axen
É isso que aí faz diferença.
Olha lá o Sandrinho, velho. Não tira nada do... Nossa, situação complicada pra ele agora, hein. Ah não, tá de boa. Ele ainda não trocou. Daí eu sei.
Acho que ele quer pegar, tipo, energia.
Farm Johnson. Dois não mata, mas deixa na merda, né?
The switch timers are completely misaligned at this point, and Lickitung spamming these buy sims going to
talvez ele não farme.
down more and more so that Luminous can potentially swap over and getting a shield action from Axen right here.
Tô pra conservar a vida.
Morreu.
Nossa. A vantagem do design X aí. A XN.
Shadow Lone Sandslash in the back, but actually decided to soak these psychics onto the Medicham.
Quase que a dengue dele ataca ali, você viu? Quase.
Oi?
Quase que a dengue ataca. Mano, por que ele disputou o CMP, cara?
CMP?
O cara foi pra disputar o CMP, cara. Nossa!
E compensou, na moral.
Compensou demais, velho.
Look, now this Medicham is just so low, you could almost Shadow Claw it down, but that's a little risky. Oh, he
comes in, maybe
isso, cara, ele pôs Sandrinho pra farmar, mano.
Corajoso demais. Muito corajoso.
Não, aqui acabou pra ele. Já ganhou já. Eu creio que aqui a vitória já é garantida.
Já dele. Ele só pode se ver da besteira.
Shadow Lone Sandslash has drill run. It's super effective, and the Lantern gets the second protect shield. There's a full Lantern in the back. I think you get the drill run too. This Shadow Lone Sandslash is gonna win charge attack. Priority.
É, esse cara tem cara, tá com cara de campeão, hein, Ada? Do jeito que ele jogou aí.
Muito cara.
Que jogou aí tá com cara de campeão, tá? Perdeu, Lorde, perdeu já.
Yeah, and here comes the best Pokemon at the World Championship so far, the Lantern, and it is really high health right now, and Luminous is struggling to hold on, and I think it's just going to get surfed.
É, Luminoso. De base.
Onto the Medicham, but it looks like its Axen's going to take this.
Absolute dominant performance from Axen in this game number 2.
Jogou demais a primeira, a segunda.
Jogou
não, nem o BR
muito.
mais. Jogou demais, cara. Parabéns, velho. Que partida, velho. Parabéns, velho. Ó, jogou demais.
This is the reason why he's so consistent, being able to flip a matchup early on in game number 1 and no shield a bait call, and then in the end was just able to maneuver that Shadow Lowland Sandslash, bank a bunch of energy. You know, I was genuinely thinking this, Caleb. Is Axen, when Lickitung swaps in, is this Axen's plan before the game, or is he just thinking like, oh, I guess I'll body slam, bank this energy and swap?
Muito.
What do you think? Because I feel like
aí, atualizaram aqui agora.
oh, I don't know exactly what I'm gonna do here, so I'm gonna throw Druid. I'll take
Quem debateu?
no problem. Now I'm gonna get out of here and counter down.
Tá, só dois.
If he had that all planned, if they say swap Lickitung, this is how I'll play it out.
I think a lot of the top trainers do have a plan for every Pokemon.
Tá batalhando pra Lucha e Scarfa agora.
Ai, eu não queria isso, mas vai, Paulacha. Vai. Vai, Paulacha. Uhul. Eu não curto nenhum dos dois. Mas...
Não, depois que o
Scarf
Scarf tirou 2 BR.
parece muito perdoso.
O Brelson.
Nossa, cara, ele foi corajoso.
Só que não tinha por que o cara beitar. Já matava, velho.
Uhum.
A contagem dos ataques ou adorador? Aí deixa anotado, o cara trocou, ele anota quanto que o cara tinha lá, entendeu?
Making the calculated play, you can see that he is confident that this sky attack will be able to be launched against the meta champ.
And just hanging on, that is.
Não, essa partida aí foi uma das melhores, tá?
Foi épica, na moral. Épica.
Able to have the alignment in the lead, force a swap in, able to bank all this energy, and then this is the new change. Instead of the bulldoze, you now got the drill run, and that does so much super effective damage into Lantern, and probably the best counter to Lantern on its Axis team. And Lantern has been in almost every team composition, it feels like, in day number 2. So being able to bring out that Shadow Alone Sandslash and protect it, use it well, is going to be crucial for its Axis run in the future.
Yeah, Shadow Alone Sandslash is one of the strongest Pokemon right now, especially in this current meta. It used to be decently strong just with Bulldoze as a ground move, but Drill Run not only does the same amount of damage as Bulldoze, it actually costs less energy, so you get into that same damage.
Não, pô, nós não sabe não, isso aí é mais assim, adorador. O cara pôs um Pokémon e trocou. Aí você anota quanto que aquele Pokémon tem. E, geralmente na live a gente nem lembra, tá ligado? A gente não sabe não. A gente só fala aí, tem quase um ataque, mas não é correto. A gente não sabe quantos sapos certinho tem.
2-0 against Lyle Jets in round 3, who took him out at NAIC, so he got a little redemption there. And then 2-1 against Husop in that winner's top 32. And now 2-0 against Luminous. He's only lost one battle so far, and he is running through this bracket along with Dodge. And
Tá, Xanguês estão passando muito jogo, vai ficar o que? Só a final pra amanhã? Se fizer o Winners semi aí, já não vai ter jogo pra amanhã.
One trainer on the winner's side of the bracket from the region of Japan. Looks like Chiodo is also on that winner's side of the bracket, joining Luminous. So both, it's 2 North American trainers and 2 trainers from Japan on that lower side of that top 8 as we move on into the lower side of the bracket here. And Luminous just got dropped down just as ripped by Wadaj here. But how about these other names? Human Catcher Bug versus Ishikawa Boy. I cannot wait to see that matchup, Caleb.
Yeah, if Human Catcher Bug is throwing that signature Shadow Charizard, Ishikawa Boy's Bastion's going to love that matchup. But the tough part is really matching up in that specific scenario. So we have a lot of really incredible battles. And like you said, Rubik's Master against Chiodo. Interesting enough, Rubik's Master got 2nd place in Portland to qualify for World Championships, losing to its accent. The only trainer to beat him twice actually in that same tournament. So
será o próximo batalha todo.
Looking forward to not only winning here, but getting a rematch against the person that defeated him in Portland. But has to go through Chiodo first, and Chiodo definitely a strong trainer in himself.
You know how I was talking about earlier how does its accent plan exactly if Lickitung swaps in? I'm gonna drill run, bank to this exact amount of energy and then swap.
Fala com ele em japonês, Raft. Conversa com ele em japonês.
Tá com a racha no muro.
And that's exactly what you gotta do when you're in the venue because there's so many cool things to see. You can't even plan ahead. You gotta.
Não, legal. A Raft afinando a voz.
I want to see that. Just make your moves like these top trainers.
A voz é muito grossa.
Muito viril.
Max viril. Patrocina nós.
A sua voz transpira testosterona.
Graduado. Como que chama essa cerejeira, né?
Japonês é Sakura em japonês.
Aí se eu tivesse no lugar do japonês.
Ah, pode pôr. O Caleb eu não gosto, ele usa o Ashodon. Volta pra lá, volta.
Eu uso o Baixodon?
Aí. É.
Quem que não gosta de Baixodon, cara? Baixodon é um mágico.
Vai se lascar, Raft, vai se lascar.
Eu adoro Baixodon, cara. Pokémon que eu fiz 2.000 Shiny Check em 2 contas diferentes. Pelo amor de Deus.
Eu me recuso. Eu me recuso.
But all the regions are still represented, so it looks to be like a good one. And I think the trainers are ready very soon. We're going to take it to the stage to see what teams they are running. And we got a little Quaxley action in the background. But look at this stage run. It's just absolutely immaculate.
No, it is beautiful here in Yokohama and in the venue. It's just a gorgeous setup. You really feel the moment, feel the intensity that these trainers are experiencing for themselves. And we have Rubik's Master on the left-hand side here from the North American region, running a unique team, or specifically 2 unique Pokemon that we have.
Opa, Ruby Master Shield. Ô, louco, mas o japonês foi longe, errado.
Pois é, aquele sem expressão facial. O Ruby eu não vi nenhuma transcrição. Ah, apareceu nas finais. Eu acho.
Mas só deu japonês, hein? Japonês é bom, hein? Foi um japonês agora há pouco, foi um
casaco do
japonês
japonês
agora.
bonito.
2-1 against John Yoa, and then 2-1 against Auburn. Chiodo, on the other hand, beats JW Naldo, the Latin America International Champion, 2-1. Sardi 2-1, taking out a couple Brazilians. Rob Drogo 2-0, and then Chi Huang 2-1. So these trainers are in prime form, both undefeated leading up to this moment. And we're going to have to wait and see who continues their undefeated run.
And one of the few trainers remaining that brought that normal Swampert. Most of the trainers remaining have the Shadow variants, but the regular Swampert is able to absorb the Wing Attack and Dragon Claw energy much better from that Shadow Charizard. There isn't a Shadow Charizard on the other side. There is an alternative, but otherwise,
Pegou, graças a Deus, pegou.
very safe against everything that is not.
Ó, pegou o Scrap já.
One of the few trainers that brought Registeel on Rubik's Master are
Cara,
both of them are
a medição do Shield tá forte. Tipo, tem match dentro com quase todos. Na verdade, eu acho que com ninguém é tão ruim. Tipo, o match contra a Zumaril não é tão ruim. O match contra a Altaria tem um soco de gelo. O match contra a Deoxys é chata. Mas temos. O Shield vai mexendo na medição.
O Shio que ganhou do Zerd e do Naldo.
Ele não levou medição, palhaçada.
Ué, mano. O deck tá estranho, hein? Full tank o cara, rapaz. Rubini.
Não gosto. Pera. Tá.
Não gostei. Asmei.
Faz sentido, mas não tá muito bom não.
Cara, o Deoxys também só dá dano no fast, né, praticamente.
Uhum. Ainda mais que foi debuffado.
Aí, você vê? Ô, mano.
Uhum.
Vai ter que dar ataque. Aí tirou do Lictang, ó. O Lictang vai. Ah, mas o Lictang não faz nada. O Red Nelson.
Mais ou menos.
Faz nada.
Ele continua sendo chato, porque ele tá com shield. Mas é tipo, eu acho que ele vai snipar.
Bom snipe, bom snipe.
Cara, isso daí foi bem pro caralho. Muito bom.
Tinha que ter clicado no ataque.
Ele tinha que. Não, sei não. Ele tinha que.
Na hora que ele viu
não
que o cara ia dar o
não
ataque, ele tinha que ter dado o
não pode te dar. Vai ter que rolar um tempo. Ele vai farmar aí, ele vai shieldar o próximo. Ele vai snipar com o Lictang.
Tem que chutar.
Ele já sabe que tem que chutar isso aí. Cara, tem que rolar um tempo pra pôr Liga aí. Essa é pela vida.
Tá certo, pô. Tá certo, tá certo, tá certo.
Peraí.
Certo, vai matar. Pegar no coisa. Pipidão! Acabou.
Pera. Liga tá com de energia.
Ele resiste a uma explosão?
Não existe. Acho que se isso não debufar, praticamente garantido que o Tiodo venceu.
Ah, debufou, velho.
Pera. Não sei quanto se tira debufado. Sinceramente, eu acho que teria ido pelo 3 body. Mas ele perdeu isso aí já.
Meu Deus! Meu Deus!
Eu não esperava esse plot twist. Não, eu não esperava por isso. Eu não esperava por isso. Te juro, não esperava por isso.
Não tem
Quanto
não.
devia ter que ir Swampert? Eu quero ver no replay. Quanto devia ter que ir Swampert?
E tirou o Swampert, pô.
Não, quero ver quanto de vida ele tinha.
Pouco. Tá vendo? Ele tinha pouquíssima vida.
Cara, daquela transmissão do Discord parecia que tinha menos. Tinha todo no zoom aqui. Pra mim no Discord aparece uma tela vermelhinha. Mas no zoom alto.
Deixa eu pôr na tabela rapidinho aqui, só pra mim responder. Assim, gente.
I need a microscope to see the health on that Swamper because there was almost nothing left there. And wow, what a situation. I mean, if you're Rubik's Master, you can't even be that disappointed because you did everything you could in that situation. It came down to a half second. And even Chiodo, I don't think, knew what the outcome was going to be until that very last second. I thought Chiodo played a brilliant
É o presente tem inferno no Edevaldo.
The team reading to the in-game adjustments to the combo moves to making sure to throw the power whip before he gets the debuff to going for the fast attack down. Just flawless in my eyes. The first move that he made is he saw the Azumarill was in the lead.
Foi essa partida, hein, mano? Não tem código hoje, não.
Olha esse cara, ele tá corcunda, cara. Olha o que o pescoço dele faz na coluna. Raft, não estraga a visão não, Raft. Deus me livre.
Esse aqui é o Adam. Vou pôr a foto do Adam aqui.
Ah, eu gosto do estilo dele. Tipo, ele tá igual ele também, ele tá corcunda igual eu, Raft. A minha coluna é assim.
Calvo também, né?
Não, ele tem cabelo.
A série calvície ali.
Não, cara, olha a coluna dele, cara. É a minha coluna, isso aí.
Nossa, que é isso?
Eu sou assim também, cara.
Aí você tem conserto?
Tem. Por que tu acha que eu vou pra academia?
Também tá nesse chassi de grilo aí.
Não, eu já melhorei bastante. Minha coluna melhorou muito. Mas eu andava assim.
É agora, pessoal. Nossa, aí ferrou, hein? Eu quero ver ele ganhar esse.
Vixe.
Aí acabou. Aqui acabou, Gal. Facada também, Adam. Sem chance.
Aham. Tadinho. Não clicou, não. Só botaram... Bom.
Muito bom.
Able to call the lead, call the safe swap. He's very far ahead because he's going to be able to secure this matchup and he's going to throw a charge attack party. No. Oh no.
Não entendi também não.
É 2 japonês.
Também não entendi.
Esse ali também é japonês.
Não, esse é o Ruby Master da Estados Unidos.
Tá?
Estados Unidos. Tá ali, ó, o S.
Olha o dano. Olha o tanto de dano que ele vai dar nesse Swampert, cara. Aqui acabou, gal. Pô, se ele ganhar essa aí o cara merece.
Uhum.
Cara, aí chega em outro, cara. Ele vai mais.
É triste, chega assim. Infelizmente, cara. Mas caraca. Vai ser um Pokémon dele contra 2 do Ruby Master.
2 e 1.
Tá bom. Quita, Shield. Vai ser mais digno. Infelizmente.
Você fechou o 8, tá?
Like you mentioned, Liga is going to have a tough time here trying to take out 2 Pokemon that are extremely bulky.
Oh, Tadia.
Liga really has to put out for itself. I don't know if Liga can pull it off, but it is building up to that double body slam, and the first one is going to come through.
Yeah, and this all came down to Rubik's Q's calls in team composition. He hard countered his opponent. He made the risky play of having the Altaria in the lead, the Shadow Quagsire in the back, just trying to really hard call the team composition, and it completely worked, and that was the story of the game. I know it's still going on here, but Rubik's Master is just so healthy on Altaria, has that defense form Deoxys in the back, is almost, he can probably protect shield this body slam and just Dragon Breath through the entire rest of the way. Just lets it go, and Rubik's Master ties up the
essa partida não foi disputada.
Dominant game 2 adjustment from Rubik's Master, even with the slight misplay of letting Chiodo get to a second focus spot, still able to
Mas ele tem que digitar rápido.
and continue the dominant matchup he has. How does Chiodo adjust? We saw Chiodo safe swap Registeel in back-to-back games. Do you see Chiodo?
É bonito, hein?
Não. Falou, galera, vou dormir em live.
De novo? Já chega ontem. Eu chamando você, Adam, virei esse Adam. O que você acha aqui, Adam? E não respondeu mais. Eu falei, Adam? Foi de base? Eu olhei no Discord, só tava assim, dando um suspiro. Eu falei, caralho, foi de base. Boa noite, Regis. Chegando agora, louco, Regis. Onde você tá? Meia-noite aqui já, cara. Boa noite.
Olha lá, a Redcoat chegou? Isso aí é Redcoat.
Caramba, trabalhando até agora.
I think Charizard might be the play for Chiodo. It has great matchup against Registeel. It can beat Quagsire shields up. It's okay neutrally into Umbreon and Deoxys defense, especially if it has shields, and then kind of neutralist into Altaria, especially if it's shield, if you're up shields. Azuma is really the hardest counter for it, but that Charizard can shut down that Quagsire and Registeel, which Rubik's Master has brought into Quagsire, one into each game. So it has some play.
Até que horas hoje? Eu acho que não vai muito não, mano. O PR perdeu tudo. Eu acho que não vai muito. Eita! Tá aqui a tela. O Scafo ganhou de 2 a 0, cara. Não é possível, mano.
Vou ter proibir agora.
Nossa, o Abur perdeu também.
Ah, que triste.
O japonês tá aqui agora, o japonês doido.
Vai uma Catbug, vai uma.
Não, vai Chicawa Boy. Chicawa Boy.
Vai se lascar, Rato. Vai se lascar tu.
Chicawa Boy.
Uma Catbug.
Para de gracinha, Rodrigo. Miranda, seu palhaço. Respeitar a beleza alheia. Casa minha.
So let's see how Chiodo makes the adjustment.
Brilha o Pikachu, cara, que merda.
And the Lickitung definitely are threats to Azumarill. Maybe Ruby's Master, after not winning that first game with Azumarill, decides to leave it on the bench. But both traders are trying to make the little adjustments for this game number 3 because the winner will be moving forward to a top 8 at World Championships, and that is a high placement in any tournament, especially on this field. And here we go, game number 3, the decisive one. Shadow Charizard's on the field against the Ice Defense.
Eu gosto, mas depende de bait, hein? Tá aberto, hein? A partida tá aberta.
Ele deu insta o negócio?
É, faz sentido. Reforça um shield.
Faz.
Beleza.
Mas agora vai...
Farma e pega no coisa, não é?
Que?
Eu?
Tu viu o golpe do Umbreon?
Não vi. Por que ele não saiu, cara?
Também uma ideia, Raft. Nossa, não.
2 shield, cara. Mano, foi CMP de novo.
Não foi CMP, foi touro, né? Troca pra Mentiana, troca.
Otária, velho.
Tá. Dos males o menor.
Tá ruim. A Otária vai farmar.
Esse negócio.
Farma não, mano. Mais um.
And Chiodo is just going to thrive into this line that Ruby's Master brought in this game number 3.
And it's going to throw this foul play into the Altaria as the Altaria is going to get the Dragon Breath down and met by the...
Oh, vai tomar.
This is actually a good situation for Ruby's Master because you can protect shield the Moonblast, but actually the Sky Attack is thrown. You have to respect it.
Ah!
What a call to let the Sky Attack go. It could have been a Moonblast and knocked out the Altaria.
Gets to... no, it doesn't even get to
Acabou.
Sky Attack.
Acabou,
Acabou, não tem o que fazer não.
That was incredible because if you got knocked out there, you would be so far behind. Suddenly, the no protect shield Moonblast is going to be...
O Gabriel Iovar.
Chiodo is putting all his hopes into the Charizard and he's trying to get to this Ice Punch and knock out the Altaria, but there's a protect shield remaining on Ruby's Master's side. He's probably going to save it for the
deixou pra lá.
And Deoxys defense can still swap out and clear any debuffs too because that Umbreon is still in the back with low health. But this Charizard actually has a lot of energy. Does Chiodo go for the bait? Is going to go for the bait. Does this get shielded?
Nossa! Aí não tem.
Não tem, não chega.
Faltar um aí, chega.
You have the Dragon Claw available. The Dragon Claw is not enough. Shadow Charizard does not want to take Psycho
Master.
This is from a defense form, Deoxys, but it's going to be more than enough to knock out the Shadow Charizard and able to counter through this Medicham. It just needs to get to a Psycho Boost to secure this victory.
Yeah, look how much health is left on this Deoxys defense. It is not going to be enough.
O japonês tá indo até longe, mas tá perdendo demais, né?
Ai, tadinho. Ele perdeu muito pelo counter.
Aqui aí vacilou, era pra trocar, cara. Se ele troca ali, tava de boa, mano.
Mas ele também, também tem que ir simpático.
Dash. E veio pra cá agora.
From Chiodo, who's been playing flawless all World Championships, and I think extremely flawless until that moment.
Yeah, I think in the moment, you know, a lot of trainers might think you could get to that double Sky Attack or think it's going to get shielded, right? It's easy for us to commentate and see like, oh, you know, you can't reach it, but in that hot seat, it's a different feeling.
Faltou daqui.
You know, a great run so far from Chiodo.
Não, eu ainda deconheço o coisa. É agora.
Vai ter que ser back in raft. O outro cara, sabe que o outro carinha que tá com 5 Pokémons, né? É o mexicano. Peraí, vou repetir a pergunta. Pra quem tu tá torcendo? Cara. Mas como que o melhor sou eu?
Essa partida aí foi, meu Deus, cara.
Muito boa.
Depois só o cara levou o carbim que é e tá com 5 Pokémon. Cara bom, tá?
And then the Shadow Quagsire in the Registeel just able to clean up with a healthy defense form Deoxys.
Oh my god.
Number 3. This was when it was anyone's battle, and we both thought the
Davi
Shadow
tá aqui no
Charizard was
quarto
coming
hoje.
out, and this was an amazing swap to soak this energy, but at this point, he had no protections remaining. This Sky attack, I felt like it was a mistake because if you throw the Moonblast there, you knock out, and you don't get to the next Sky attack. You see you get Dragon Breath down, you're probably 2 turns away from that Sky attack. So if he threw the Moonblast, this whole game could have changed.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Deoxys did have quite a bit of health. I think Chiodo was in a tough spot after spending 2 early shields on that Shadow Charizard. But either way, I mean, what a wild Game 3 line. 3 Pokemon weak to Azumarill, and Chiodo still had the guts to bring it, and it almost panned out. But Rubik's Master is going to secure that win.
Só que tá na live aí. É Pokécoins, eu tô comprando, tá? Já garanto seu Pokécoin.
Pra mim, de grátis.
Adam foi dormir ontem, deixou sozinho na live, rápido, deixou. Eu chamando ele, não respondia não. Não é mexicano não, é sim chileno. Eu falei que era chileno.
Aqui tava MX no link dele.
Se quiser coins, é só chamar nesse link aí. He's not out of it yet. He's going to be moving on down to the loser's side of the bracket.
So we're going to have to see how that plays out. I mean, Chiodo's still in it and very exciting place so far. Let's see how far he makes it with that non-Shadow Swampert.
Well, I've been having an amazing time here. I want to hear from you guys. How has your experience been from at home or at the venue? Remember, you can hashtag Pokemon Worlds on Twitter. You might make it on stream just like OK J-Love did. Today is for the believers. I have to agree. It is for the believers. You have to believe in yourself to be the world champion. And if you have Pikachu in your corner, like that Pikachu right there, having someone else believe in you too helps a lot.
I mean, look at these passes too. The Ramen Pikachu as well. I mean, the aesthetic is just through the roof this year, and I love it. And a lot of trainers love it too, especially if you see anyone lining up for that Pokemon Center.
Yeah, I've been eating a ton of ramen in Japan. It has been absolutely delicious. And is this the female shiny Pikachu? This is extremely rare shiny Pikachu. And Mordalis is freaking out right now because this is an amazing find. Congratulations.
Yeah, and catching it from home.
Tá
too,
linda.
You can still get the world's Pikachu.
Tô fechando os grupos ainda, já é tipo assinar, já o Regis.
Shiny Pikachu. It does not come back after this event, so you gotta make the most of it.
A fêmea. Peguei também. Só um até agora. Tô com 2.
Quer pegar na minha, Raft?
Você vê, pega sangue, pega os outros e não pega.
You also get more shiny luck if you're watching the stream. So tell your friends if they're watching the stream, you do have increased shiny odds. But don't quote me on that. That's not a fact.
You definitely quote him on it. I need to tune in myself because I'm still looking for that shiny Pikachu too.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, I think we have our last winners matchup going into the winner semi. In this one, I'm so excited for. I know I say that about every matchup, but we have El Shay with 5 Pokemon on his team, and he's already on the winner's top 8 and trying to move in the winner semis with 5 Pokemon. Extremely impressive versus Inadequates, who I picked Dunsparce. We both picked Dunsparce as one of the core breakers of choice that would be really strong in this tournament. I think when I was looking at the top
3 horinhas de live já, hein?
Inadequates' team was actually my favorite.
Ainda tem muita batalha pra ver ainda, eu acho.
Mano, eu vou...
Será que esse final é hoje mesmo?
Eu acho que não tem muita não, acho que eles vão parar. Porque senão vai ficar só a final, cara.
Mas tipo, pode ser que tudo seja no mesmo canal, já pensou? Cada uma final seguida?
Pokemon you can bring. I mean, you know, there's some people that might have a 6 Pokemon that's, you could say it's bench pressure, right? They don't use it a lot. But there is no bench pressure in that Pokeball. It's just an empty Pokeball on El Shay's side, and El Shay is still dominating the competition Let's see how he does against Inadequate's full squad of 6 Pokemon.
I believe he tried to bring an Umbreon, which would probably help him in this matchup right now. I bet he wish he had it, but yes, he only has those 5 Pokemon available, and they're really some of the strongest meta picks, so maybe it's all you need, because you have the Medicham, the Galarian Stunfisk, the Lantern, the Noctowl.
O meu veio macho.
Azumarill, I was not expecting an Azumarill
pessoal.
meta, because everyone's running Lantern.
Eu sei que eu gosto.
How are you going to fit Azumarill on your team? But these teams with Azumarill have made it quite far. Even with Dodge is running Azumarill on his team, so it's been really good for Elshay and some of these other top competitors.
Shine.
The real question I have here is how's Inadequate's going to deal with that Medicham from Elshay's side? Elshay has Azumarill, Lantern, Galarian Stunfisk, 3 really reliable checks through that Shadow Charizard. And here's the thing. Inadequate has to think about this. Elshay only has 5 Pokemon, so there's a much higher chance.
Cara, eu não acredito até agora que ele tá aí na final com 5 Pokémon.
Eu acredito, eu gosto.
That might be a different story, but in some ways, you have even more pressure not to bring that Charizard because there's a greater odd that Elshay actually brings a Charizard counter.
Is 5 Pokemon the play in a Shadow Charizard meta? Probably not, but
Mas ele tá jogando muito bem. Toda partida que eu vi com ele, ele jogou demais.
E agora? O Venossauro vem de novo, hein, mano. Vem muito. Ó, não tem caldo pro Venossauro aqui, acabou pra ele, ó. Não tem counter pro Venossauro, ó. O Venossauro lida com todo mundo. Só o Nock.
Isso é pra que é verdade.
É rafteada, depois de caído bastante gente. Agora na opinião de vocês. Tá difícil, o resto. Tem muita gente, cara. Eu até agora não fiz, eu vou ter que fazer umas batalhas aqui, ó. Né? Pra liberar um negócio.
Ah, pra ganhar a missão?
He actually didn't bring the Shadow Venusaur much. Yes, he had it on the bench, but it was a lot of bench pressure, and you know, I think it worked out really well for Inadequate. So it's possible he might just leave it on the bench, expecting Elshay to know how to play around it.
Yeah, and one thing that Valiant Bish didn't have was the Dunsparce. The Dunsparce looks pretty safe. It just has to worry about the Medicham. It doesn't love Azumarill. It probably soft loses that matchup, but otherwise it's looking very safe. So some kind of Dunsparce, Shadow Venusaur, Galarian Stunfisk. Just try to protect yourself. You have a lot of options for Noctowl. You have a lot of ways to protect yourself if you are Inadequate with the Shadow Venusaur, because you have Lantern, Dunsparce, Galarian Stunfisk, even Charizard can do okay if you get a bait on the Dragon Claw. So I'm looking for Inadequates to position that Shadow Venusaur around some of these Noctowl counters to try to beat Elshay, because you know Elshay is 100,000% bringing Noctowl. I will be shocked if he doesn't bring Noctowl into this matchup.
Tá nervoso não.
For a check for Venusaur, right?
Yes.
I mean, I think that's interesting too, because Inadequate has 3
O problema de
Pokemon
cercar
that
é que
Noctowl
você
consistently,
sabe onde
and then
termina.
Charizard's pretty neutral, and even Medicham has some play
Toma
in
banho.
it too. So it is going to put Elshay in a tough position.
Pegar os dois
because
TN ali.
Inadequate's team is definitely primed and
Pior que eu
ready
tô
for
alto
that
nessa
Noctowl.
conta,
Well, I mean, you
3.003
have to bring
na
something
ponta.
besides the 2 waters. You only have 5 Pokemon.
Olha
So
só, 30,
if you bring
leaderboard.
Galarian Stunfisk and Medicham, what are you going to bring? A water type too? A Lantern and a Azumarill? You might. Maybe you run Lantern, Galarian
Deox,
Stunfisk,
peguei
Medicham,
Deox
and
no
just try to
Charizard.
tag team effort on that Shadow Venusaur, but I think Noctowl will be making an appearance. It's just all about positioning here, and I think we're about ready to get locked in. Once again, this is going to be the winners round 1 of our top 32, and whoever wins this will be moving on into the winners semis to face Wadaj.
I gotta say, regardless of how well Elshay does in this specific matchup, this is definitely by far the furthest any competitor has ever gotten in any Worlds tournament, maybe any tournament in general, running only 5 Pokemon. That in itself is a huge flex from Elshay. And a little background on Elshay is a Chilean player who qualified for World Championships, getting 2nd place at Santiago. And he is one of 3 Latin players left in this tournament, and the only trainer competing with 5 Pokemon in this Worlds tournament. Inadequates qualified for World Championships, getting 3rd place in Stuttgart with a cascading down invite from Emi Guido, who got 1st place in that tournament. But even more impressively, out of every tournament that Inadequates has participated in. He has made top cut day number 2, either top 8, top 16, depending on the tournament size, and he is doing it yet again at World Championships. So very, very high consistency from Inadequates.
Yeah, and in multiple regions, right? Doing it in the European region and the North American
Tá de
region.
Deoxys e Sandrinho.
Não precisa, obviamente, vencer. A gente só precisa batalhar mesmo.
It's going to be a meta champ into meta champ, so I'm pretty positive they're both running Ice Punch and Psychic. It might come down to who wins charge attack priority.
I mean, Butters, look at the backline. There is no Noctowl
and
for
no
Elshay and no Venusaur. This Azumarill actually looked really good for Elshay in this entire matchup.
Shield.
Yeah, I mean, I think Inadequates thinks Shadow Venusaur is bench pressure, so maybe he's thinking if he can bench pressure. By the way, Elshay just won charge attack priority versus Inadequates. That could be huge down the stretch. And both of these trainers just deciding to use protect shields to try to keep their Metachans around a little further.
Cara, tá lagando muito. Caralho. Nossa.
Que remete, já olhou, já.
Vai sim. E essa remete tá certa. Até o Titi falou.
Tá lagando pra qual mais?
O Inadequates.
Ele não levou o Venom, né, mano? Vai entender, né?
E eu acho que ele ia fazer igual como ele fez contra o Pato. Ele não levou pra confiança do cara.
Perdi aqui. O cara tinha Deoxys, Sandrinho e galera. Olha as ideias.
Nossa!
Yeah, which is for the most part a little bit better spot for that Dunsparce, but Dunsparce is still going to struggle because you are throwing resisted rollouts at the Glaring Stunfisk. This Ice Beam is going to come through, and Elshay, again, that Azumarill looks so strong into the back, the entire line of Inadequates.
Yeah, but Inadequates does have a way healthier Metachan. He had to use his last Protect Shield to do so, but at this point, Elshay is just trying to keep that Protect Shield around, taking the Earthquake on to the Azumarill. This is not bad for Inadequates, because if you throw this Ice Beam here and you get knocked out by a bubble, you could then fast attack down, maybe roll out down, get some kind of energy advantage, but will that rollout down put you low enough to get knocked out by an Earthquake and a Rock Slide? As the bubble does knock out, this rollout down is not going to be easy. Rollout is not doing anything against this Azumarill, so he tried to swap in onto the Glaring Stunfisk, and now the Drill Run is available. Double Drill Run's available.
Cara, eu acho que Inadequates ainda pode ganhar isso aí.
Although Azumarill is on the bookend, so not going to win charge priority against a lot of things. It might come to backfire. We're going to have to wait and see. And Inadequates loaded with energy, and these super effective drill runs are really starting to add up.
Yeah, and here comes the last Protect Shield of the game, and you're not in range of the next drill run, but you have your timer available. So if you take this Earthquake and then swap, and then use a drill run, and then swap in the Metachan, you could then counter down. So Dunsparce does absorb this, and Elshay
Dá pra ganhar ainda.
So as soon as you throw this drill run, I think Inadequates is going to get out of there. So actually banking up more energy, expecting the Earthquake out of Elshay,
Não mata o
but
Stunfisk.
maybe now Elshay is going to be able to Earthquake the Metacham. I don't know if he'll swap. No, he does swap, and there's the Earthquake on the swap, and Inadequates is shaking his head because that could be the game-winning play by Elshay.
I think Inadequates mentioned might hang on here, but oh no, it does get knocked out from the Earthquake, and now this mention from Elshay is loaded with energy and has the Psychic.
Cara, quanto de vida tá mediando Inadequates?
This is going to knock out Dunsparce, and Elshay takes game number 1, but like we said at the beginning, there might be a rematch. That was a 3-ball flex, but Inadequates was behind on energy on that second Psychic. Elshay got to his second Psychic before Inadequates got to his second Psychic, and that's not how it should work. So there might be a replay in this matchup. I actually think there will be a replay in this matchup. So I think game number 1 might not stand.
Yeah, both trainers definitely had some, visual reactions we can see on the screen as they're playing based on how that matchup played. Obviously, Elshay can't see how much energy Inadequates had, but might have seen a few missed counters there. And, for those two at home, what the coaches are really looking for is not necessarily
Isso é difícil de... Pelo menos até agora eu não vi nenhum outro tipo de jogo, uma bug assim.
And it did happen pretty early.
Yeah, it did happen pretty early. So it's
Pelo menos eu não tenho visto.
if it will make an impact on the game because there's so much variability because it
O jeito não vai ser não.
So anything could have happened.
Ah, o Inadequates ganhou?
Ganhou?
Não sei, não prestei atenção.
That's why we had
Tô jogando aqui enquanto...
Tinha que pegar um lote.
4x1 ainda. Deixa eu ver quanto foi. Nossa, 3061.
Ui!
I got a question for you, Butters. Yeah. For El Shay, do you think he brings knockdown
E a roda
this game
efetiva na conta do
and
cliente, só que o cliente não tem esse Pokémon?
Shadow Venusaur?
Desgraciada.
That is a fantastic question, Caleb. My gut feeling is yes. I think inadequate. So sorry. Yes to inadequate for sure. I think he brings Shadow Venusaur because it's just so strong. I feel like he was not showing Shadow Venusaur in game number 1 on purpose, and then game number 2 he was going to start bringing it. So I think he brings Shadow Venusaur, but then that means that El Shay should probably bring that knockdown.
Jeff, né, mano? Então, né, velho?
I want to revert back to my original guess. I think there's no way they don't bring it. So I think both these trainers are going to bring their Pokemon knocked out on El Shay's side and inadequate on Shadow Venusaur's side. What do you think, Caleb?
I think El Shay has a lot of ways to deal with Shadow Venusaur, so he might not bring that knockdown, especially seeing that that Dunsparce and Galarian Stunfisk core from Inadequates, and even Medicham having some play into that knockdown. It makes it so much hard to bring for El Shay. I think Inadequates, though, might make the adjustment for Venusaur because, I mean, looking at El Shay's team, Venusaur has positive matchup against the entire squad of El Shay, and most importantly, that Azumarill was so strong into Inadequates' entire team.
Valeu, Regis Couto. Vai com Deus, cara.
No, absolutely.
The
problem is, I think both trainers can survive without bringing either of them. You saw that first game. It was so close. You don't need to bring them, so they might actually just play the safer route. We're here trying to get to the winners semifinals. You don't need to risk anything. You might just go for your safer plays. I like the team composition from Inadequates, bringing that Dunsparce and Galarian Stunfisk to the back, trying to bait out that Azumarill, but a little bit weak to Medicham, and I think Medicham is going to be in a lot of El Shay's teams.
I think so too, and you know, Shadow Venusaur is not terrible into knockdown. If you have an energy lead or shield advantage, the Sludge Bomb really adds up. Even a Frenzy Blend kind of hurts for resisted damage. We're getting into game number 2, which is a rematch of game number 1. So score is
Essa é rematch. E tipo, essa é válida, essa é bem válida.
But we do see Venusaur on Inadequate side, but no knockdown for El Shay.
But how about if Inadequates soft loses this lead? Because in the 1 Protect Shield situation, it's really close. Medicham can even win sometimes, but in the 0 Protect Shield situation, Azumarill does win this matchup. I think Inadequates is going to stay in here, lose the 0 Protect Shield situation, and get a huge Vine Whip down. Never mind, because he swaps on a resisted play rough into the Galarian Stunfisk.
A huge catch from Inadequates, met quickly by the Medicham of El Shay. El Shay not phased at all, coming in with the Medicham. I mean, honestly, if you shield this Medicham, it actually could get you a lot of value.
Não pode quitar da partida.
El Shay not throwing the Ice Punch right away because
Olha,
knows that it's not enough.
essa daí que tá achando Inadequates, cara.
El Shay saving the shields for his own Galarian Stunfisk in the end.
And do you have to throw the Ice Punch before the next Earthquake is available? El Shay thinks so. I think so too. So he's going to throw the Ice Punch just to deny Inadequate's second Earthquake there. It gets the
Pô,
knockout.
volta Medicham aí. Medicham na Medicham.
Mas
tá muito bom pra Inadequates, cara.
Oi?
Venusaur.
Pois é, tá muito bom pro Inadequates.
É o Chico do Venusaur.
Shadow Venusaur is going to have to do a ton in the back for Inadequates.
This is the position you want Shadow Venusaur in though if you're Inadequates. You want to save your shields for it because it definitely needs shields to handle any matchups. And again, it looks really good into El Shay's team for good reason. And El Shay is going to come in with the Zuma, is going to throw this Ice Beam first. Likely going to grab the first shield from Inadequates.
Inadequates is perking up a little bit. I think he's liking this situation. He thinks he can probably get the Vine Whip down, and here comes the swap into the Galarian Stunfisk to try to deny that Vine Whip down, but suddenly this Shadow Venusaur is loaded on energy. It's probably going to pick up some Protect Shields here, because if you don't protect the Galarian Stunfisk, it's just the Azumarill in the back.
Olha, quem vai matar agora é o Tist. Ele tava com 2 shields.
This is going to be the call of the match, Caleb.
Do you call it or not? This is going to be huge. It's complete swings, and Inadequate makes the correct call on this Galarian Stunfisk. Is going to shield the huge Earthquake. And here's the thing. You just let this go if you're El Shay and try to
get
take
to
it
the
out
ice
with
beam.
Ice Beam. Yeah,
I think you have to. That's a great call, Caleb, because even if you protect shield this.
But it's not enough, though. And, goes for the frenzy plan. If El Shay shields, Inadequate's Medicham is coming in soon. The timer's coming up.
The timer's up. Can Inadequate somehow absorb the rock slide? And he swaps in, tries to take it, and takes an Earthquake instead. So a smart play by El Shay to throw the Earthquake. Actually undercharging it, though, because he wants to get a bubble down to get the Ice Beam energy necessary. And what a undercharge that was. Is he going to permanently bubble down? I don't know if he has enough time. This Venusaur...
Meu Deus! Meu Deus!
Que isso?
Que isso, jogou demais.
Jogou muito.
Isso, cara.
Falei pra ele jogar muito bem.
Não, ele tá merecendo, pô. Tá merecendo. 4, 5 Pokémon, pô.
For only 4 more turns, and then that Shadow Venusaur would have had that Frenzy Plant available. So if he threw the full Earthquake, he would have been outpaced by the Venusaur. So he threw the undercharge, and just 2 bubbles advantage was the key to that matchup. And here comes the first swap of the game. One of the best plays by Inadequates to make this energy inefficient, but in the end, Azumarill was the hero.
El Shay playing out of his mind with only 5 Pokemon. I mean, just think about all the calculated plays, throwing the Earthquake, making that shield, recognizing the Medicham is going to come in, not phase at all, throwing the perfect undercharge, and look at this, getting the bubble down before the Psychic's reach. Not even the Ice Punch was reached, because even the Ice Punch would have chipped this Azumarill, closing on a Vine with range, but look at that. Even the Ice Punch would
Cara, eu acho que ele tem que ser campeão, ele tem muita chance. Eu pensou um campeão da América do Sul?
É, top demais.
Ah, cara, tá me deixando sonhar. Tá me deixando sonhar.
About the bottom of the ocean than we do about undercharging. It's so hard to do. I'm not even joking. It's so hard to do precisely because not all of these trainers know exactly what the great, nice, and no do in every single charge attack. If you did memorize all that, your brain would probably explode because there's so much variation for each charged attack. So
Vendo Inadequate mamou.
Literally couldn't do it better, and that is the only reason he won that battle. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, what an incredible battle. I mean, this is why he's still in the bracket on the winner side. He's running 5 Pokemon only. And again, not even bring the Noctowl for Shadow Venusaur, which Shadow Venusaur looks so good, but El Shay just has ways to play around every single team composition he sees.
Yeah, and what is the adjustment here? There was no Noctowl in that game number 1, or game number 2, sorry, because there was a rematch, but there's only 1 win on the board for El Shay. So that was game number 1. No Noctowl, not showing any Noctowl, and Inadequate showed the Shadow Venusaur, almost was able to close with it, but couldn't quite position it. I felt like El Shay was just playing so smartly that he couldn't really position it well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Inadequate's also playing incredibly well. I mean, catching the play rough, doing everything he can, recognizing the Switch Timer, coming and match him into that Glaring Stunfisk, trying to leverage that Shadow Venusaur, doing everything he can, but how do you take out El Shay? You already had the best team composition you could have had in that backline matchup. And here we go into game number 2, and it is going to be the Shadow Charizard, but met by the Glaring Stunfisk.
Olha.
This is tough. You can get in this matchup if you bait some Dragon Claws, and we've seen other trainers try.
Essa é uma coisa que não fez a porcaria.
Hey, you have to absolutely protect shield these rock slides. It's double super effective into a Shadow Charizard. So now, what does Inadequate do? Does he go for it? Does he go for the winning plays, or does he try to go for
não shielda, não shielda, não shielda, não shielda, não shielda, não shielda.
Nossa, acabou.
Não shieldou.
Acabou. Acabou, Gal.
Esse é
Pegou,
o homem.
mas tá bom. Pegou, mas tá bom.
Peraí, dá pra ele pode formar de novo, no outro golpe.
But this does bait out the Noctowl. This is pretty smart from Inadequate, swapping out the Medicham to ensure the Noctowl matchup. So his Shadow Venusaur is a lot safer down the stretch.
It is definitely safer, but Inadequate, let's not forget, is down a shield. And really appreciates coming into this Noctowl. Inadequate did not bring Glaring Stunfisk,
não é isso,
nor Dunsparce, nor Lantern into this matchup, and Noctowl is coming to play now in game number 2, surprising and inadequate in this team composition.
Metacham goes down, gets knocked out, and how do you finish off this knocked out? Inadequate is holding his head because he has 2 shadow
Cara,
types in the
assim,
back.
não tá tendo como a sequência vencer, não.
Tá tendo não, é.
Ele pode te dar isso aí se quiser.
But still, ensuring to get the sky attack off is going to be huge. Getting this final
Cara, ele pegou energia constante, né? Senão ele pode nem, porque ele pode nem pra isso aí. Mas não pegou energia. Ah, tá, mas tá com vontade de shield, tá bom? Só não pode levar cat. Faz paradinha.
He always knows how to make the right plays here, even with 5 Pokemon. Getting to this Earthquake, I don't think this Earthquake does knock out, but this Galarian Sunfish is loaded on energy. The Earthquake is going to land into the Shadow Venusaur. The Shadow Venusaur endures, can get to the Frenzy Plant, but looks like Elshay is not tapping, is trying to leave the Venusaur with health.
O que ele fez?
Get some energy advantage.
Ele mesmo ficou parado?
Sim.
The pause and tapping game number 2.
Yeah, I like this play from Elshay because the Charizard is going to take out the Metacham if it doesn't have energy. You can tank a Frenzy Plant, no problem. You want as much energy as possible on this Metacham. Metacham is going to come in.
Wow.
Oh, gets the counter down before the Frenzy Plant's even reached.
Wow, precise. Elshay is amazing here. Now, Inadequate's reaching for the Blast Burn.
Nossa, acabou. Aqui acabou. Que é isso, cara? Que esse cara fez? Posso gritar, mano? Que isso, cara? Acabou.
Esse cara.
Mano, eu vou torcer pra esse cara, velho.
Cara, latino?
Caramba, velho. O cara tá até rindo, velho. 2-0 em cima do Inadequate, mano.
Eu quero a soberania latina.
Meu Deus, cara. Raft, pode aumentar um pouco o áudio. Nossa, pra mim tá alto pra caramba, mano. Deixa eu tentar aumentar um pouquinho.
What intense set. I mean, people are wondering, how is this guy still in this tournament, in the winner's bracket, not losing a single set with 5
As melhores partidas, hein? Mais dominante, é.
Sim. Só perde pra aquela do Arquizênia.
I mean, we're making history here in Pokemon Go.
We absolutely are, and Elshay is a huge part of that. Just brilliant battles. He actually won 3 games there, but there was a problem in game number 1, so you can't count that. But 2 in a row. Game number 1, the flawless undercharge. You literally couldn't have done it better, and if you did it any differently, you would have lost. And then how about game number 2? He decided to pause on Galarian Stunfisk so that he keeps the Venusaur healthy enough and gets back to his switch timer, so then he can swap onto that blast burn onto his knocked out. Literal precision from Elshay.
Yeah, thinking 5 steps of his opponent. I didn't even think about burning the switch timer, but you're absolutely right. Doing that so he could catch that blast burn on that knocked out. And
esse cara jogou, não tá no script.
Tá, cara. Jogou muito.
Wow, what an incredible play. Hats off to you, and incredible performance from Elshay this entire weekend, and he's going to keep going in this winner's bracket.
Yeah, and I mean sometimes you just
Cara, eu gostei muito dele, cara. Essa stream valeu a pena só por causa dele.
Because as we recap this series, it's been swaps back and forth, to be honest. Both trainers, even Inadequate's swapping here into the resisted play rough to try to find any advantage. He was having trouble trying to get his Shadow Venusaur or Shadow Charizard with any sort of momentum. Elshay was cutting him off at every position.
Every position, exactly. I mean, playing so well. We're talking about how do you deal with Venusaur without knockdown, and he's still able to do it. And then when he does have the knockdown, playing so well. I mean,
aquele ganhou do Venusaur ainda foi mais dominante ainda.
Sim.
Yeah, and then here comes the Ice Beam that secured the victory. And how many times have we seen Azumarill actually counter grass types before it was
eu não tava botando fé no time dele contra o cara. E pior, cara, que eu tenho certeza que considerava ele o azarão. Só porque ele levou um Pokémon que não podia.
No protect shielded that Dragon Claw could have secured that victory in game number 2. I don't think Elshay could play any better. And I don't know if we were going to get to it, but this is the moment where Earthquake does land. No, we don't have the pause available, but he did pause later, and then now this is throwing right at Blastburn. Some trainers don't throw exactly at
Ele vai
energy.
ser
Oh,
o
no,
cara.
he threw right
Ele vai
with
ser
the
no Mundial,
Psychic
cara,
was
com
available,
5
so
Pokémons.
over energy. This
Ele vai virar um mito na comunidade.
Yeah, precision play, expecting, reading Inadequate's movements, right? Not even trying to catch when the Blastburns reach, but doing it because he knew that Inadequate is good enough to know the
Eu quero seguir ele na rede social. Ele tem Twitter.
Incredible performance. And, you know, great matchup all the way throughout, even from Inadequates, right? Making multiple catches, catching a play rough on the Galarian Stunfisk in that first game, and then catching a rock slide on his Metachamp.
Final do Twitter, atual X.
But Elshay was just one step ahead and one Pokemon short.
We're heating up at the 2023 Pokemon Go World Championships in Yokohama. I mean, it's just amazing to see the talent of these top trainers. I mean, I thought the previous was so much more. I was so impressed with Chiodo on that loser side, and then I just got even more impressed by Elshay, and now we have this finals winner semis. That's going to be Elshay versus Wadaj. It's Axon versus Rubik's Master.
Yeah, I mean, these are star-studded matchups. 3 North Americans, but Elshay from Chile.
Próximo ele vem com 4 Pokémon, porque 5 ele tá muito absoluto.
I mean, if he takes games off of Wadaj with 5 Pokemon, I don't know what's able to stop Elshay.
Nothing will be able to stop him.
Nothing. Let's see if we have the losers bracket up as well. We can take a look at how those are progressing. But
Deliberado, totalizado, esse é o poder do Omnitrix. A realidade em uma entidade, além X, raça absoluta, além da consciência.
Falei pra você, olha lá, olha o japonês lá,
ai, credo.
O homem tá aí. Tá mesmo. Falei com a... Ai, dormiu minha perna.
Cara, tá arrependido.
Minha perna, pera.
Fala baixo. Tá vendo? Falando diabo? É, só contra esse cara, na moral. Ele merece meia hora de turra. Meia hora de turra de ripa de madeira. Aquela de galho de goiabeira.
O cara tá no top... Isso aí é o que? Top o quê? Top 8.
Não, top nada que ele não tá na winner.
Não, mas tá no top 8 já, ué.
Top nada, ele tem que perder. Só assim eu vou ter paz de espírito.
Para com isso, mano. Não é quando? Amanhã, mano.
Tô contra o Bastidon, cara.
Who only has 5 Pokemon.
Yeah, yes, but is playing incredible. I mean, I don't know. With the way he's playing, he can use 4 Pokemon. I could think. He didn't even use the knockdown until that game number 3 or game number 2. But, I mean, that top side of the bracket between Elshay, Wadaj, It's Axon, even Rubik's Master. 3 North Americans actually in that top side.
A realidade em uma entidade.
We still have a lot of players from all the regions represented, including the losers bracket. So definitely keep rooting for your favorite players, and we love to see everyone tuning in. I think we had over 27,000 live audience members the last time I checked, and we love to see it. We love to see the hype, and of course, there might be even more tuning in to rebroadcast later on in the day.
Yeah, thank you so much for those out there. I hope you're enjoying the Twitch drops. I hope you're enjoying the new Twitch emotes as well. So make sure to spam those in the chat with there's amazing plays by Elshay in the future. But we have an amazing interview, a special talk coming up with our co-caster, Speediest Chief. Take it away.
All right, hello and welcome trainers. I'm here with the Michael Sturenka. Michael, welcome in. So happy to have you here, and the crowd loves it as well. Michael, for those folks in the crowd or watching at home that might not know you, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Adoro o Petit porque ele sempre tá estiloso. Adoro esse homem, muito.
Aí,
well, Michael, I think we owe you a huge thanks. There's an incredible
Arruma um contador aí pra mim rápido. Arruma um número aí pra mim.
trainers are building their PvP rosters right now. us a little bit about
Oi?
what goes into making an event like that and how much it helps trainers to build their rosters for PvP.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tá me ouvindo? Tá me ouvindo? Tá me ouvindo?
Always look at the World
Mundial
Championship
Museu.
Series as a great opportunity to introduce new players to PvP actually, because as you're watching things happen on screen, you might be curious and, you know, wanting to build your own team. We know that there aren't always the most meta-relevant Pokemon in the wild at any given time. So during these events, we want to give people opportunities to catch Pokemon, build those teams so they can hop into GBL, and maybe participate in the World Championships next year themselves.
Absolutely. I think a lot of trainers would love to see Michael Steranka participate as well. And you have been in a few battles. I think there was a showcase as well in Japan that you did.
There was, yeah.
Your Mew set, as I like to call it, was so much fun. That was a really, really special moment. Speaking of special moments, Michael, can you tell us about the venue, everything that's going on here, how the trainers are feeling? You've been walking around kind of taking it all in, right?
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible here. I mean,
tem que ver,
you know, I was
batalhar
fortunate
com
enough to
outro
also be
treinador.
at the London World Championships last year. I thought that
Ué,
was
que
the
fase é
most
essa da
thrilling
batalha?
thing I've ever seen. And somehow the team managed to
Batalha
step it up
treinador.
this year.
Yeah.
It's almost like too much to take in. It's just sensory overload, but in a good way.
No, absolutely, right? I think I made it a point to try to walk around the venue, take every little piece in, because having the World Championships in Japan is such a unique experience, and I'm just so grateful
Acho que tinha caído minha voz.
to enjoy it. But
Próximo
Michael,
Mundial
I know a lot of trainers are
é
watching,
Adam
they've seen
com
the World
Nick
Championships,
Adam.
they know that the GOBattleLeague rotation is
Creca.
happening in September.
Right.
I know you can't say all the details, but can we expect some changes, some shifts? What can you tell us?
Yeah, well, you know, I don't want to spoil anything for anybody, but you know, people probably saw a lot of the move balance.
Eu queria ter a oportunidadinho. Algum dia eu vou.
You can expect a lot of that, maybe even more next season.
Okay.
Yeah, we're always
Mania.
looking to spice things up, change it up a bit. And now that, you know, the World Championships will have concluded, I think it's a great opportunity for us to, you know, shake things up maybe more than usual.
All right. Well, that sounds good to me. I know Carbink will also be eligible next season as well, which could definitely change things up. I've been saying this, if there's going to be a Shadow Charizard World Champion, it has to be in Yokohama, because Carbink and Charizard do not have the best relationship, right?
Absolutely. I'm working on my XL Carbink right now, actually, so.
Awesome. All right, Michael, I really appreciate you. I think you have a lot of fans out here, and we are so grateful
Mas
for
amanhã é
everything that
sábado.
Niantic has done to help promote the event, not only here in the game, but on Twitter. We've seen the clips and the highlights.
Ah, o que é Botafogo na frente de Pokémon GO, né, Raft?
Mas às vezes a final é mais tarde também, né?
Ah, não importa. Vê live toda.
Can we get a round for Michael Steranka, please?
Oh, but before that, I do want to thank the team at Niantic who also helped put all this stuff together. Obviously, it wasn't just me. It was actually mostly the folks out here. And in terms of the, you know, GBL updates for next season, the team's been really working hard on that. So if you like what you see, be sure to let us know, because you might see more.
All right. Well said. I think that's it for us. Casters, back to you.
Thank you, Speedy, and thank you, Michael, for joining in on this special.
Já botaram o pessoal da Loser?
Michael shared a lot of thoughts about some big changes coming up for next season.
Já botaram o pessoal da Loser já batalhou?
I mean, you know, as much as I love Shadow Charizard, Lantern, and Registeel, I think we are definitely due for a little bit of a shakeup.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. He was saying expect some more shakeups next year.
Agora.
So, I mean, or next update.
Não estão batalhando
The
nada.
future of Pokemon Go PvP is extremely bright, especially with trainers like Elshay and with Dodge and Intax and all these trainers that have so much potential, just going to get better and better, and the meta's going to shake up. And shout out to Niantic, by the way, who made just a simple change of Trevenant Seed Bomb energy increase, made it so that Trevenant isn't as viable in the open Great League because you need that bait move to be pretty strong in the meta. So once Trevenant was inserted out of the meta actually became extremely healthy, because I like to call the last meta the NTL meta, the Nocturne Trevenant Lantern meta, and that was kind of a lot of momentum swinging back and forth, but now it's more Lantern, Altaria instead of the Noctowl, and Medicham, a lot of neutral matchups that give the floor, the stage for these competitors to make these incredible plays and unleash Shadow Charizard as well.
I feel like that acronym changes in order every time you say it.
It does, actually. It does.
The only person I know that uses the acronym, but you're absolutely right. Having that Trevenant out of the meta has thrown Medicham far into the top of the rankings for usage in these tournaments. That's changed up a lot though, and that's why we're really able to see some of these really incredible plays from these trainers.
And we're officially in our top 12. We have more amazing action to come, so please stick around.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the World Championship Series 2023 from Yokohama, Japan. With me, I have the one and only Valiant Vish from the APAC region. Valiant, welcome back to Japan and for the Championship Series.
Yeah, glad to be here. Excited.
Amazing. So could you tell us a little bit about what team you brought here today at the Championship?
Yes, so I'm running Metachamp, Leckitung, Stunfisk.
O Valiant Argent.
And then 2 Shadow Pokemon in Shadow Charizard and Shadow Venusaur. I think my sort of strategy is more sort of inspired from Rise to Occasion and what he ran at NAIC
brasileiro ainda na
with
disputa,
2 Shadow Closes.
Eram todos.
And I thought Venusaur was an extremely really good pick at this point in time. So working out well for me so far.
Yeah, I'd say going 6-0 definitely seems like you're doing pretty well for yourself this today, especially. Could you please tell us a little bit more about what your Pokemon are kind of running up against today that are maybe causing you a little bit of problems, or maybe some things that didn't catch you off guard?
No problems as of yet. I think I've made a pretty
Cara, não sei como ele pergunta a camisa do Gostem, mas não descreve a camisa de equipe no geral.
Decision point in my round 2, where I had to face a dynamic
Será que o Gostem é licenciado pra Lente? O Gostem? Será que é licenciado?
No, nothing sort of special overall. I think the world's meta.
Tipo, na teoria não podia, né? Camisa de uma conta de marcas.
Vai passar a partida lá de baixo. Ah, não é de baixo não, o Rubmaster ganhou.
Awesome. So let's pivot a little bit and talk a little bit more about Japan. So could you tell us a little bit more about your trip to Japan and how it's been since you got here? Maybe even something about the venue that you really enjoyed.
Yeah, so it's my first time in Japan, and I've been here since last week. So just been doing a lot of traveling with my wife. Really enjoying. I was at GoFest, so I did the Osaka GoFest. I was in Kyoto for a couple of days actually, and then now in Yokohama. So. Amazing place, amazing food, amazing culture. Just glad that Pokemon, invited me out for this special occasion. So yeah, this is great.
Yeah, very, very hard-earned trip all the way up to 6-0. Thank you so much for the interview. We'll see you next time at the World Championship Series in Yokohama 2023.
Hi there, I'm your host Anna Prosser. We are here in Yokohama at the Pokemon World Championships 2023, and I'm at the prize wall with Travis. Travis, what's the prize wall?
The prize wall is a wonderful wall of prizes we have this weekend for players participating in our side events. We've got, again, Go, TCG, and VG side events to sign up for. Players can have a great time this weekend and come redeem even more fun prizes.
So tell us exactly how it works. Someone plays, then they get what, and then they...
So a player will go, they'll sign up for
Esse dia você tem que gastar alguma coisa pra comprar ou é só jogo?
The side event, they'll receive prize wall tickets, and once they've accumulated however many they're wanting to save up for, they can come back to the prize wall and claim one of their fun prizes.
Na verdade, todo o pessoal tem que gastar, tem que gastar em tudo.
There are a few exclusive world things here, right? What are those?
Just a couple things.
Pokémon em ser uma franquia pay to win, no geral.
Exclusive to the Yokohama tournament, as well as a few copies of the World's promo available for players to get as well.
Mas é caro.
A carta do
Pokemon Center prizes this time, so that's a lot of fun for a lot of international players.
Which one's your favorite?
This time I'm going to go with the Butterfree umbrella. It's so cool. It comes with a Metapod carrying case. Gotta love it.
It's so cute. It made me squeal. I'm going to go squeal over some more things. Thank you so much, Travis. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
Pokémon Sleep. Aí é uma palhaçada. Até hoje, você acredita que até hoje eu não vi o Snorlax Shine disso?
Eu também nunca vi isso também não.
Não, mas nem nos grupos de venda. Vai valer uns 2.000 pontos, não.
Aquele que se a pessoa que pegasse fosse eu. Eu ia mudar de vida. Eu ia pagar transplante capilar pra todos os calvos do Brasil sem ser o Raft. Em live? Eu quero. Ó, aí Raft, te faço questionamento. Dormir com uma champ, pode? Por que não? Machamp é um Pokémon como todos os outros, né? Então,
É macho, né, mano? Machão.
exatamente, Machamp. Por que não pode? Ah, Raft.
Já tô trocando aqui.
Hi there, I'm your host Anna Prosser here in Yokohama for Pokemon World Championships 2023, and we're here in the Play Lounge. We're here with Judge Kaza to talk about first steps. What's first step?
ここはティーチングエリアです。カードゲームを最初にやる場所です。
If a player is just learning about Pokemon for the first time, what would you
Foi
tell
o
them
Ronaldo
when they
torcer
come
pro
here?
pato, já era.
楽しんでください。
What games can
Fácil.
players learn here in the Play Lounge?
すべてのゲームできます。
Do they need to know anything before they come here, or can they start brand new?
Nothing. 初心者でも大丈夫です。
What is your favorite thing about the Play Lounge?
ティーチングが大好きです。
It looks like you're having a great time. We'll let you get back to it.
めっちゃ楽しいです。
Arigatou gozaimasu.
I'm so excited about this WCS in Japan.
And that's it from the Play Lounge. We'll be right back with
Olha
more
os
from the
números,
Pokemon
cara,
World
do
Championship.
primeiro dia. Pokémon Go 1. Então, Pokémon VGC.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. My name is AlphaVib, and I'm here today
Ah.
to talk to you
Pokémon
about
Night
immediate
446k.
charged attack timing.
Pokémon
Pokemon use
TCG.
fast attacks to deal damage to opposing
Mano,
Pokemon
foi
and
muito
generate
famoso.
energy. These fast attacks take your Pokemon 1 to 5 turns to complete, during which you can take no other actions. Fast attacks can be categorized
Eu acho que o Pokémon GO atualmente é mais competitivo que os outros. E tipo, é mais, como é o nome? Mais acessível.
Essa não precisa gastar,
Tipo, não é todo mundo que compra o Nintendo Switch pra jogar esse VGC.
Average damage and average energy generation, such as Counter, Shadow Claw, or Dragon Tail. The interplay between fast attacks dealing damage
Ou que tipo, tem dinheiro pra comprar todas as cartas.
able to use charged attacks is the essence.
E Pokémon GO é muito mais acessível pra todo mundo.
Most meta-relevant Pokemon prefer to bring a low energy cost, low damage charged attack, frequently called a bait, and pair it with a higher energy cost, higher energy charged attack, frequently called a nuke. Contrary to what one might expect, it's not always best to throw your charged attacks.
Vai até onde?
As shown
Será que vai? Será que vai tudo hoje?
Galarian Stunfisk versus Lantern. The optimal play for Galarian Stunfisk typically involves
Eu
building
até
up
umas
enough
12 e
energy
pouco.
for either
Depois,
Rock Slide or Earthquake to be used before throwing.
Ah, eu tô indo embora agora, Raft. Falou, valeu.
In this case,
Daqui a pouco tá
rock
com a
slide is
boca aberta aí.
baiting the opponent into using
Nada,
protection.
nada.
Even trainers who carefully track their opponent's energy will not be
Nossa,
able
eu não
to
entendi o que aconteceu, Raft.
Nada.
Olha a coisa na minha cama.
Keep in mind to track your opponent's energy so that you throw your charged
Falei uns
attacks
15 de
before your
nada.
opponents are
Até
able
descobri
to
que você
throw
tá
their own.
dormindo.
Additionally, tracking your own health is important to ensure your charged attacks
É tipo, eu acordei na minha cama, eu não sabia o que tava acontecendo.
their fast attack damage. The final aspect of beginner level tactics is when to use self-buffing charged attacks and when to use charged attacks that debuff your opponent, such as Power Up Punch or Icy Wind. It's often most beneficial to throw these charged attacks right away, but keep in mind, if your secondary charged attack has the potential to be a powerful nuke,
Ó, quem que
then it's
usa
worth
o limão?
considering a shield bait.
Sacanagem. Ou pior que não tá spawnando.
Quer dizer?
Tá spawnando o Gong, velho. Como que faz?
Simultaneously preventing your
Ah,
opponent
chora.
from using a charged attack. Take the example here of Swampert versus Talonflame.
O que eu faço?
Talonflame requires 3 5-turn incinerates, a total of 15 turns, in order to reach both Flame Charge and Brave Bird. Swampert requires 5 2-turn mudshots, a total of 10 turns, in order to reach its most efficient charged attack, Hydro Cannon. However, ideal play typically consists of Swampert using 7 mudshots, a total of 14 turns, and then unleashing Hydro Cannon. This allows Swampert to come out of the charged attack with 2 additional mudshots worth of damage and energy. This can also be applied when 2 opposing Pokemon charged attacks are thrown at the same time. In Pokemon Go, this exchange is controlled by the total attack value of each individual Pokemon. The Pokemon with the higher value is able to throw its charged attack first.
Vou abaixar
A
pouco a
good
voz do
example
Discord.
is the matchup between Swampert and Noctowl. Noctowl reaches its Sky Attack in a total of 6
O problema é que se dormir
two-turn
com a Champ é
for
que
12 turns,
sonhar de
while
noite
Swampert
é
still reaches its Hydro Cannon.
Quadro aí que vai ser bom mesmo.
Higher attack value than Noctowl.
Eu não reclamaria não.
Cases of simultaneously thrown charged attacks. Because of this, optimal play from the Swampert user typically entails throwing 6 mudshots before throwing Hydro Cannon in order to force the charged attack tie. This allows the Swampert to come out of the exchange with the maximum amount of energy possible, while preventing the Noctowl from throwing its Sky Attack first. The final aspect of intermediate level tactics is timing self-debuffing charged attacks. Charged attacks like Overheat, Wild Charge, and Superpower are extremely powerful attacks, but they come with the drawback of lowering the attack, defense, or even both stats of the Pokemon. Because of this, it is often advantageous to build up to 2 or nearly 2 charged attacks before unleashing all of your built-up energy. This allows your Pokemon to deal the most amount of damage while taking the least amount of damage in return. Here on the left, Alolan Raichu builds up to back-to-back Wild Charges, but the Sky Attack comes before the first Wild Charge is thrown. In comparison to the trainer on the right, Alolan Raichu uses Wild Charge as soon as possible. Skarmory reaches the Sky Attack before the second Wild Charge, and it deals damage after the defense has been sharply dropped. The difference in the amount of damage is astounding and completely changes the end point of the matchup. Mastering these
Infelizmente, cara, eu lembro. Mas eu não jogava na época, eu só vi os vídeos.
A meta, mano, era...
as well as mitigate your opponent's energy gained and damage dealt.
Eu sou, professor.
As a Pokemon trainer. That's it for now. Make sure to keep your eye out for the second part of this topic for more advanced strategies involving charged attack timing.
O pior é que tipo, a gente repara que tipo, não é que ele era meta, é que não tinha Pokémon bom naquela época.
Foi o primeiro doce GG que talaram, né, mano?
Uhum.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the
Inclusive,
2023
eu tenho talado já, Shiny.
Championships here in Yokohama, Japan. Don't miss the closing ceremonies tomorrow morning. But before then, we have even more battles to show you. I'm here with Not Rob, aka Rob May. How do you want to go about this from now on?
Not Rob is good, but what happened to my boss? What are you wearing?
Giovanni has stepped out for the day. Now, Shiny Speedy has arrived.
I don't know about this.
You know how you feel about it?
I'm under a lot of pressure.
Ué, trocaram um parzinho? O par dele não era HP Schneider?
So I'm not really sure what exactly we're looking at here, but we'll just put it aside for now and talk about the venue.
Gosto.
Yeah, let's talk about the venue.
Okay. So the venue here, we've got some pretty spectacular things. We've got the cherry blossom trees over in the corner. We've got in the back of the right
Que gusta, Raft? Não troca-troca, tá? Sincerão.
You can go behind this, the Pikachu here, in front of the Pikachu here, you can see the cherry blossom trees, just gorgeous with our little yatai stall, kind of food stall. You can see some pretty hungry starters over there having a good time.
Say, is that a Sprigatito waiting for a bowl of ramen?
Yeah, and we have a sushi roll riding Fue Coco who has already pre-bitten some onigiri, also trying to double up with some ramen.
You're actually wearing the same pin.
I am.
I'm a little bit jealous.
Yeah.
It's actually a really, really cool pin.
Eles ainda estão, vamos perguntar aqui no Pokémon ainda.
Pokemon Center here at Yokohama because
A tabela
it's
aqui
over
só.
there on sale if you'd like to check it out.
Não deixa.
Also, we have lots of other things in the shop. You'll have to go check and see. There's so much merch I can't even tell you what we've got in there.
Exactly.
It's too much.
I appreciate how some of these banners honor Pokemon that are also prominent in Pokemon Unite. For example, the Dragapult and the Zoroark as well. Zeraora, excuse me. Very fun to have those two Pokemon. Honestly, every Pokemon Unite player agrees that Zeraora is the best Pokemon in Unite, right?
I don't know know about that. At least when I first started playing, it was pretty close to that. But I personally am a little partial to the Lycanroc just over here, and I think a lot of players, especially in the VG community, really enjoy having the tatsugiri, which is the little fish on top of the nigiri sushi.
Yeah.
That goes into Dandozo, I think. It's very, very cute Pokemon. Great shinies, color variants, super, super cool.
I actually had a question for you.
Okay, let's hear it.
We talked about how the Japanese trainers use Defense from Deoxys to great effect in day number 1. We just saw a trainer, Rubik's Master, a few minutes ago, use his own Defense from Deoxys. Can you talk about maybe the interplay there?
Pronto, voltei.
How this Pokemon has kind of crossed boundaries and borders.
Right, so I think the Rubik's Master also shows what we saw with the Japanese players in that each of the Defense forms of Deoxys that we have seen so far on stream, to my knowledge, have had Thunderbolt as their secondary charge.
Cara, deu
which
400.
My initial consideration for analysis, I thought we were going to see a lot more of rock sliding.
Meu Deus.
And also having a little bit more neutral play against some of the ice types in particular. But it seems that the electric move, Thunderbolt, is much more prominent as a secondary option in those matchups, because the rock slide getting in on a Galarian Stunfisk matchup is much worse than when you see the Thunderbolt. So I think Rubik's Master maybe took maybe the same kind of logic as our Japanese players and is piloting to perfection today.
Well, if you want to see more Rubik's Master, I have great news for you. He's up next on stage. But first, let's take a look at It's Axen, one of the most decorated Pokemon Go trainers in the world. Last year qualifying for the World Championships at NAIC, and then this year winning in Portland in order to qualify for the World Championships.
Olha ele, olha ele.
Regional de Portland.
Is an incredibly storied trainer,
Portland.
accomplished trainer. He's actually facing off against Rubik's Master. This is a rematch of the Portland
Arlington.
Regional top 8.
Incredible. And looking at
Salt Lake City.
he's running
Eu sou bom.
Shadow Pokemon with the Swampert and the Alolan Sandslash. Now, I was actually privileged enough to be able to catch him just a little bit before on the desk, and he said that with the Alolan Sandslash being the Shadow variant, it does not appreciate a lot of things on his list for counter users, such as Defense from Deoxys and the Metachams. But as you can tell, even when those Pokemon are coming into play, it resists a lot of those charge moves. Being that Ice Steel typing, it can take an Ice Punch and laugh. Even with the Shadow itself, it just doesn't take enough damage from them. And so the fast move pressure is really the only thing you need to do. So
não é final ainda não.
Cara, eu vou botar fé nele no Mundial. Vou botar muita fé nele no Mundial. Eu quero que esse cara perca.
The Portland Regional finalist in this year and has just been playing out of his mind each and every game.
Qual que você quer que perca?
O Ruby Master. Eu tenho meus favoritos. E o NX mereceu. Mereceu estar nos meus favoritos.
Esse aí só ganhou porque Hard counterou o outro.
Ele tem cara de simpático, mas o NX tem mais jogabilidade. De acordo com quem a gente viu. E sim, ele tá merecendo ganhar o Mundial, porque ele tá jogando. Não é nem tipo aquele negócio de e alinhamento. Não. Ele pegou o que tava ruim, espremeu, fez suco, bolo. Ainda só vou pra jantar.
Opa, foi bom pra ele, hein?
Ótimo.
É ruim, mano.
Pera, tá bom ainda. Aqui, ó, vomitinho aí.
Which is kind of Axen's signature move in these matchups.
Exactly. Axen loves to kind of chip and dip his way through matchups. You see him reach for the knockdown. Actually, this is a little bit surprising.
Eu não botaria knock, ele cobra tipo de knock.
Making a read about the third Pokemon attack for Rubik's Master.
Yes, traditionally when the Quagsire is able to come out, it has the ability with the Shadow version to hit very hard with the move that just landed with that gigantic Stone Edge. And so Axen making a hard read that he's able to pull out the flyer, using this Shadow Pick as a little bit of a bait, if you will, in order to pull out the thing he wants to get rid of, and then hopefully be able to clean slip the Altaria in the late game.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Going for the Mud Bomb here, we saw in an earlier matchup. Not enough to KO Pokemon.
Não, peito. Ah. Tá vindo bem.
Tá bom, não fez diferença. Tá outro. É, não compensa mais o shield. Da Farm Johnson de Azul Maril, mas vai doer.
Bom.
Sabe qual que é o problema? Vai sair muito cheio e vai deixar energia.
Mas tipo, mesmo quando a gente não consegue vencer do Antônio.
Então ataque aqui, aí. Toma um aí.
Acho que sei lá, a XN perdeu já. Tá. Tá muito ruim. Ele tá sem saber o que fazer. Caraca, ele consegue vencer ainda.
Pode abrir a troca. Pode abrir a troca.
Isso não mata ainda.
Pode abrir a troca.
Delícia demais. A Medichan não é farmada.
Não, nem a pau. Chegar no trovão, o relâmpago mata. Opa!
O jogador de último nível, né, pai? O player vai dessa vida, deixa eu ver. Não mata. Não mata.
É mais um.
Não mata não.
Mata.
Não. O relâmpago vai.
Aí, acabou.
Assim. Cara, em teoria isso parece uma match simples, mas foi bem complexo.
Foi complexo porque o Medichan não tinha lugar, né? Perdi pros dois. Tinha que ter colocado Medichan.
Sim.
Falou certo, se coloca Medichan ali era muito mais safe. É muito mais safe. Faz dele mesmo.
Exato. Porque aquele negócio, tipo... O golpe que ele tá dando no Medichan é o golpe dele que dá menos dano. Então, se ele botasse Medichan, tipo, ele poderia atacar pro peito 2 bombas de lama que estaria safe.
Dado um PC, já matava.
Exato.
Cara, é igual eu, gosto de ir pro mais difícil, tá ligado? Not that that's actually doing anything for him, but Axon and Rubik's Master are currently selecting teams.
É, quer dizer bem assim, ó, olha, eu vou pro mais difícil aqui pra provar pra vocês que eu mereço ganhar. Que coisa fácil vai fazer, nem. Se o João me ver falando isso, ele vai me matar. Ah, cara, eu acho que foi nem fácil quando eu fui fazer pela primeira vez.
Primeira vez era 2000. Era um dia só.
Ah, fiz os 2 dias. Eu só fiquei chateado porque, tipo, eu só 30 linhas de redação. Eu queria usar mais. Ah, match é boa. Match... O 0 é The Oxys, o 0. Tá ruim pro AXN. A Azul Maril de fundo vai ficar ruim. Cara, ou é 3 surfar, ou é um Thunder e é o Eder Thunder. E tem pelo caminho mais difícil.
Psycho Bosta também não mata.
Não. Precisava de mais alguns firsts.
Exactly, and if you look at the backline here for Rubik's Master, he doesn't really have a strong answer for a Pokemon like Shadow, Alolan Sandslash outside of his defense from Deoxys. So letting his Pokemon get this weak and not switching it out and not protect shielding it definitely shows that he's not expecting that Pokemon in the back. Here comes
Gostei.
Gostei muito, caraca.
O Altaria vai ficar knockdown no ganha, velho.
Uhum. Ele não precisa estudar o Sky que ele chega em outro soco.
Pô, esse Rubini aí é full counter dos outros, hein, mano. Pelo amor de Deus. Só ganha nisso. Só ganha no alinhamento, cara.
Uhum. Opa! Mas eu gostei do que ele fez. Ele foi direto pro Clarão, pro Moonblast. Uhum. Partida de alto nível essa.
Nossa, farmou muito, tá bom. O DD já tem quase o... Gastar. Opa, nada. Tem chance de ganhar, cara.
Tem chance sim. Eu tô vendo.
A chance é reais.
Pra mim foi excelente.
Foi muito bom, mano.
The defense drop is the first question, and the answer is no. The second question is, will we see the catch? Will we see the catch into the lantern here? I think it's a great opportunity. Will we see the swap? No, going for another psychic right away.
Farm Johnson.
Ele shieldou isso.
Opa! Ele vai shieldar o que se ele não shieldar?
Ah, tá, ele tinha 2 shields. Ah, esqueci disso. Não precisa shieldar primeiro. Bom. Não, eu acho que é em 2 mais 1. Agora sim pode estar.
Tá. 2 Sky.
Agora deu outra da parte? Deu outra.
We could see a resistance wing attack being able to allow the Lantern to survive here to get to the Thunderbolt, but it looks like both players are very afraid of that swap taking the damage from
Cara, eu tenho que trocar agora pro Antônio. Trocar agora.
Agora. Vai.
Building that energy. Here he goes. Lantern, Thunderbolt. Oh, he can't get out. He can't get away from the combo play. However, this will KO the Azumarill. Do
Esse acabou.
Deoxys come in, counter down, and deliver a Psycho Boost. I think he's got it.
He's got the counter.
He's got it,
the Psycho Boost is coming in.
I think he's got it. Here comes the knockdown. And there it is.
Nossa, rasa.
Não, caralho.
You even saw Rubik's Master trying to tap for the catch there
on the essa partida foi boa.
Boa.
Cara, se o Rubi tivesse conseguido fazer o catch... Ah, não. Ele pediu ainda.
Véi, que merda. Tinha farmado mais um no knock.
Uhum.
Não, sabe qual que foi a play errada dele?
Qual?
Ele deu bola sombria, pô. Ele deu bola sombria no Azumarill.
É.
Se ele dá o Sky, ele ganhava.
Mas ele não sabia que o cara ia ajudar.
O Sky matava naquela vida.
Não, naquela vida... Não, naquela vida não.
Olha lá, viu? Olha lá, o Sky não matava?
Não. Deixava bem no vermelhinho, bem na beiradinha.
Tava na cara que o cara ia shieldar, cara.
Uhum.
Foi a reação do Rubi?
Uhum.
Unbelievable games today here, folks.
Yeah, your point can't be overemphasized, Rob, because one wing attack away, the knockdown would have won the charge attack priority because as a species, it generally has that higher attack.
É, agora apertou, hein?
1 second was the difference in that matchup right there, and Rubik's Master solved the puzzle exactly when he needed to.
There's so many different conditions in that game that had to fall into place.
Bora lá, XN, confio em você.
But let me tell you what, Rubik's Master and Axon are some of the best players at making fractional of a second decisions in order to pivot out of bad spots. And we saw not 1, not 2, but even 3 of those moments within the last frame of the replay.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, in the final seconds, so much can happen. And when you have these bulkier teams, sometimes the game can feel like it drags on for a long time. And then so many fast switches and charge attacks come in at the final moments. It's so exciting to watch these end games as they unfold. But speaking of end game, we're in the end game now, Rob, because this is a decisive game number.
Isso nas cadeiras de gamer deles, eles só colaram um adesivo de Pokémon, é?
Acho que é um adesivo.
Credo, nem pra abordarem.
And Axon talking so much about this Shadow of Lowland Sand Slash. Looking at Rubik's team, it really doesn't have a great time versus the Quagsire, folks. This Quagsire has got its number. If the Quagsire has the energy way over the Alolan Shadow Sand Slash, it's going to be tough because you've got an uphill battle. These two Pokemon do very well with energy, and the Umbreon is just over bulk if it's where you want it to go. We're going to see probably something very new. I think if I'm in the position of either of these players, you don't run the same team twice. Don't. If you're Axon, you're way too predictable bringing the Lantern the third time, but you know what? The reverse mind games are in play if you really want to throw it out there one more time.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think at this point in the game, you want to change things up. You have to keep your opponent on their heels. If you're a Rubik's Master, you are looking for revenge. If you are It's Axon, you want to keep your streak alive. Both of these trainers have locked in. We're headed to a decisive game number 3. This is a Portland showdown in Yokohama, Japan, and I'm here for it.
And we have the semifinals kicking off with an Altaria into a Lantern. Yet again, as I said, the reverse countermeasures.
Aqui com o back. Ó. Não, tá difícil pro Ashley agora.
É, tá difícil.
No, we see the Thunderbolt coming in from It's Axon. Let's see what happens. We have no shield.
I want to talk about positioning here. We do have the Defense Storm Deoxys in the back for Rubik's Master. Typically, that Pokemon would appear in the lead. Having it in the back seems like a good insurance policy against the potential Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, but it's not there.
Shielda, vai. Não!
As the Moonblast connects into the Lantern.
Lantern's going to eat this damage and then is getting the attack drop before throwing the final Thunderbolt. And with the attack drop and the neutral damage coming from the Dragon typing on the Altaria, it will not go down, but decides that the Altaria will be valuable and takes the Protect Shield before the Medicham comes in from the pivot.
Bom. Muito mais bom. Deixa eu descer aí. Leva minha Deoxys. Cara, vai ser 50-50. Se ele chutar errado, ele perde. O AXN. Se ele chutar errado, ele perde.
Flip this matchup, even though the Medicham has a significant energy.
50-50.
Deoxys has the capability in a shield even situation, even if no shields are used, in order to flip this matchup. Rubik's Master is masterfully taking this matchup one thing at a time.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. We do see the Medicham kind of shrug off that Thunderbolt, but
cara, ele vai farmar tudo de Noctowl, né?
Returning fire, Medicham looking to chip down this defense from Deoxys.
Cara, assim espera.
Like the taller psychic counter user is standing strong. Here comes a psychic at the last second, Rob, maybe trying to trigger that defense fall.
Rubik's Master safely unshields, or no, decides not to use his Protect Shield here in order to get just a bit lower and reduce the amount. Oh, the defense drop makes it so much harder now. Everything changes.
Cara, dá pra ele farmar de Noctowl agora. Que tipo, o pessoal que eu bosto tá nerfada.
Decides not to use it. Medicham goes down, reaching for the Quagsire immediately. Here comes a knockdown. This is a 1v1 shield scenario. These Pokemon are at full health. Let's see which Pokemon lands their charge attacks first.
We have the
Dá o primeiro, tá?
attacks all the way up to the Sky Attack. Coming into this,
Dá o
we have
primeiro.
one Protect Shield.
Eu também.
It's going to come down to the wire.
Tá pegando.
Will the bait come in? Will the Stone Edge land?
Oh my gosh! It's Axon throwing out the Lantern at the perfect moment. Stone Edge connects. Lantern hangs on. Quagsire gets a couple of mud shots back, but that is devastating at this point in the matchup.
With this HP total, we have to land 2 Stone Edges.
Beitou no shield, não?
Eita, acabou o peito do dentro. Não tá com o peito. Peito.
Acabou. Vamos.
Acabou. Shielda tudo. Shielda qualquer coisa que ele der. Se ele shieldar isso aí, shielda. À vontade. Tu venceu isso aí. É seu, garoto.
Só shieldar agora. Eu só pensei que ele não tinha shieldado. Meu Deus, meu coração gelou. Isso, cara, vai, mano. É isso. Acabou.
Que orgulho desse homem. Ele é o homem.
At this point, Rubik's Master trying to think of any possible situation.
Já tem chance ainda, calma.
Chora, Rubi. Não tem chance, eu não tô dando mata.
Next round, going past the semifinals,
Jogão, mano. Jogão, mano. Jogão, mano.
Jogão demais. Ele é
Switch
o homem, cara.
aleatório,
O
cara.
homem.
Que switch aleatório, mano.
And just, how do you even pull this all together, right? The catch, the swap, the bait call, the reads. It's just every piece you need, every part is there.
Cara, que jogo. Jogão, mano. Vamos ver lá, tá vendo?
Na moral.
Perdeu, cara. Cara, uma boy. Pô.
A previsão do tempo diz que o céu fechou.
Eita, e Nadequenhas perdeu. Cafo ganhou de novo, mano. Não é possível que esse Cafo vai ser campeão, mano. Pelo amor de Deus.
Não vai. Não vai. O Bastiodon não passará.
É, mas veio longe, hein, Ada? O cara tá de parabéns, cara. O Bastiodon vir aqui, o cara joga muito, mano. Joga muito, joga demais.
O poder do Vivo. Cara, o que o Axzinho tá jogando não tem comparação. Cara, precisa descobrir se ele é solteiro.
Everything seemed to be pretty, going according to the script, pretty clean cut. But then Rubik's Master striking back. Here comes a Thunderbolt from its accent again. This poor Azumarill just cannot get any relief.
Rubik's Master in this match shows why he got here today. Look at that play. Unbelievable. He actually put himself in the safest position possible in order to get 2 extra counters before the Sky Attack comes in. Just flawless energy management from this player.
Essas 3 partidas foi boa, tá? As 3, o cara ganhou.
Tudo alto nível.
Esse replay aí, violento demais.
Recurso aleatório, Rafa. Tinha que deixar meu vídeo pra live.
Mano, ele tinha que ter dado a paradinha. Ele não deu paradinha. Direto. Se ele dá paradinha, ele ganha.
Ganha muito, que tipo, ia ser muito farm pro Quag.
Mas na real ele ganhou aí.
Let's talk about that for just a second. We just got 3 different replays from that last game where Axen in the game.
Pô, ali é muito paradinha, velho, mesmo.
He's going for the first thing, then the next one with the catch, and then the last catch. It's just incremental changes is making the gap that much harder for Rubik's Cube to recover, and honestly, made his own position by himself to get there.
That's the thing, right? You just take a couple steps ahead of your opponent, and it can start to feel like a mile. And taking those small steps, making those catches, those crazy plays, sometimes you have to pull all your tricks out of the bag just to get a single victory. And I have bad news for its Axen, right? That was a great win. That was incredible. It's not going to get any easier from here. It's only going to get more difficult. He needs to keep on reaching to that bag of tricks and try to find ways to win these incredibly close matchups.
It's Axen showing exactly how you deal with the defense form Deoxys with the meta champ.
Yeah.
Literally wrote the book on it at that game. If you would like to watch it, please watch the VODs. If you want to deal with that Pokemon, then we have a little script for you. You can just go watch it on the closed captionings with Twitch.
Yeah. Easy. Step 1, get a defense ball. Your own psychic, right? That's a huge help.
It certainly helps, yes. And I will say that if you're looking for some really good plays to improve your own gameplay, please watch Rubik Master. Yeah. You saw how well he piloted the Shadow Quagsire when he was moving forward in these matchups. That Shadow Quagsire was able to not only throw his moves and attacks at he tried to position himself where Axen had to make a call. Yes. Axen made a call and was able to successfully pivot from it. But if Axen was able to shield that mud bomb and did that, then that is the moment when we're talking about those games of inches, those little pieces in centimeters. Rubik's Master could have clawed back at that very moment.
Oh yeah.
Olha lá, o Canan tá passando alguém. Olha lá, alguém tá filmando pro Canan. Olha que top os negócios lá.
O Canan tá lá?
Hein?
O Canan não tá lá no Mundial?
Canan não. Frank é que tá lá, eu acho, filmando tudo. Olha o tanto de...
Na moral, eu queria.
we can't even play the game as well as these players. They literally make our job so easy. But I think we got the bracket coming up here. So let's take a look at what we've got left. It's Axon finals tomorrow.
Nossa, que lindo, cara.
So it's Axon is moved.
Você viu o Lapras com...
Compra pra mim, rapaz. Minha, com o Pikachu em cima.
Face off against Rubit's Master. Chiodo is one of our Japanese players. The only one that was left in winners has now moved down to losers. We still might see him. He might be back, but Avrip going down to losers as well from Wadaj, and Elche also able to advance. Here in the losers bracket, what are we looking at here, Speedy?
Absolutely. As you see, Rubik's Master just fell down to the losers bracket there. He is awaiting his next opponent, Scafo versus Roro, and we also have Chiodo versus Luminous as well. The losers bracket is incredibly stacked, and like we promised you at the beginning of the show, we're going to try to show you every single possible game that we can, because every single matchup is just that amazing.
You have to look at Roroy and Scafo moving in through that losers bracket. They are vying their best in order to repeat what Dancing Rob did last year. In order to move forward, we see some pretty tough games. But let me tell you, Roroy's not the only opponent that's been difficult that Scafo's had to defeat. He's had to defeat many champions on the way here. In fact, defeating third place at last year, 2022 London World Championships. Crescent Angels was his victory in the losers bracket to continue to make it today. And it was his first match of the day.
Oh my goodness. Like we said, there are no warm-up matches, right?
There is none.
As soon as you start the World Championships, it's all
legal, hein, mano?
there. And I can't wait to see our next matchup as well. Rob, did you get an idea of who we're going to watch next?
I didn't even see the monitors. I was so excited with the previous
Tem algum BR vivo na competição.
I'll give you a
Aí,
very
ó.
light
Não.
hint.
Já todos foram pra casa já.
One of the two trainers has only 5 Pokemon.
You know what 5 is in Japanese, Speedy? Do you have any idea?
No idea.
So the number 5, let's count together. So let's say it. Ichi, ni, san, shi,
Eu vou perguntar se tem. Eu vou ver, eu vou comprar pelúcia pelo site mesmo.
Site da onde?
Okay. Well, I think it's time to see
Da Toy Company.
Let's take a look at their teams. Maybe we can see them on the
Pokémon Company.
It's up to you guys in production.
Tem site? Cuida, cara.
We see the beautiful stage over here, and again, Yuki, or the winter side of the stage, you can see the beautiful layout. We have the incredible trees, and the Mew hiding out, supporting the right player, and the Quaxley having some nice matcha, ready to go to offer our...
Tell me why, tell me why.
Matchup that I could imagine. We got Elche versus Wadaj. Elche with Azumarill, knocked out, Lantern, Galarian Stunfisk, Medicham, and an empty Pokeball. On the right side, Wadaj with Azumarill, Medicham, Lantern, Altaria, Umbreon, and that Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
We're going to see the weaknesses exploited to the best ability that Wadaj has. Wadaj is one of the best abilities to hard read his opponent's teams. We've got 2 Azumarills in this match, we've got 2 Lanterns in this match, and 2 Medichams. Also, fair enough, Medicham brought by both players.
Cara.
85% pick rate in this tournament, and we also have Lantern, which is not that far behind on that front graphic.
Se o chileno vencer isso aí, vai ser chileno contra aquele cara, o AXN.
Just a second. This is a very, very hype matchup. Let's check it out. We've got Medicham versus Lantern.
All right, we got a neutral matchup here for both.
Tá.
We're going to see the power of the neutral matchup and potentially who is going to either go for a catch or is going to make a play with the shields. We see a hard-hitting Thunderbolt coming in. Very standard play by any Lantern into a Medicham matchup here.
Cara, a live tá atrasada não onde eu tava.
Ratio. As that happens, is quickly approaching 100 energy. We see the Psychic.
Tá bem atrasado.
Psychic actually going to get Protect Shielded up by the Lantern here. I think what's interesting though is that Wadaj has relied on this Lantern quite a bit. It's not only a lead but also a safe switch. We have it in the lead here. It's almost putting this Medicham within Surf range, but not quite. We do see him build up to the Thunderbolt, go for the Surf here. Do get a protection from Elche, and we do at the last second.
Elche investing that shield of his. Now
Ele quer ajudar porque ele sabe que ele tem Azumarill de fundo.
Dois Azumarill.
Mas agora não precisa mais. Agora vai ter que ser Stunfisk.
That will give Wadaj control of switch advantage. Which Pokemon comes in to meet him? It will be the Galarian Stunfisk. Counters off in a Medicham. Now the Azumarill is pulled
Tá bom, mano.
Ah, o...
Tá bom, tá bom.
Cara, tá neutro. O LT's Dead vai ter que samar um pouquinho.
Buckle up, we've got another Psychic that could come in. And with a shield advantage, Elche is positioned very well in this last matchup. But Wadaj does not only have this Medicham left, he's got another Pokeball. He's got another 2 Pokeballs remaining.
Yeah, he's got his Azumarill in the back as well. 2 Water-type Pokemon here for Wadaj. We see the Psychic get
Medicham é quebrado.
Não chutou, cara.
Elche's Azumarill. This won't quite be enough, I don't think, to get the KO. Azumarill does hang on, gonna go ahead and reach here for defense fall again.
This defense fall will actually be something that Elche does not care about at this stage because it reduces the total amount of farm that the next Pokemon is going to be able to get. So you see him take just a couple extra counters before Wadaj comes in with the Sparks, throws the Surf, able to go for the Galarian Stunfisk. Elche
Peraí, cara, pior.
Very quick no shield here on the Surf. Those resisted Sparks are not going to add up very quickly. We see the counter swap.
2 terremotos não matam, mano.
And like you pointed out, Rob, I do think this is going to be a huge nuisance for Elche to deal with. Does he have enough gas left in the tank?
Wadaj does not have the ability to predict a shield situation after losing both, and so this Earthquake will land uncontested. However, Elche does have a Protect Shield left and may opt to, and he does take the shield for this Ice Beam.
Tell me why.
You don't even have it for another 15 seconds. Gonna go for the Earthquake against the Azumarill. This isn't quite enough either to get the knockout, but Azumarill will strike back pretty soon here with another Ice Beam. Still no switch available. You can't escape. Elche is trapped.
And the Ice Beam locks it down. Speedy, we see these 2 players going into game 2 just
after
this charge attack landed.
Sim.
And we see the next Pokemon is just a sliver of hit points remaining, and if the bubbles don't take it down, which it does, we have a little bit of spark.
Dele.
Viu o jogo,
a very quiet ending. That's not what we're used to when we watch Elche battle.
Se ele tivesse, se a cabine que fosse permitida, cara, tava grande, ó.
Outlasted him with the Azumarill and the Lantern. Double water is really difficult to deal with, especially when you don't have a single grass type on your team. Maybe a lot of trainers were aware that the Lantern Azumarill core is going to be prominent. That's why they're bringing Pokemon like Shadow Venusaur, right? But we don't see any Venusaurs in sight.
The story of that last matchup for me was looking at the threats that Elche has. Oh, we got a replay. Let's see. We got the Earthquake landing on the Azumarill here for the quiet finish. We got the Ice Beam coming in from Wadaj to lock down that Game 1 victory.
Yeah, very clean win there by Wadaj. Just kind of, again, outlasting Elche, which we haven't seen very often. Just unable to really kind of gain any leverage in the matchup. Wadaj just staying a step ahead. And as you notice, his composure as well. Very calm, a little slight nod, not a huge pop-up for celebration. He knows that Elche is an opponent that he cannot afford to underestimate.
Elche's team composition that last game in the picks of 3 looked to be something to counter an Alolan Sandslash, Shadow, as well as yet another thing to deal with the Umbreon. A little afraid of Umbreon, I think, in that first match.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? We're going to see these 2 trainers locked into game number 2. This could prove to be decisive. Wadaj is 1 game away from moving on. Elche needs to strike back, and a really terrible lead for Wadaj.
Tá, agora veio bom pro Dead.
Starting to get some energy with the Azumarill, also able to counter this with the Fairy typing. Opts to not even bother going to the play round, telling Wadaj what exact energy he's at in order for the Ice Beam before deciding to pivot, which he does. Before I can even finish the sentence, we have the
Não sei o quanto eu gostei disso. Não sei, sinceramente. Hã?
Gostei disso, desse shield.
Damage is going to go shielded. Elche valuing the Protect Shield and the Medicham itself, with seeing 2 out of 3 of Wadaj's moves.
Ele farma tudo.
You basically have 2 missions here. The first is to KO the opposing Medicham. The second is to leave this matchup with a little bit of energy so you can strike back with the Ice Punches. Defense drop, though, does not allow him to get as many counters as he would otherwise. Psychic will connect here as well, but I think that Elche kind of succeeded because, another defense fall. How is this happening back-to-back like that?
The Altaria is going to come in, but not before an Ice Punch is thrown from Wadaj. We're going to see him go up to the Psychic, potentially throwing it. He does. And the Altaria opts
Matei mais o Mario.
through.
Que já faz já o suficiente.
Not knowing what Wadaj has got planned for this Azumarill on the back.
Exactly right. Medicham trying to get to a second ice punch, but can't quite
Tivesse
do it
debuffado e
because
chegava
of
em
that
duas, hein, mano.
defense drop. That was absolutely
Uhum.
instrumental.
Aí já tá
Reaching for the
clicando lá, já
lantern
tá
as quickly
clicando.
as he possibly can. Wadaj clicking on the
Acabou.
switch button.
Acho que o X10 perdeu. X10.
Now we're in a lantern mirror match, but a shield advantage for
X10 perdeu.
Wadaj's shield advantage is going to tell the story whether or not this match is played.
Vendo?
Eu não tô vendo nenhuma. Aham.
Elshay is actually going to opt for his
Perde
own
não,
shield, recognizing the same problem that he's going to have to overcome himself.
Eita, mano.
Tá 0 pra 2 shields.
E, mas era bait aqui, né, mano? Pelo amor de Deus. Pensando eu.
Finally decides to use one right
Agora
there.
ele não tem
He's got
chance de
his
bait.
lantern locked in here against Elche. He's a couple sparks ahead as well, which will allow
Essa
him
partida de Siege acabou.
For those of you not really able to monitor all of the
Ih, não tem play nenhuma. Não tem play nenhuma já.
does have some energy. That Moonblast landing on the correct target is going to be the story of the final bit in this game, so keep your eyes open as we see another Thunderbolt coming in from Elshay into his protection from Wadaj.
So many charge attacks have been fired off here. I do expect the switch
Ada era
to be
bait,
up for
cara.
Wadaj. He can
Bait,
reach
cara.
that Altaria in just a couple of seconds, but he throws the Thunderbolt first, and recognizing the timer, he CMP ties there on the serve, throws the Thunderbolt. It's gonna get the KO here. Now it's Azumarill versus
O Azumarill não mata isso.
With that tie, we denied Elshay with getting the maximum energy he could get. We see the Lantern able to come through and be able to throw his own Thunderbolt into the
É bait, chat. Bait.
Midway through Bubbles landing and not being able to throw the play rough. That timing between those moves is key in understanding this match. We
Bait
might see a combo
nada.
play just coming up
Carão, tá
very
ligado?
soon after the Azumarill throws an attack charge move at the Lantern, planning, waiting, being very, very patient, and we see Wadaj not waiting anymore for the surf and
Será onde que ele errou? Ele devia ter dado um pre-huff no Azumarill e trocado no Medichan. Aí o Medichan ia farmar.
Uhum.
Desde aí é bom, hein, mano.
As you see there,
É um bom
LJ
ponto.
doesn't even bother with the Protect Shield. He recognizes that matchup was already over. Wadaj able to pilot himself just expertly through that situation. But the make or break moment, though, was the charge attack priority event with the two lanterns. If the surf comes through, I do think that chip damage puts it within play rough range from the Azumarill, and then the Azumarill can just clean up against the Altaria. But
Já vai
losing the
começar a
charge
streamar
attack
aqui.
priority was
Ó, o Scarfa vai na
devastating
stream.
for LJ
Babaca.
in the final moments.
This game's
Vai
gonna be
perder.
a lot more calculated than the Axe and Hype matches with all of the different flashy plays. So let's watch a replay here as the Earthquake lands onto the
P2
Azumarill.
é...
Planning moving forward, getting the Ice Beam to KO, and then planning to think through what's going to happen with the final last Pokemon matchup is able to be secured by Wadaj in Game 1.
Atualiza aí pra ver se saiu do Dodge de cima.
As well, a very quiet, kind of subtle ending to Game 1, which is not what we expect. But Game 2, both trainers really turned up the heat. Psychic connecting to
Não saiu. Não atualizaram.
Medicham to just get maybe one less counter. The defense fall as well, because when the Altaria comes out,
Oi?
the Medicham was only one counter
Yo,
away from the
Aí
second
ele
ice
vem
punch.
pra cá.
I did say this was a game of
Pegar-
inches and centimeters alike, and this game had a hair's breadth between the two players staying together in each of these matchups. Both of them
Master vai pegar
playing
o...
very, very close together. We
Oh,
didn't
hi.
see flashy plays in order to make that space longer between these two
Credo,
players.
só tem japonês e americano aí.
Calculated play, very
E o
methodical
Scarfo.
between both players, and excellent timing
Scarfo é o
between
quê?
bubbles coming from what
É, italiano.
Lantern versus
Tá
Azumarill
bom, né?
matchup. Incredible play. But I have some sad news for all of you, unfortunately. I have to run. And I am actually going to be hunting down somebody that my boss, Giovanni, has told me that I need to go find. And that is our world champion, potentially?
Oh,
From
really?
last year? Yes, I think I need to go find him. I need to acquire an asset, so I am being relieved by your favorite caster,
Oh,
Gabby.
wait, the one that tried to get rid of me yesterday? That
Yeah,
one?
well, you know, I thought that she didn't like Giovanni. I thought you would be okay because you know this is the new Speedy, the new and improved light bulb. I'm sorry, Speedy is chief.
I'm telling you, no promises, but we'll see how it goes, Rob.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much for another special cast alongside you, being able to cast Accent, one of my favorite things in the world. Thank you so much. Can we just bring Gabby over here to the stage?
Absolutely.
I would just love to
Give
see
it
her
up for
again.
Rob in the chat as we make our switch here. He's going to go hunt down a
¿Qué?
world champion. I heard that there are two walking around the arena here, so we'll see which one he finds. And then we have Gabby and Rob switching over here. Gabby, so good to see you again. ready to cast another incredible set of games. Looks like we're going to get
O cabelinho deles é fora do coisa, é?
I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream. Give I guess a round of applause there for Not Rob May if you are in the chat watching at home. And welcome in the Simply Gabby Snyder.
Yeah, I actually had a great opportunity during that break to watch Wadaj's match in the hall, and people were just going nuts. I mean, the energy was absolutely electrifying. You know, people were cheering. I believe there was a Stone Edge move that happened. I was also trying to find a shiny Pikachu while this was happening, so it was a little bit of multitasking, but it sounds like it's just been absolutely insane.
Yeah. Well, if you can hear me as well, I've almost lost my voice. Just trying to keep up with how exciting these matches are.
Honestly, I brought a giant bottle of water with me, and I had it was in my pocket when we were doing the hot swap, and I was like, oh, I should probably like try and hold this and stuff because I'm also losing my voice.
Entendi tudo. Sendo que aqui nem tá vendo som pra mim.
Electrifying. I keep telling myself, hey,
cara, mais Arnaldo e
as much, but then when the plays come through, it's like, oh, we're just
Eu vim de lá do interior.
When you recognize your opponent's win condition, call the mud bomb bait, shield the Stone Edge, just these critical moments like we saw earlier with Elche calling the Dragon Claws when a Blast Burn would have devastated his Galarian Stunfisk. These players are making once-in-a-lifetime plays, and they're doing it over and over and over again.
And that's what you have to do to be our next world champion. I mean, we're really getting down to the wire. I believe we're in the top cut bracket portion of the tournament. We've determined what? 2 of our winners finalists? Both? 2 for 2? 100%?
100% confirmed, but
4-star. 4-star.
4-star.
4-star.
Yeah,
okay. Cool.
Absolutely. Well, Gabby, let's go ahead and take a moment here to look around the venue while our players are getting set up. I see lines for autographs. A lot of folks are sitting down here, taking just a couple minutes to relax. I definitely have had to sit down myself because walking around Japan is so exciting, but my feet are worn out.
I know, mine are as well. I don't know if people have noticed, but I've been going for more of the comfort picks for the footwear this weekend. But it's honestly, what's really cool is that I've noticed that this lawn area that we're kind of focusing in on right now, not only are there great photo opportunities there, they have their own caster's desk that they can sit in, and not only just cast, but I've seen a lot of our Pokemon partners actually recording content from that desk, a lot of pack openings, I've seen some trades, maybe a couple battles, but there's also like a Quaxley tea set that you can pose with, and you can see Fuecoco's own ramen stand there as well. He's just been so hungry all weekend, he's been munching on those rice balls and ramen as well.
Well, that's something that Fuecoco and I have in common because I've actually been snacking quite a bit.
Me too.
Had ramen for dinner last night as well. It's been so delicious, and it's just so much fun to take in everything here because Yokohama, Japan, I mean, this is the homeland of Pokemon. We are in the Kanto region, literally right here.
I know, and I've also been noticing that there's been more starter Pokemon spawning in the wild. I caught a Venusaur actually when I was off wandering around earlier looking for Pikachu, which was absolutely wild. Like, I don't think I've seen a wild Venusaur spawn in Pokemon Go in a very long time. But, you know, there's also all of the Kanto Pokemon sort of decorations
ao vivo ainda?
venue, and
Tô vendo e não tô vendo nada ainda sobre a que ela tá falando. Não tá vendo sobre mim daí.
O José, que tá
ao vivo não, tá gravado, cara, essa live.
Gravada.
Right, well, let's take a look here at our bracket update. We'll see
As
which trainers have made it
time
thus
checks.
far. Wadaj versus
Ai, já, ué.
in the
Ó, de vez que ela... Ah, não. Vai gravar, vai ser das luzes.
finals there. Very, very exciting. I
Claro.
can't even begin to think about what that matchup is going to look like.
WD.
EXM. EXM. EXM.
Rafa, te promete que você vai pro... Eu vou nada, rapaz. Pelo amor de Deus. Só se for no Rio de Janeiro, aí nós vamos. Caramba, José, muito obrigado,
José Paula
velho.
patrocinou com R$50 no
Tamo
superchat.
junto, velho. Bom dia,
meus jovens.
Bom dia.
Bom dia.
Yeah, best of 5 as well, which means that series is going to go on and on. These trainers are not used to that kind of test.
Não, pra mim ainda é boa noite. Só é bom dia quando eu acordar. Que vai ser meio-dia.
These trainers are still fighting their way through the bracket. For Elche to make it to losers round 4 with only 5.
Pior que eles vão deixar só a losers final.
No one has ever ever even come close to doing something like that.
Oi?
Vamos deixar a loser final pra amanhã.
Não, tem que mostrar o
Mas todas
o
essas
bracket.
partidas aí todas. Tem mais uma, duas, 4, 5 partidas.
Então a partida do AXN contra o Dad também vai ser amanhã?
Vai. E aí quem perder
Bom.
na final vai pra a final da Losers. Aí já volta pra cima se ganhar. Ganhar, volta pra enfrentar o...
Either way, he is making a name for himself.
Todos pelo AXN.
Excited. I hear lots of cheers for trainers like Elche as they make these incredible calls and plays. And I think it's worth saying, keep up the energy, keep on going. Everyone watching at home, keep on typing messages in the chat, voting in the polls, sharing on social media, and using that hashtag Pokemon Worlds. We need to make this as big of a Worlds as it possibly can be because it is massive. I mean, this is the biggest event of the year.
It's the biggest event of the year, and it's really taken over the entire
Big
city.
year.
That being said, we're going to take a quick break as we get our next match set up on stage, so please stay tuned, everybody.
Hello there from the Pokemon World Championship. I'm your host, Anna Prosser. We're out here on the floor in Yokohama, and I've made some new friends. What's your name, and where are you from?
Abe Koya desu.
And what about you? What's your name?
Abe Yoji desu.
What are you most excited to watch today at the Pokemon Championship?
Pokemon カードのジュニアリーグです。
This is your first time here. What is the most exciting?
初めてなのでもうすべてがもう興奮してますね。
Now I have to ask, who is your favorite Pokemon?
レジドラゴです。
Do you have a favorite Pokemon? It's okay if you say Pikachu.
私はチルタリスですね。
All right, well, we'll let you get to it and we'll let you walk around on your own, but thank you so much.
ありがとうございます。
Have fun. And we'll have more coming right up at the Pokemon World Championship.
Our first ever Pokemon Go Oceania International
Bom, no final do campeonato eles anunciam onde que vai ser o próximo,
We
né?
found out quickly that it's not only the wild that's unique here, but also the meta.
Como é que vai ser na
Fairy types like Azumarill and Alolan Ninetales made a strong
Claro que não.
in the Melbourne meta.
Go for a Pigu play, bring in the
Muitos cangurus.
But a few teams
Espero que seja na França.
through the competition. There was a team that had been proven, a team with a lot to prove, and a team
Ou em Manaus, né? Porque é muito possível.
proven trainers in the Pokemon Go Championship Series history. The Brisbane Regional Champion Valiant Vish displayed masterful in-game
Nos Estados Unidos fica bem mais barato pra ir, tá ligado? Aí vai...
of the top 8 bracket to make it to the
Exatamente.
losers finals. Fish on a
Pra
heater was
Europa,
on
pra
a
quê?
literal heater with his top-tier Charizard play. His extremely unique team set the stage ablaze. Effective, but here comes the Blastburn. This is the call of the game. Valiant Fish always makes the in-game calls.
Yeah, a huge call there too. 2 shields up, Fish on here, still not baiting here.
But in the end, the team that prevailed was one we'd seen before at the Toronto Regional Championships, piloted by champion Magic Mason and runner-up Brown Baller. GOBattleLeague was able to elevate the team to new heights. He went on an absolute tear to go 18-1 in the tournament, as he swept the entire winner's bracket and only dropped a single game.
But it looks like that is a knockout. Yeah, GOBattleLeague is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
As this chapter of the championship series closes, we ask ourselves, who else is destined to take home a championship this season? Check out Pokemon.com/play to tune in and find out.
My name is
Olha o Daj. Ah, não, a XN. Shots.
É nerdão, hein, mano?
Uhum. Olha, ele venceu o Ruby, o Remaster também, né? O dele.
I had quite a journey to get here. I got top 8 at Salt Lake. I got top 8 again at Arlington. Then I was a finalist at Vancouver, and now finally being able to prove myself, get the win here in Portland. I'm just beyond words. Yeah, I'd be scared to fight Rubik's Master again. His fire type Ninetales, I didn't realize when I fought it the first time that it was actually the Kanto Ninetales. So I'd be scared if he brought something like that again. And then again, Shady Equation, if he makes it to Worlds, he's just a very solid battler if I fight him there. it's gonna be a close match. If I won Worlds, I'd be over the moon. I mean, I've won a regional, I've won an international. Worlds is the last thing I have on my list.
A hora as coisas que ganham, né, mano?
Oi?
Da hora os brindes que ganham.
Uhum.
Tá de fly, né?
Oi?
Tá de fly na hora daquele arremesso.
Sabe que vai lançar um anime de Pokémon TCG?
Anime?
É. Acho que já lançou o primeiro episódio.
Legal.
O de cartinha é legal. Já joguei.
Caramba.
Difícil é montar o deck. Que é tipo Yu-Gi-Oh!
É lindo, mano.
The one and only 2-0 Butters, followed by Caleb Ping, and a special guest, the current reigning 2022 World
Esse é o Dance Rob? Quer ser Dance Rob? Quem?
É ele mesmo.
É ele mesmo.
Welcome everybody to the couch. Dancing Rob, how
Gatinha.
to be in the couch in the lounge? It's pretty spiffy back here.
Me deixa.
Excellent. Thank you so much for being back here. We're gonna ask
Tá louco, José? Assistiu inteira de madrugada, mano?
One of the things that we really want to know from him this interview is to ask him about how he's been doing over the course of the year. As the reigning world champion, he doesn't have a lot of opportunities to go.
Estou de plantão hoje, é bom ver a batalha. Caramba, tá de plantão.
Ah. Então dá pra entender porque veio de madrugada.
Pega meu medo de chance. Logo pra mim dormir.
Pega na minha raft.
Faço com chumbo. Tô no 9.
Quem que eu vou querer medo de chumbo?
Pega medo de chance.
Ah, não ligo não. Só pegar na minha mesmo. Tá com soninho, Raft?
Nossa, tô morrendo.
Vai a...
Tá 5
Speaking about last year versus
até
this year, right? So you obviously
10,
attended to be at both World Championships. How have you seen the game kind of
Muitas
evolve over
horas.
this past year? We're closing in on the end of our second year of the competitive series.
So yeah, we've seen a lot of improvements to this World Championships. We have over twice the competitors. Everyone improved. So many scope battles we were able to watch. And yeah, we're close to the end of the second day, and I'm already quite excited who will be the new World Champion this time.
It's been pretty exciting to watch these games today, even.
E nem clicou nessa Mundial, hein, mano.
Não. Eliminado na segunda batalha dele.
É 2-0. 2-0, cara.
The team that you brought last year. We have some pretty interesting information about this team. The last time you came around.
Ele e o meu ídolo. Só que meu ídolo venceu pelo menos uma.
So last year I brought staples like Medicham or Galarian Stunfisk that are still very good Pokemon, or Shadow Swampert is still a very good one. Normally you rather want Lantern and
Os BR, o Gabs e o Gabriel.
E acho que o Schneider. Terceiro mais longe.
Falou que não ia longe.
Eu não, eu nem sabia que ele tava lá. Por mais de conversa.
É surpresa. Quantos que ele ganhou? Ele ganhou duas?
Não sei. Mas não tem como dizer do que ele nem ia dizer do que ele ia longe. Porque eu nem sabia que ele tava lá. Sabe quando eu descobri que ele tava lá?
Na hora da live.
Na hora da live.
Vê quantos que ele ganhou? Eu tô curioso. Tá lá embaixo, né?
Uhum.
Like as a VGC player, if
you had like your Pokemon distributed to the whole world, that is like an amazing feeling. Like people are actually, you're like the.
Não.
O Steiner ganhou a primeira, perdeu na segunda.
Fez uma transmissão.
Take pra baixo, cadê ele? Ele ganhou. Ganhou. Gabriel perdeu de primeira também.
Não sei.
Gabriel ganhou aqui. Ganhou aqui. Ele perdeu pro Avip. Aquele que foi lá pro final. Olha isso. Aí o Gabriel perdeu, veio baixo. Ganhou. Perdeu hoje.
Tadinho.
O cara que ganhou do Gabs ganhou dele. Cara, quem ganha de um BR ganha do outro, velho. Seu grupo. É que tá o final. Perdeu de primeira. Aqui, ó. Ganhou aqui. Perdeu. Ganhou
Do
uma.
Fish Header.
Tá melhor que o Aldo.
Na verdade, é Fish Header.
Esperava nem ele lá. Tá bom demais, ganhou uma.
Pois é, ninguém anunciou que ele tava lá. Ele nem tava também nas fotos.
Cara, é o Scafa agora.
Maldito. Quero todo mundo mandando energia negativa pra ele.
Eu conheço tudo com olheiras. Acho que eles jogaram umas 24 horas por dia. Falou, velho? Joga nada.
Será que vai ser só amanhã? É Run. Não, deixa eu ver. Run. Ou será que é Runner? Ou é Run alguma coisa, ou é Runner. Runner Gus.
Runner Gus.
Ou é Run alguma coisa. É Run. Runerigus. Run.
I feel like I've seen this one before on this game, and I still don't know how to pronounce it. So this is like.
Eu não sei.
I'm gonna say. This is brutal. Don't make fun of me too much. I'm gonna go Sigilif for this one.
Sei que é. Acho que tem uma coisa que é SG.
In German, you would rather say like Sigilif.
Okay.
I guess.
Okay. I think it might be Sigilif, but let's see what the answer is on this one. And it's Sigilif. Wait, was I right?
Sigilif.
I think I was right.
Nossa.
A Dancing Robin and Caleb are both
Que
changing.
bosta.
Isso aí eu não entendi até agora. É a pronúncia certa?
Não, tipo, estão pegando a pronúncia dos Pokémons e transformando em algumas frases.
Do we have one more? Maybe we don't have one more. If we tie, I'm like me Weedle if we tie with Dancing Rob right here. I'm pretty stoked on this. Oh no, we have one more. Okay. All right, Rob, I'll let you do the honors.
Aí eu ia falar que era Kill, mas eles não metem coisa profana, tem que ser. É Kill mesmo. Kill Jin.
Give me a pose in game pronouncing something. That was fun. Thank you so much, Rob, for joining us in this interview and just being awesome throughout the entire season. Congratulations once again as a world champion, and I know another peer will be joining you as a world champion, and I know all of us cannot wait for Championship Sunday.
Rob, thank you so much again. Like Butters is saying, joining us back here in the lounge, having a good time talking about your Pokemon and your experiences. We really appreciate it. I think
Live dormindo?
for us in the lounge. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We're gonna send it back to the center of
Não tem não, Raft. Pode voltar.
Back to you, Gabby and Speedy.
Thank you again, Rob, and welcome back, everyone. You know, if they were to give
Não vai ter doce, eu prevejo.
Pokemon in the game, hear me out, I'm going somewhere with this. He would be saying probably a Pokemon name, and actually there have only ever been 2 Pokemon that have been voiced in Pokemon games with, you know, the actual sort of sound of their voice as opposed to maybe a more 16-bit rendition of what they would sound like, and that's Pikachu and Eevee. So
Really?
it'd be Pikachu, then it'd be Eevee, and then it'd be Butters.
So it'd be Let's Go Butters.
Let's go Butters, exactly.
All
See,
right.
Butters, you are the world champion. Everything's just rolling along in your favor, and we're going to keep rolling along in this tournament as we have determined our 2 winners, finalists in Wadaj and its Axon, but we have to figure out who's going to be coming in on the loser's side of the bracket.
Tinha
And in
pedacinho de
order to
doce.
do that, we have a few more games to get through.
Doce de quê?
I always keep one eye on the losers bracket at every
Me
tournament I
oferece.
go to, and Dancing Rob taught me that. You can't
Por que não?
count out that trainer that's in that secondary
Raft,
that losers
quero
bracket
doce.
because they can turn everything on its head and win it all. So I think, like they said in the
E aí,
last,
cospe?
these trainers remaining has an equal chance to win it. The road is
Você é um
just
péssimo amigo, Raft.
for the ones in the losers bracket, but still, if you're the best, you can continue to prove that over and over again.
Eu preciso mesmo me indicar vaga de emprego em outro lugar.
Just play the battles.
Yeah, just play the battles and just win. It's not that difficult, right?
2-0, easy.
2-0 easy.
Yeah,
But I'm also very excited to see as well, just as the field, continues to narrow down, if we're going to see people stick with more safe plays, maybe
Ainda tem coquinha e biscoito.
relying on that Metacham, who was 85% of the field of the competition yesterday, or if we're going to start seeing people
Mas acabou o salgadinho.
risky plays. I think a lot of people who are still left in the field are running those shadow variant Pokemon that have their attack boosted at the cost of their defense, and that just opens up the door to deal so much damage.
Vai meter essa.
Change up and catch their opponents by
Tu
surprise
jura?
if they're comfortable taking the risk.
Exactly, and I think one of my favorite moments
Got
from
you,
yesterday was Tonton Batus and his Shadow Charizard KOing the Lantern and then
Amanhã vou fazer brigadeiro de limão.
But one Pokemon I wanted to mention is actually Lantern, especially in the hands of Wadaj.
E relaxa que eu te ofereço, só tu vem aqui pegar.
Eu vou ir.
Closer for him due to its flexibility. It's so important, guys,
As
to look
Azucas
at what's
perderam
on
por
the
causa da
field
mudança de
and what's
clima.
not on the field. If your opponent doesn't have any grass type Pokemon on their team, double up on your water types. Lead the Lantern, save switch the Lantern, move that Pokemon around.
Não, tira o poder em live.
To figure out where it is. And I think that also the matchup knowledge plays into that.
Nossa, tem muito sem graça, Raft.
You
Pronto.
can go straight surf if you need to land a Thunderbolt, etc. Those are all important points to make when you pilot Pokemon like this. And that experience that we
Raft, Raft, volta.
Axon as well is really kind of showing on the stage.
Ô, José, nós tá esperando.
Jeff,
Lin.
Until then, our players are ready on stage to compete for our next round of competition. We're going to be jumping on down back to top 16, losers round 3.
Agora.
É agora, José.
Bora lá, galera. Manda energias negativas pro Scafo.
Scafo tem que se ferrar.
Scafu, I think we also had an interview with him as well that aired earlier.
O jogo poder tão japonês.
Scafo tá de chinelo, cara. Tanto pisar nos meus.
Alteria and Galarian Stunfisk.
E with the Shadow Kanto Ninetales Purified
Ah, mas o maxilar dos italianos, hein?
Nada.
Like we like to say, Gabby, in the losers bracket, in the secondary bracket, the
Eu também confio.
lose and go home.
Não pode parar na altária. Nem no peixe.
Ah, vai de igreja, mano. Seja que Deus. Tem igreja.
Uhum.
You really have to find that middle of the road approach where you're the most comfortable in order to succeed. And as you look at this team
Tá
here,
forte demais,
it's
ó.
really hard to kind of pick a standout
Queria te
Pokemon
falar,
for
não.
each trainer. I feel like there's a lot of like
Oi?
counterplay,
Tá forte
interplay,
demais,
no
cara,
matter
essa
how you
briga.
look at it.
Uhum.
Qualified at the European International
Só tem praticamente a Nine e o Sumpit de counter.
Roro E was able to knock out Auburn and
Vem do Roy Roy,
out
cara.
of the tournament with 2-1 victories over both, and he was also
E Raft, olha, dependendo do ângulo que tu olhe, o Roy Roy parece ter 15 anos ou parece ter 40, dependendo do ângulo.
Pensar que podia ser o Harjef, era pra ser o Harjef mesmo. O cara tirou o Harjef.
Uhum.
14 remete. 2 horas de batalha. Certeza que ele vai pedir rematch aí.
This time around, will Roro E decide to bring it into this matchup? Will we see some safe plays? Will we see some risks? I don't know, but what we are going to see is the start of this match. Metacham versus Swampert to kick things off.
Protesto.
Concordo. Tem meu apoio. Remete. Eu sei, tô brincando, relaxa, Raft. Você tô brincando, deixa.
É baiteiro. Posso? Nossa, chama.
Caralho!
Porra, Poxa, eu dou.
Gosto. Gostei do que o Royal fez. Eu não concordo com o bait, cara. Ele tá com vantagem de X. Ele poderia ter dado o pesadão.
Farm agora ele ganha.
That means that Roro's either weak to Metacham in the back or he's got 2 responses to it. So Roro doing an incredible job.
Usando muito insta, cara. Ele pode chamar mais um pouco.
Vai farmar. Você põe o dedo ali, caso o cara demorar a dar o dedo, você dá o seu. Tá com você tá lá.
Able to hold on for one more Shadow Claw, but I think that energy is what that Sableye was looking for. Lantern comes out onto the field. We see Roro-E built to the foul play.
Return, né?
Or excuse me, builds to return.
Era muito return.
Foul play, but Scafo not fooled. Does not shield the attack. Lantern can comfortably take that damage, throwing a big surf in return.
Lantern would have lost the charge attack priority here, so Scafo going one fast attack.
Acho que o Royal ainda perde. Infelizmente.
Ah, não, mas faz sentido, aí tem que tirar o... Tá certo. Concordo deixar farmar, mano. Concordo, sei lá.
But when does Scafo reach for the Metacham?
That's a really tough call to make as the Metacham, if it's allowed to face off against that Swampert again, I think Swampert will come up on top. I think both Pokemon left the field with some energy
Eu falei,
in the match.
ele perde ainda.
Não, Swampert tem ataque.
Tem ataque? Ah, se tiver ataque, ok. Eu não lembro de ser do ataque, não.
Scafo doesn't get the opportunity to pick when the Metacham comes out, but does send the Metacham out with a lot of energy building up. Throws the attack just when the
Chupa, Royal, eu quero ver sua cara, seu escapo palhaço. Bravinho. Falta um, cara. Ah.
Isso mata. Mata sim.
Which means its attack will connect first. Ice Punch will connect with this Registeel to knock it out, and Scafo goes up 1-0.
O Royal jogou bem.
Jogou demais, velho.
Beautifully done by Roro-E to make the switch, to make Scafo waste his psychic energy, but Scafo recognized that he undercharged the psychic, and you have to just target this really particular window where you don't undercharge too much, and then the Swapper gets to the Hydro Cannon, but you don't overcharge and get the knockout.
É aquele negócio que ele não farmou ali, quem ganhou nada.
Undercharge there by Scafo, like Butters likes to say, we know less about undercharging than we know about the bottom of the ocean.
Oi?
Ele deu under.
Sim. Infelizmente, cara, infelizmente. E confio o Royal vira. O Raft. O Raft. Se o Scafo vencer, bora torcer pro Ruby Raft contra o Scafo.
É. Um pra casa toda hora, mano.
Yeah, exactly right. Kind of bailing himself out of a tough situation, and Roro-E did everything right. Had the charge attack ready at the last moment, but Scafo did not allow
Somos todos contra o Scafo.
Triggering the charge attack priority event and winning it with the Ice Punch. These matches are getting so close, Gabby. I cannot believe the margin of error here is basically indistinguishable.
I was going to say, I mean, can you even make any adjustments after a game that close, as it felt like both trainers had the Pokemon they wanted, both trainers had the alignment they wanted, and they were able to adjust to the strategies that their opponents brought as well. If there was a decisive moment in that matchup, Speedy, what do you think it was?
Honestly, it's really hard to say. There were so many key plays that happened, but that undercharge on the Psychic just really sticks out to me, because otherwise the matchup was kind of...
Os caras meio de chinelo.
It seemed like it was pretty well balanced, and then unfortunately there
E
for
macetou
the perfect play by Scoffo bailed him out of a tough situation. But we're heading into game number 2. This is a brand new match. You need to wipe away the
Sabe de quem é a culpa, Raft? Sabe de quem é a culpa?
Rapaz, vamos.
Aê! É do João Vitor.
Aí, tem que dar uma
Que o João Vitor mandou aquela foto da pizza com ketchup pros italianos. Isso é culpa do João, assim.
Toca, pelo amor de Deus, cara.
Tá esperando o ataque. Gostei. Tá. Não precisa estudar. Já terremoto. Gostei.
Pô, tá gritando. Dois shields?
Os caras sabem que isso, é. Cara, a altária do Royal aí tá forte agora.
2 shields? Forte é pouco.
2 shields de otário.
Shielda, mano.
Lantern has a type advantage against this Azumarill, but Play Rough will do a good
joga
job
bem
of
mesmo.
putting a dent in that Pokemon. Lantern should be able to spark on down this Azumarill just after a couple more turns. Going into the next match.
Cara, é tacar um pro peito e estudar os outros dois. E farmar.
A altária dele farma, ele tem que farmar muito. Dá um ataque aí.
Pois é, ele não pode dar ataque aí.
With this first Thunderbolt, but Lantern is in a fantastic position to keep this momentum going.
Roro was 1 second
Nossa,
away from
Adam, ele fez a...
but can't quite get it off the field. And like you said, Gabby, the Lantern is providing so much momentum to Scoffo, and he has his own Altaria in the back. He really needs the Altaria to spend some energy because the Moonblast would devastate his own dragon, looking for another Thunderbolt, and he gets there at the last second. Scoffo does
ele consegue.
to win this game, but it's not over yet.
You can see Scoffo nodding his head.
Olha
you
com esse
can
Lantern.
see the way to victory, the path
Bresh.
to the peak.
Farm Johnson. Outro Mão Bresh no mid.
Não, pode ser Sky agora.
Nossa, mas não mata.
Nossa, não.
Ganhou.
Roro E just might pull this off. Sky Attack connects, looking for the Dragon Breath down. He's able to get it. Scoffo has 2 Pokemon remaining. Metachamp comes in. It's got a ton of health. Counters are resisted, but it looks like he's going to be able to do it. No Sky Attack can be found. Metachamp gets the knockout.
That was such a close matchup for Scoffo. He
Quero
did
ver o
still
Canon
have
xingando.
that Lantern in the back to maybe try and catch a charged attack,
tá
but it
no...
was not needed. Even as those counters were resisted at the last
Passa lá.
Mercenários. Como é que tá o chat do canal?
É.
Mano, é o que eu falo, mano. Quem rouba ganha. Essa é a lei da rua, mano.
Ô galera, eu vou aproveitar, deixa e vou nessa. Vamos
bom momento.
pra live do GBlindos.
Você não ouviu, né? O Rossin falou
Não.
assim. É a lei da rua, pô. Quem rouba ganha.
Ruby Master. Raste contra ele, Ruby Master.
É os dois. É a última que eu vou ver, Adam.
É, bora, Raft.
É eu que vou dormir.
make it to Championship Sunday and to take home that crown.
And the third Psychic here, this Scafo's Medicham landed so many Psychics in game
Tem
number
que ele
3,
ganhar,
it just
mano.
seemed unstoppable. And when you take that much damage,
Cara, se ele tivesse dado hidro, ele ganhava.
if you're
É,
Zoomer,
mano,
if you're
2
Swampert, eventually it fatigues you, it adds up, it piles on. Moonblast connected here, Scafo trying to hang on, but the Altaria had to empty its energy because the Dragon Breaths were too much. Scafo just put Roro-E in a totally uncomfortable position and completely capitalized.
Yeah, but an incredible play from Scafo, coming down to the wire, but still maintaining his composure and finding his win condition with a counter down on the Altaria.
Calvo ainda lá, caindo cabeça.
Caraca, tá com calvo.
Into the next round of losers in the
Tá vendo? Esse é o castigo dele.
congratulations to Scafo for his win. Congratulations
Já tá
to
bem
Roro-E
castigado, né,
making
mano?
it into top cut here.
Já tô bem castigado. Então eu perdoo ele pelas falhas. Ele recebeu o castigo que tinha.
Really has. I think every trainer has so much to be proud of, not only of how they qualify, but also how they performed here, because this is another level, right? I think in smaller communities, you might have some trainers that really stand out, but here, you're basically against the best of the best from regions across the world, and it's so intense, it's so challenging to face trainers you never played before and try to find your way out of tricky matchups, and the best trainers can adapt, and we're seeing these trainers adapt across the board to get this far into the tournament.
So we will be taking a break here while we queue up our next matchup, but do not fear, as we will be back with even more incredible action soon.
Graça, hein?
Hi there, I'm your host Anna Prosser here in Yokohama for Pokemon World Championships 2023, and we're here in the Play Lounge. We're here with Judge Kaza to talk about first steps. What's first step?
ここは、ティーチングエリアです。カードゲームを最初にやる場所です。
If a player is just learning about Pokemon for the first time, what would you tell them when they come here?
まずは楽しんでくださいと。
What games
Parece aquela garotinha do meme.
in the Play Lounge?
すべてのゲームできます。
Do they need to know anything before they come here, or can they start brand new?
Nothing. 初心者でも大丈夫です。
What is your favorite thing about
Quando esse
Pokemon?
pai de chumbo aqui dorme e acorda com 2 chumbos.
It looks like you're having a great time. We'll let you get back to it.
めっちゃ楽しいです。
Play Lab.
I'm so excited about this WCS in Japan.
Fala da minha partida.
And that's it from the Play Lounge. We'll be right back with more.
Oh no,
from the
don't
Pokemon
tirou
World
foto.
Championships.
Bonjour, Pokemon trainers. My name is Amandine Ducreux, and here is your recap of the 2023 European International Championships. We saw a big comeback of Medicham, but also Altaria and Lickitung were back in the tracks.
Cara, eu acho que... Eu tô com medo, cara. De nerfarem counter na próxima season.
Indeed, Tonton Battaz and his Shadow Dragonair were undefeated during the biggest Pokemon Go Championship in
TV.
Europe. Breaking Statastan's winning streak, he immediately went 3-0 against Nisa Beat
Cara, tem que
during the
entender.
grand finals without allowing him a single match.
Palavra.
Here I see some spice picks featuring Shadow Dragonair, Mew,
Tem
and
contra
Cada.
novas pessoas, como é
What
que
will
é?
be the answer to the strong
Oi?
power of Shadow Dragonair and
Novas
Shadow
pessoas.
Charizard? Will it bring back our well-known
Palavra que
Azumarill?
é.
I can't wait.
Simpatia.
Não, não é marketplace. Tipo, você dividir experiências, novas experiências. Marketplace é outro.
Ah, nome técnico? Não sei não, acho que não.
Sabe? Coach falam muito isso.
Hi Rob, how you doing?
I'm doing great. It's good to see you.
Yeah, it's a long time. Glad to make it to Japan. Get to see old friends like you.
Absolutely. Could you tell us a little bit about your team today?
Burnout.
Running the Frostlass with the Kanto Ninetales and Altaria core. It's done me well so far. I'm still undefeated.
Sounds amazing.
O bonezinho da hora, mano.
Like maybe something that you weren't expecting to happen today that you came and encountered with and you were able to pivot out of.
Yeah, I ended up playing against a Dynamic Punch Medi, Ice Punch Dynamic Punch. It worked out for me because my Medi has Psychic, so but that was a really tough set that ended up coming down to one turn in the end.
Wow, really, really close.
Não, físico não tá
Could you
indo.
tell us a little bit more about maybe the general strategy with what you developed?
Não, que tá no time, quase no time Medicham.
At its core, the team relies on Frostlass getting energy in bad matchups.
Só o Gabs que não levou.
So like when a Pokemon's nearly
Não, teve um...
down with Frostlass, rely on that energy
Ah, não, o
to
japonês.
sweep teams in the back.
Sounds really, really
Sim.
good. The plan has been working really well today, given your record, right?
That's tudo.
3-0.
Incredible. So, I think we got one more kind of a different question for you.
Eu acho que um dos dois levou. Ou a XN ou foi o Dodge.
The trip's been amazing.
Eu acho.
Um levou?
Um dos dois. Tipo, não lembra, né? Não sei. Eu sou doido.
Aí foi mal, tirei.
I'm so glad that you're having a great time in Japan, and even better that you're competing really well.
Cara, tem
So, I think that's going to do it for me.
60.
Thank you so much for tuning into the World Championship Series Japan.
A maioria deve ter dormido.
2023.
Tem alguém vivo aí no chat?
Tem não. Connecticut. Connecticut. Caraca, meu time não tá em primeiro.
Era, essa época aí era a época do Nock.
Saudade da época do Nock. Hot Pocket. Milwaukee. North America. Auge. Ilkem. Udaj.
Wadaj was able to take the series 3-1, advancing to the grand finals and finally earning his invite to Worlds. Elam fought his way back through the losers bracket, however, winning an incredibly close series versus Peoria champion Hot Pocket 777. The grand finals featured arena.
Hot Pocket também perdeu no Mundial. Mas ele durou bastante, então eu sei.
Wadaj was able to lean on his Obstagoon and Shadow Alolan Ninetales to set up positive matchups for his Trevenant to sweep the series, taking home the title of Hartford Regional Champion. Be sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete so you can follow along with all the action.
DJ é bom, mano. Ele não perdeu nada até agora.
Que?
WD. Como fala o nome dele?
Acho que é o Daj.
We're closing in down onto our final two trainers for grand finals. My name's Caleb Pang. I'm joined by Two Butters, the champion of pronunciation.
The world champion. But thank you. It's great to be here. And yes, we are going through the bracket. It's day number 2. We actually have our winners finals set. It's going to be Wadaj versus its accent. So now it's time to move on over into the losers side of the bracket with some incredibly talented trainers. Up next, we have here is this loser side of the bracket. Chiodo taking out Ishikawa Boy to make it to this match that we're going to be playing on stream right now against Luminous, also a player from the Japan region. So it's going to be Japan versus Japan in this losers round 3.
Ai meu Deus, eu vou morrer sozinho se continuar nesse caminho de não deixar ninguém me amar e de só me apaixonar porque me faz chorar e me maltrata. É música contemporânea.
Realmente não tem ninguém. Alguém no chat chegou mais. Chat? Mais alguém?
Se tu quiser, Rafa, eu posso gritar pra eles acordarem. Olha, da Great League agora.
Eu falei pra você.
It is a double elimination tournament. That loss could have happened earlier in the tournament, but since it happened in the grand finals, just to reset the brackets finals.
Amanhã da Master?
Even lost since Hartford, which is
A Copa de Foz.
insane to go from Hartford
Repreende o nome do Senhor. Eu te distraio.
finals of day number 2 at the World Championships. This trainer is absolutely on fire, but it's Axon. I've been talking.
Tirando o fato de que eu subi a conta do cliente na Copa dos Fósseis. Mas eu odiei essa Copa.
He is locked in trying to make it the championship Sunday.
Yeah, we have Axon on one hand being the
I try.
out of any player in this championship series across the entire world, making the most amount
Ai, isso me tá batendo agora.
making top cut last year in London World Championships.
Vou dormir, Rafa. Tô.
Hot streaks. This guy hasn't tasted defeat in
Eu estou roncando de forma espontânea.
That's going to be incredible winners finals, but before we get to all that, we got some losers brackets to sort through and see who will be waiting for the eventual loser of that matchup in that losers.
Cadê? Qual é o Pokémon do Caleb? Ah, um Gyarados.
Remaining player going to be battling next.
Jogadas cabeçudo.
Having to take out a fellow Japan region
Eu sou.
champion as well, taking out Ishikawa Boy to get
Kuekoko.
into this position for Chiodo to get the face, the luminous here. And wait, was that a game right there at the bottom of the screen? I thought maybe I saw some electric cheeks or something, but
Vai demorar ainda, Raft, uns 15 minutos. Pode cair.
Mano, muita gente. Muita gente mesmo. Vai na live do canal só fala besteira, tá ligado? Por causa do...
Uhum.
Eu cheguei, aquela hora que eu fui lá ver, quem tava lá era o Jogado Excelente, mano. Tá ligado? Jogado Excelente. Participando da live, tá ligado? Jogado Excelente não fala nenhum palavrão, mano. É que cara, meu Deus, né? Cara, 100% family friend, tá ligado? 100% mesmo. Na hora que eu pus lá, na hora pra ouvir a reclamação dos outros, aí tava falando assim, ô gente, tá, deixa eu ir embora.
Traumatizaram ele, tadinho. É por isso que eu não me ofereço pra dar coach pra ele. Já vai me odiar no primeiro dia. Ah, não é xingar, é pra humilhar. Ah, é, dá esse Pokémon. Tinha pau. Cara, mas eu não consigo pensar numa frase como a pronúncia dele. Não, mas é em inglês. PA é em inglês. E pen é caneta. Ah não, caneta é pencil. Ah não, pen é lápis. Espera. É, estava confundido. Mas o que você pode fazer com os tinha pau? Tinha pau. Inclusive, nossa, vai ser. Raft, inclusive, como o pau dele tá vindo, se tiver raid dos 4 lendários, vai ser muito massa.
Aí eu tô rezando pra isso, porque vou comprar bastante coisa.
Enquanto isso, tu quer reagir aos 4 lendários do selo?
Ok.
Tipo, vote pra ele, deixa eu acho que.
That crown's on his head. I'm going with Slowpoke. That's how Slowpoke evolves into Slowbro, getting his tail caught by the clam, turning into Slowbro.
Well played. That was well done. You didn't have that at first, and so that you got to that while playing the game.
I had my finger still on the chess piece. I didn't let go. You know, I changed my answer while my finger was still on.
You figured it out as you're going, but I'm impressed. Nonetheless, I'm impressed. Okay, this Pokemon body is covered in blubber and impressively round. It's faster for it to roll around than walk. Togedemaru.
Blubber. I'm going Wilmer here for sure. I mean, I was going to go with
Começou aí já?
Willow doesn't seem like he can really roll much. Let's see if
Começou não?
If it's Togedemaru, I mean, you can have this whole thing, right? And we got Spiel. I didn't even think about Spiel.
Spiel, I just know because I know that Togedemaru rolls around, and I love Togedemaru, so that was my first guess here. This is tough.
Sometimes love is not enough.
I hope you're playing along at home as well, and if you are, make sure to hashtag Pokemon Worlds, and it can make its whole body transparent by clearing its mind and focusing. Okay, it's able to make its.
Eu vou te mandar a imagem, que eu não consigo achar um texto com todos eles.
I just want to disclaimer: we are Pokemon Go experts, not always, total Pokemon expert. We are. But this is tough.
You can speak for yourself, buddy.
Yeah, okay.
Really?
All right, take this one. I think I got this one. Take it.
It makes its
Tipo,
body transparent.
eles não parecem. 2 deles não parecem lendários, mas são.
So it's a Pokemon. Please, Caleb.
Ele já mostrou o Timpau aí?
Yeah, what do you have?
A fase dele? Ah, filho, tô curioso.
If you ever played the old school game Pokemon Snap, you know catching that Mew is in a picture is very, very tough.
I have to agree with you just because I don't know what the answer is.
Amanhã tu vai pra casa da tua mãe?
Right. Sometimes peeking over to your neighbor.
Ah, então pode jogar da tarde.
Oh, Dragapult. Interesting.
Dragapult.
Amanhã também tu pode jogar da tarde.
I believe so. I did not know
Dre.
It does look like it could turn invisible. And
Ah, desgraça. Peraí, Dre.
With my performance in this Pokedex game, but
Acho que é Dre e
Pokemon
Jipu.
pronunciation champion, so I got a crown. So doesn't matter my performance here. You know, Dancing Rob has his
Não.
his performance here.
What?
Oh no, there's one.
Yeah, just like Dragon Ball, your crown is also
Caleb,
invisible.
There's one more. People fear it due to a belief that it devours any who try to cut down trees in the forest. Trevenant, but to the Pokemon, it shares its woods with its kind. I'm guessing Trevenant. Trevenant.
Fears belief that devours any who tries to cut down trees.
It's a ghost type, so it's scary, and also it's a tree. So I'm locking in Trevenant.
Man, that's a good guess.
I'm feeling very confident.
All right, I'm gonna go Trevenant too. I'm blanking.
I'm gonna feel sad if I'm wrong.
Oh,
yes!
Let's go. All right.
Let's go. It may have disappeared from the Pokemon Go meta, but it is still around in the Pokedex game. And that is the last one because we're gonna end on a win with that segment. That was fun. I hope you're playing along at home. And like I said before, we'd love to hear from you. Hashtag Pokemon Worlds. How are you enjoying your experience so far? If you're at the event or you're watching at home, have you gotten your Twitch drops? Have you gotten your giveaways? Are you spamming some of those new emotes? And most importantly, who's your favorite? If it's like last season, we were focusing a lot on Wadaj and its accent. Dancing Rob came from the loser side of the bracket to win the World Championship next season. So there's a lot of trainers here that are still in the mix, have a great shot of becoming the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion.
I agree with you. And, you know, the skill level just...
Também acho. Estou dando cal pro Escassa.
Part of this audience in person, you gotta check out this space, this venue, because this is the place to not only play Pokemon Go, but just be a huge fan of the game. You can see the various games. You can see some of the Pokemon Go highlights here on the screens, but we have VGC, TCG, and Unite. And I believe the Unite Grand Finals is only a couple hours away, so that's going to be a really high one.
Look at Wadaj and its accent just awaiting their winners finals right there. You see them on the screen. And you know, this makes me think we have a whole audience of Pokemon experts. There should be an ask the audience option for, you know, some...
poll the audience?
Yeah, poll the audience, ask the audience. Just, no, literally ask the audience. There's a ton of Pokemon experts here. We could reach out to some of them and they could tell us the answer. I'm sure they would know it as well, but it is just amazing in here. We have our two winners finals just relaxing. I mean, they know they're going to be playing each other. They're across from each other right now, not dodging each other at all, just not even thinking about their matchups, just going, experiencing.
Sai Dogs, era hora. Esqueci o nome daquela larvinha. Dragapult. Eu acho que é. Alguma coisa com Snow.
It's actually been insane these last 4 hours. It's some of the best Pokemon Go has ever been played in the World Championships, not just the World Championships, but ever in Pokemon Go PvP history.
I think the skill level just constantly starting to elevate the more years we've gone in Pokemon Go PvP. We even asked Dancing Rob what his thoughts
Tô enrolando muito.
He said, you know, the skill levels
Engraçado.
increased quite a bit. I mean, he knows too, right? I mean, winning the whole World Championships and then this year, unfortunately, losing back-to-back sets in this year, which really goes to show how much better people have gotten at this game across the board.
Yeah, and it's tough. I mean, you see some trainers here that you might think is a favorite, like Inadequance or even Arrow was having a great run, and then suddenly back-to-back losses, and they're completely out of it because of how stacked the tournament is. It's really difficult to keep progressing, and so for these trainers that are progressing, I mean, Elshay did get bounced down to the loser side, but progressed with 5 Pokemon, and for Wadaj and its accent, they're definitely the most consistent North American trainers there are, but they're just showing their consistency on the biggest stage.
Yeah, and you know, if you're back at home, you're trying to get into the action, you're trying to pick up Pokemon Go PvP, maybe even attend your own tournament for Show 6. Honestly, the best way to get into it is play some GOBattleLeague. You got it on your phone right now. Right now, we have all 3 leagues in rotation. Great League. We got Ultra League. Oh no, this is Great League. You got Great League today.
Yeah.
We got Ultra League yesterday. We even have Master League for those that are looking to touch Master. Hey, I just gotta let you know, a little secret. I got a perfect shiny Groudon today through one of my lucky trades with my friends, and that's going to be quite the addition to my Master League roster. So great way to build up your rosters, trading with some friends, and getting those PvP Pokemon.
What the cool kids or the cool cats call a shundo. So congratulations, Caleb. That is impressive. I know you've had a lot of attempts because I've watched you do some lucky trades. And it wasn't your first attempt trying to get that shiny.
It was attempt like 55. Yeah.
Yeah.
I appreciate anyone willing to offer their shiny Groudon to me because a lot have been sacrificed in the attempts of finding that perfect one.
Yeah. Well, we have an update. We're not going to have that Chiodo versus Luminous matchup next. We're going to have Rubik's Master versus Scafo. They're on the loser side of the bracket trying to keep their hopes alive of being the 2023 Pokemon World Champion. But that's going to be coming up right after this.
Hello, Pokemon trainers.
Que imagem.
Championships history.
Ué.
A series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon.
The first Pokemon Go Champions.
To the first Pokemon Go World Championships in London, England, in the
Vai aparecer toda coisa sobre o Dance Rob.
Mano, vão de base, ó. Só vão encerrar. Tá pra caramba, velho.
Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than
Só
anyone
fiquem
could
com
have
Deus.
ever predicted. This was Pokemon Go's inaugural season in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first
Ô, José,
world
fica com Deus, mano. Vou encerrar aqui. Só ir
Pokemon
lá na
Go's
Twitch, no
2022
live do
competitive
Canan,
season
GB.
was characterized
Tá?
by the nearly unbreakable core of
Vai
Walrein
lá.
and
Sai fora, Guito.
This
Põe o
pure
resto
synergy
lá.
made them almost irreplaceable on a
Ó.
team of 6. But as Pokemon Go established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so
Valeu,
did
pessoal.
its
Tamo
trainers.
junto.